अटैक करना ही है ना, वही ज़्यादा बेहतर है। और पीछे भी जब मैं रिसेंट पास में जब मैं श्रीलंका जाता हूँ और मैं वहाँ अपना पहला डबल सौ करता हूँ, तो उसमें भी मुझे यही तरीका मिला था कि मैं अटैक कर सक निकल सकता हूँ। तो सेम मैंने वही चीज़ अप्लाई की। देखें, फिर कोई भी चीज़ अलग नहीं की, हम अटैक करने वाले ऑप्शन को ही मैंने अपना बेस्ट डिफेंस समझा। तो वही फिर मुझे यहाँ पे भी मददगार साबित हुआ, क्योंकि इंडियन गेम रन्सों की है। आप रन्स कर रहे होंगे तो सामने वाली टीम प्रेशर में आएगी, और वही एक तरीका है प्रेशर से बाहर आने का।
उसी के ऊपर बात कर लेते हैं कि अटैक समटाइम्स द बेस्ट डिफेंस। तो हमने ये भी देखा कि हमारे पास पैकेज भी मौजूद है जहाँ आपने सीमर्स को लाइन से पुट ऑफ करने के लिए अपनी फीट भी यूज़ की, वॉक डाउन। उसके पीछे क्या माइंडसेट था वो भी बता दें, और उसके साथ आखिर में ये भी बता दें कि रिजवान के साथ आपने जब पहला चौका मारा तो बड़ा ही सेलिब्रेशन की थी, उसके पीछे भी क्या कहानी थी?
बिल्कुल। जो जो मेरा पिच पे आगे आने का तरीका है, वो मैं आपने शायद थोड़ा मेरा फ़र्स्ट क्लास में देखा हो, तो मैं ये फ़र्स्ट क्लास में करता हूँ। तो क्योंकि फ़र्स्ट क्लास में भी थोड़ा इस तरह की पिचें होती हैं, तो आपको इतना श्योर नहीं होता कि वो किस तरह का बॉल चलेगा। तो ये चीज़ है, मैं थोड़ा सा फ़र्स्ट क्लास में ही अप्लाई करता हूँ, और मैंने फ़र्स्ट टाइम फिर इधर भी अप्लाई की। एट टाइम्स कभी कभी डर भी लगता है, क्योंकि बॉल सर पे भी लगने के चांस होते हैं, लेकिन ये है कि आपने कुछ ना कुछ करना है, बॉलर को अपनी लाइन से हटाना है, तो कुछ ना कुछ आपने एक्स्ट्रा करना पड़ेगा, एक एक्स्ट्रा थोड़ा सा रिस्क भी उठाना पड़ेगा। और जहाँ तक रिजवी भाई वाली सवाल है, तो कल मुझे याद नहीं रहा, मैं कभी कभी भूल जाता हूँ। 4.5 घंटे हो गए थे, मुझसे चौका नहीं लगा था, और ग्राउंड भी इतना भारी है। ग्राउंडमैन से मैं जाके रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ थोड़ी घास वास काटे यार। तो वो ये है कि फिर मैं देख रहा 1 घंटा हो गया, 2 घंटे हो गए, फिर जब 4.5 घंटे हो गए ये चौका नहीं लगा, तो फिर तो अल्लाह ताला से ही मांगने पड़ा कि चौका लगा दें कुछ। तो यही था बस उसके पीछे।
Brilliant, sir. It's been pleasure watching you and good luck for the rest
थैंक्स
of the
थैंक्स
match.
थैंक्स वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Yeah, simplicity in his chat, and of course, shows in his batting as well how composed he is and how relaxed he looks. Time for a break. When we come back, we'll look into day 3 and talk about it more. Welcome back to the Pitch Side Studio. Time for us to head to Nick Compton and check the pitch out. What do we have in store for us on day 3?
Yeah, another very good morning here in Rawalpindi. Another hot morning, it has to be said. It was a run fest yesterday, 317 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. So all the talk about this day 1 wicket having live grass and moving and seaming around, we haven't seen that. It's been a real run fest. Batsmen will lick their lips. Bangladesh, well, they've got a big task this morning. Of course, they did well last night. They had a little evening session, which was, they put them under a little bit of pressure, but they'll want to bat all day today. For Pakistan, well, it's a real opportunity for them to make some early inroads. Can they get the ball swinging? Can they get it up in these humid conditions? That'll be the question for them. Talking about yesterday, there was a little bit of turn. We saw Mayodi Miraz and, of course, Shakib Al Hasan just distract a little bit out of the wicket. Not a huge amount, but just enough to perhaps cast a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. If we come down to the pitch, we can see that there are a few cracks that have opened up. They're not really moving, so I don't expect them to play too much of a role. But one ball might just hit one and go off in the opposite direction, and that can create the doubt. If Pakistan don't take early wickets, it could be a long day in this heat. Bangladesh, though, they've got a great opportunity. Keep the bowlers out there. There's not been a lot of test cricket. Legs will start to get tired at this halfway point, so they've got an opportunity to get a big score. It's all to play today. Pakistan will want to get early wickets. Bangladesh, well, they need a big score.
I'm going to put my guests into a bit of a spot because, yes, we've been avoiding this. Is this the right call to have 4 seamers? Pakistan have bowled 12 overs with that new ball. Yes, you expect something to happen or help, a bit of help in the first hour of play, and then you rely on reverse much later. How do you see the combination?
I thought the chatter was that this is going to be a green top wicket. Tony Hamming took over a role as a curator, and everybody thought that there is going to be something for the bowlers, especially the faster bowlers with grass, and the pitch is a bit firm, so the ball will carry, but it has flattened out. So I think what they were thinking, they haven't got the surface for that. Now, it's the job of the captain to utilize those resources he has, because for me, yesterday, since the captain declared the side, the bowler felt obligated to pick wickets, and they bowled out of desperation. Whereas on a pitch like this, you have to do the disciplines right. You have to be focused. You have to set up a batsman to pick up wickets. So I think today they have to come out with the right ideas. They don't have to bowl out of desperation. When they come out, they have to tell themselves that we are there for 90 overs. We are not going to finish this innings in a jiffy, and we won't be able to do that. So they have to work hard for their wickets.
Yeah, I'll take the same question to Athar, with knowing that a lot of information must have been gathered by the Bangladesh camp through how Pakistan played. They do have that batting and they bat deep. So the key would be just wait for the opportunities.
Absolutely. I mean, one needs to also understand the fact that when you go into bat, especially the top order, looking at the surface, and you can figure out what the surface is doing, because 12 overs they batted, 27 without getting separated. The ball didn't do much. So it's a good thing for Bangladesh. If the ball starts to do something, that's what Pakistan will be hoping for. Then there's a chance for them to pick up wickets. If it doesn't, then they need to really have to figure out, okay, you have gone in with 4 frontline seamers. Maybe Salman Ali Agha, the right-arm off spinner, will need to come into play, because there are a number of left-handers in the Bangladesh team. How do you go about it? But for Bangladesh, they'll be hoping, with the sun shining, baking down on the surface, this surface is going to dry a little bit more throughout the day. Important for them also that because it's a long session. Remember, it's a 3-hour session, the first session. So you know exactly that you don't have to wait for the lunch and go back and start all over again. If you get set, then you continue, and you continue to bat for not 1 hour, for 2 hours, but 3 hours. So this might go in their favor. And that also can go in the Pakistan's favor, because if they pick up wickets, then you get a new batter in and think about picking up more wickets.
And another thing, if they are able to survive the initial burst, what happens is, you know, Pakistani fast bowlers, they have a reputation, and the ego must be there. If they don't get out early, the ego will come into play. They will bowl out of desperation. They'll try different things, and the job will become easier.
Okay, time for a short break. We'll come back and we'll look into Pakistan's 12 overs with the ball. Welcome back once again. A quick one. It's hot out there. You can see our shining forehead. So man management will be very important. Quick one to Amir Sohail. 4 fast bowlers, 3-hour session.
Well, let me tell you, Salman Aliaga, he needs to bowl at least 22 overs. If you have 2 sets of fast bowlers, he'll start, I think, after like an hour and a half to start the ball. So I think he'll be looking to bowl 22 overs, and then you have to rotate your fast bowlers.
And same goes for the 3-hour session for the batters.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be hoping that they will be facing the bowlers, what the ball did yesterday. They'll be expecting similar conditions. If it's similar condition, good pitch to bat on, bat long.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your opinion. And now, time for us to get closer and head towards the action on day 3. It's all to play for. 27 for no loss, Bangladesh, trailing by 421. We are all excited. Let's enjoy day 3.
It is day 2 of this first test match, and day 1 saw plenty of action.
Launches it, yes he does. He hits it over and gets to a century. Very impressive inning.
And he gets there, South Shakil. What an innings from him. A bit of turn for him as well. South Shakil overbalanced on that occasion.
Smashes that one into the long on region for a maximum shine sharp breathing. Well, there comes the signal from the dressing room. Pakistan have declared at 448 for 6.
That slashes hard.
That is what you expect with Naseem Shah.
Shan Masood will be happy with the day's plays, made sure that it is been Pakistan's day.
Hello and welcome once again from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. We are all set and ready to bring you live action from day 3 in this 2-match test match series. It is Bankal Filler presents Blue World City Test Match Series. The Shan Masood's men take on Najmul Hasan Shanto's Bangladesh side. Match summary so far: Pakistan were put into bat and they declared at 448 for 6 after mammoth 100 from Rizwan, who went not out 171, and Saud Shakil, well, he continues his merry way in the test format with 141 to his name. The 2 wickets apiece to the quicks from Bangladesh, who opened the attack: Hassan Wittu, Shariful Wittu, and the spinners picked up 1 apiece. Bangladesh, well, batted well in their first 12 overs without losing a wicket. They trailed by 421. The timings being a Friday, slightly different. We'll have a longer first session. It'll be 3 hours before we take lunch from 1 to 2, and then slightly shorter, an hour and a half, the second session. The day will then commence with the third session 3:50 p.m. and end at 5:50. Rizwan was a star of the show, and he thoroughly impressed all, including Nick Compton.
Nick Knight, Rizwan, wasn't he good? Some of these improvisations were particularly impressive. He's a man who likes to score, isn't he? And he never lets the bowler settle. Some of those shots were very good. Even he liked the bat. I think Babar Azam would have liked to use it. Nice to see them in good spirits, but it was a fantastic knock from the wicketkeeper. 171 off just 239 balls, so he went at some pace, didn't he? 71 strike rate, and those 3 big sixes, they were particularly impressive. So there's some impressive names there. Mohammad Rizwan now in 3rd place behind Imtiaz Ahmed and of course Taslim Arif. Kamran Akmal, remember him not so long ago. He's up there too, so a very, very good performance from the keeper.
The vice captain of Pakistan, relishing responsibility and opportunity, has prolific numbers in his first 11 test matches, and he managed to cross 3 figures for the 3rd time his test career. Early doors, very compact player, very confident with his ability, and most of the times attack was the best defense for him. He went off the ground with a standing ovation from the gallery after scoring 141. Very strong square of the wicket as well. Most importantly, a testament to his fitness. With just the 9 boundaries, him and Rizwan both ran really well between the wickets. First 20 innings in a test, he's got the most runs. And more importantly, what a very, very healthy average as well. 67, 300s, add 650s to that. This is amongst active players in test cricket. And he's already crossed the 1100 mark with his runs. Right, we spoke to Jason Gillespie earlier on. Let's have a listen.
Are you going to be nice to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure?
Very.
All good, mate. Fire away.
Like our sandwich.
Yeah, and yeah, nice. What I have been very impressed with has been the players have been very open to ideas and thoughts, and open to feedback. We're obviously training. We're training with a lot of intensity, and the lads have bought into that. and you know, I've been very impressed. I've been incredibly impressed with the skills on show, and it's been a lot of fun. Oh, the captain is certainly in charge, certainly on the field, and I see my role as a support for the captain and all the players. And you know, there's a reason why we're called support staff. We're there to support the players, and I'm certainly there for Sean and to help him. I'll take things off his plate so that he doesn't have to concern himself with certain things. He can focus on being captain, and obviously, you know, as his role as a batsman in the team. So, as a coach, I tend to look after all the things on the periphery to make sure that everything's running smoothly. But yeah, ultimately, when we walk out onto the park, the captain's running the show, and I'm there to absolutely support him. I like to have information. I like to be informed, but ultimately the game, you know, there's a combination of, I suppose, gut instinct, I think you're saying, and having information to make the best decisions you can, whether you're selecting teams, having specific strategies to play at a certain ground against certain opposition. I think it's important to have all the information, and so you can make the best decisions you possibly can. We want to be adaptable. We want to be able to adapt to different surfaces, different teams, be able to adjust our game depending on how the game is going. So being able to problem solve in the moment, for me, is really important. And if we can do that on the back of having all the hard work and the efforts that we've put in to prepare, it gives us the best chance of playing really well. Well, I think we have to take it one game at a time. And I think if you're looking too far ahead, you're not focusing on what's right in front of you. So you certainly plan ahead a little bit, but ultimately we're focusing on and respecting our opposition. Bangladesh are a very good team. We want to make sure we're giving ourselves the best chance to play good cricket against them. So, you know, while there is a lot of cricket coming up, our focus at the moment is on this first test against Bangladesh.
Oh, he said all the right things as his first international assignment for a top 10 side, full member side. But he's got the wealth of experience of coaching and, of course, his credentials as an international cricketer.
Yeah, he means business, doesn't he? Jason Gillespie plied his trade at Yorkshire in the County League, and is a fantastic man, very honest man, very transparent man, somebody you feel like you can really open up to and connect with. He's not that judgmental, which I think gives batsmen and players space to express themselves and not feel like they're, you know, tippy-toeing around or being nervous in any way. And I think that's very important, particularly when you're starting in a role. So I think Shan Masood will be working very closely with him. I think they'll get on well. I think they're similar characters in that sense. Of course, Shan is very much the man who will take the lead on the field. Right, well, we're about to start the first over of this morning. Naseem will be entrusted with that new ball. He bowled okay yesterday at Zakir Hassan. We see the first sight of the opening batsman, the Bangladesh opening batsman. I thought they played quite nicely yesterday. They left well. There was a little bit of a tricky period, wasn't it? You wouldn't want to be an opening batsman, that's for sure. Shadman Islam, his partner, 12 not out again. So, of 30 deliveries, scoring not the precedent yesterday. It was all about getting through that evening session that they could come back this morning. Naseem Shah, 5 overs for 7 runs. What did you make of him yesterday, Aruj?
He starts off with 3 slips and the gully at the moment to the left-hander. That delivery in itself, where his natural shape is into the left-hander, away from the right-hander, I thought every time he used that in the summation that he bowled yesterday, was just the angle with the line too far leg side. Every time he tried to do that, the ball was starting leg stump to the left hand and further deviating. And he wants that delivery to start just outside the line of the stumps, so the batter is forced to play, and with the same angle he gets the ball to go across the left-hander as well, so open up dismissal options, and he'll hope to get his line better with this period of play. Just there, I thought as a collective, the 12 overs, and credit to Bangladesh, they, like you mentioned, a tricky period to bat on with the inexperience in their batting and the problems that they had in their batting opening as well in Test cricket. I thought there were good signs in terms of their temperament. Again, sample size very small, but I also thought Pakistan weren't quite as disciplined with that new ball.
Yeah, perhaps a few cobwebs still from lack of Test cricket, lack of 4-day cricket, probably just coming into the bowling rhythms. There's a loud appeal. Don't think that's going to threaten the stumps. Just sliding down, you think. But already signs that they're trying to get the ball right up there, get it swinging. It is quite humid this morning, so you expect these Pakistan openers, particularly Naseem and, of course, Shaheen, to just try and tighten their lines and lengths. I know that would have been perhaps the talk last night. They would have sat down and said, we really need to get more consistent. As you say, Shadman and Zakir, so he has a look at this delivery. There is swing. And that is a sign of things to come, that length in particular. Bring them forward, bring Shadman and Zakir forward, get them playing down the ground. Yeah, that's very good. Very, very good. Yeah, I thought they applied themselves well last night. It was a tricky period, as you said. No Tamim Iqbal, of course. Big shoes to fill for these young left-hand opening batters. He was obviously an exceptional opening batsman, played for many years, but a nice opportunity for these two young men. And a nice opportunity today. The sun's out and you won't find better batting conditions, that's for sure.
Well, we saw day one yield 158 runs, day two 317 runs. Highest scoring venue as well in Pakistan. I come back to the experience of Shaheen, Naseem and Khurram Shahzad shared that new ball as well in the 12 overs, but just there I just thought it needs to be more tighter, it needs to be just around the 6 meter mark, 6 to 7 meter mark. A little bit of a sprayed beehive there for Pakistan.
Yeah, too sprayed for a top-notch quality bowling attack like this. They want to bring that a lot closer and get it a little fuller too. So the man on your screen, well, he's got a big job ahead of him, as has Naseem Shah, who gets one to just straighten a little bit. So a good probing first over of the day. 28 for no wicket.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pindi Cricket Stadium, J3.
Bangladesh 28 for no loss. Shaheen Shah Afridi will continue. Bowled a 4-over spell yesterday. He got the ball to swing. A natural action with swing. But he himself will also feel he didn't make use of that new ball. They've got a leg slip in place as well with the angle that he pushes across. 2 slips and a gully for Shaheen.
No!
Yeah, I like him at this end. Didn't quite find his rhythm last night. A little bit wide. Just looked like his run-up didn't have quite the same rhythms. But he looks good from this end. I think there's a little bit more bounce, perhaps. There's a little, not a ridge, but the ball has bounced a bit more. We saw Hassan for Bangladesh bowl particularly well from this end, so I think he's chosen the right place. 2 slips and a gully and a leg slip, or gully if you want to call it that, waiting.
He'll have to rush back. Just been a feature of this test match. So a few yes and no's and close calls running between the wickets. Here's another one. Yeah, it's just that anxious energy, isn't it? Just get down the other end. There's never a run there.
No, it's good intent, though. It's good intent. That's what you want. You want to turn the strike over. They always say the best place to be against the new ball is at the non-striker's end. So you can see what he's trying to do there. It's a good start for Shaheen. He's been right on the button. Slip cord and waiting.
We saw Bangladesh excellent behind the stumps in terms of their catching. Pakistan, well, they had a horrid time behind the wicket in terms of their catching up in Australia. And the boys working hard. They're working overtime. And they realize that with their new ball bowlers, potential of that slip cordon and the ball flying off the edge. Very good catches. Babar, Saud, Salman, Saim as well, consolidating the men behind the bat. You spoke about Shaheen choosing the end. I was down talking to Saud before the start of the game, and Shaheen up and down the surface a couple of times, trying to look for any cracks where he might find some deviation off the surface, using his fingers just to see if there were any cracks which were starting to open up, or the edges cracking where there might be some deviation. And he chose, he was speaking to Azhar Mahmood, and he said, I'll have a go from this end. He seemed there might just be something in that line of the off stump where he might extract a little bit of movement off the surface. Oh, you were down there earlier on. Gave us a detailed analysis on what you saw.
Well, it's a lovely wicket, isn't it? Day 3. You look at the pitch and you look at some of the history behind Rawalpindi, and actually day 3 and day 4 are when the most wickets tumble. So the strike rates of the bowlers definitely come down. Day 1 and 2, the best for batting. So, well, if history has anything to do with it, we might see a few wickets today. Hopefully, for Bangladesh's case, they want to buck the trend, don't they? But Pakistan have started well here. Pushed into the offside. Nice looking shot. Just pick up a single. Skipper Shan will do the necessary. Ends the 14th over. It's 30 for no wicket.
Bangladesh again starting well, 30 for no loss. The 2 men in the middle looking comfortable. And if we spoke about this, Nick, in the previous over, well, if history has anything to do with it, it's this over. Because inside 15 overs, if Pakistan do pick up a wicket, the average first innings score of the opposition 272. If not, well, it's just under 500, 480. If the Pakistan Quicks don't manage to dent the game within the first 15. Those are historical numbers, though. Are you one for numbers?
Not too many. Not too many. I prefer to go with instinct and feel a lot of the time. And I know that a lot of stats have been brought into the game, and I think there definitely is a place for them, but used wisely, of course. But you have to look at that. You know, Rawalpindi's got a rich cricketing history, and wickets do fall on day 3 and 4. So I'm thinking, as an opening batter with an opening batter's mindset, can they get through this new ball? for me, time more than runs in this first hour is of a precedent. I know that there's been a lot of talk about strike rates and pushing the game forward, but for Bangladesh, it's absolutely crucial that they get themselves in, that they get used to these conditions, and more so for the change room upstairs. The confidence it'll give them, each over that goes by, and Shadman and Zakir soak up that pressure. Because we know they get through that first hour, that second hour, and they haven't lost a wicket, well, then it could be a long day for Pakistan, but also a good day for Bangladesh. So that'll be the wish for them.
Now we're talking about that stat where the first 15 overs, again, historical numbers, predominantly Naseem and Shaheen have been the bowlers in that 5-year period. Hassan Ali and Fahim Ashraf probably make up the bulk of that combination. It's also seen Mohammad Abbas, Mir Hamza, a few games to Muhammad Ali, Wasim Jr., which again begs the questions. Pakistan spinners, once the quick bowlers aren't able to impact the game, Pakistan spinners haven't been able to either. Nicely driven. Saeed Ajmal, Yasir Shah. Saeed Ajmal 35 test games, 178 wickets. Yasir Shah 48 games, 244 wickets. And I just feel Pakistan lacking massively in that spin department. The one guy who recently broke onto the scene, playing the A game not too far from here, bowled 30 overs yesterday, picked up 1 for 80, Abrar Ahmed. And they have tried Noman Ali and Sajid in that period, haven't borne fruit. So one area where both Gary Kirsten and Jason Gillespie will be looking to work is developing a quality spinner for both formats, really.
Yes, it's well, it's a problem globally, you would say. There's not many spinners coming through or already putting their hands up. You could probably only name a couple of world-class ones at the moment, but I know Abrar Ahmed had a fantastic time against England last time they played here. It might not be the right conditions for him, but it's also about giving him time, giving him confidence, even on pitches like this, so that when the time does come, he's ready to step up. Ah, it's a great delivery to finish. Perfect from Naseem. That leads the 15th, it's 31 for no wicket.
Shadman 14, Zakir 12. Both come off good form in the recent past. Shadman Islam makes his way back in after having a good first-class career in 2023. A rare play and a miss. Naseem's last ball of the previous over. They've left well. It's that length where he's just asked to come forward and leaves the left-hander. Excellent seam position.
Absolute beauty. Stunning delivery. More of those, please, sir, says the balcony and the coaches and the captain and everyone supporting Pakistan. That was a seed, as they call it. Can his compatriot do the same?
And going back to our discussion earlier about having Abrar in your combination, having players ready, and why I say that also is Pakistan got a fantastic test season. 7 games at home, 2 against Bangladesh at the moment. England comes here to play 3 in October. Then they go away to South Africa for 2 in West Indies. So 9 test matches and 7 home games. Brilliant. Just leaves the left-hander, holds the line. And the Pakistan bowlers just finding their length.
Yeah, if you watch closely there, he's just gone a little bit wider of the crease just to create that angle. Ball just holds up ever so slightly. It's good thinking for Shaheen. He's getting into his work now. Starting to analyze the batsman. Yeah, a bit of a cross-seamer there. So just making the batsman second guess himself. Is one going to come in? Is it going to go away? That wobble seam. Tough times here for the two openers. Yeah, it's well left. Yeah, coming back to the conversation about spin, I think the main thing to look at is whether the conditions are right in this game, whether they've made the right decision in playing a four-prong seam attack. We'll wait to be seen, of course, but it's more about giving the bowler that you identify. If Abrar Ahmed is the guy that has been identified to take the spin bowling fortunes of Pakistan forward, then he needs to play, because it's not about necessarily now. The time will come where he'll have to put his hand up, and you don't want a situation where suddenly he's pulled in, the pressure's put on him, and he doesn't perform. Yeah, it's well bowled. So that'll be the big question for the Brains Trust upstairs, is how do they get him involved? How do they get him playing? How do they get him to feel comfortable in the Test shirt?
And again, this is just a discussion. This is us having our opinions. It doesn't mean that Jason Gillespie or Shan Masood have picked the wrong side. It's about having a complete combination. We'll come back to that after the over. Bangladesh 31 for no loss. The ICC World Test Championship, well, everyone eyeing a spot. And Pakistan's fixtures, like we were talking about, the ongoing two-match series at home, then England come in again at home in October. And Pakistan tour South Africa for 2 more test matches and end the home season with West Indies touring them. So that consolidates 9 test games for Pakistan. Mathematically, well, get the calculators out, get the numbers going. I don't think Sean or Jason looking that far ahead. It's probably 1 test match at a time. The new combination, they're calling it the new test era. Under Sean and Jason Gillespie, I think 1 step at a time. Let's get this series first. Let's try and win these 2 and then plan ahead.
Yeah, they've got to say all the right things, of course, that they want to play a positive brand of cricket and try and get into the final. But realistically, I think Pakistan have got a bit of rebuilding to do. They've got a young captain. It's well played, well far forward. Bangladesh have looked very solid this morning. They've been challenged on the full pitch delivery. Naseem Shah, Shaheen Shah getting into their work, and they've been absolutely brilliant. Here, a look at the championship standings. Of course, India right on top there. Australia have played 12 matches, so 3 more than them, and Pakistan and Bangladesh still have some catch-up to do. But of course, it's going to be a busy year ahead for them, and they'll want to get some momentum, find some consistency, and choose a team that can repeat itself time and time again to get up that leaderboard. Again, it's good bowling. Excellent bowling. He seems to have just found his rhythms. 141 Ks, so a little bit quicker than he was yesterday evening, getting into his work. It's a hot day. There he is, Rizwan. He went off with a bit of cramp in the evening after a fabulous century, 171, and didn't he play well? But cramp got him again, and I think it was real this time.
Well, he got his former captain, out for a few overs. Sarfaraz Ahmed, who did take the gloves at the back end of yesterday. Oh, brilliant. A lovely shape again, and the angle across the left-hander, and just putting doubts into the batters' heads now.
Yeah, this has happened a couple of times now. We'll just watch this delivery. Starts on a fabulous line and just goes away from the left-hander, so he's got to be careful. It's all about angles at this stage. If you're an opening batsman, you want to be staying nice and tight. It's still early on. Yes, there hasn't been a lot of scoring options, but he's got to stay patient, Zakir. See if he can almost defend that back towards the bowler, play as straight as possible. Anything towards extra cover for me is a real danger. Play it under your eyes, play it late.
Gone! What a take by Mohammad Rizwan. If there's a man of crisis, well, he's put his hand up not once, but multiple times. Naseem has one.
That is a catch of a man high in confidence. Take your hat off to Mohammad Rizwan. Wow. There was no sign of any stiffness there, that's for sure. It was a poor shot, loose at best, and an absolute rip snorter from the wicketkeeper batter. Bubba enjoyed that, didn't he? Yeah, so a fantastic start from Naseem Shah. He's been right on the button, exactly what Pakistan would have wanted. Zakir Hassan, he's been patient, he tried his best. He goes for 12. Bangladesh 31 for 1.
Bangladesh skipper makes his way out into the middle. Najmal Hassan Shanto. And he's come out hoping to get big runs. He'll want to improve that average. 28 games, has 350s and 500s to show for. Remember, he was one of the three in Naseem Shah's hat-trick 4 years ago. As a young 16-year-old. And Naseem Shah has also picked up Pakistan's first wicket. A brilliant catch behind the stumps. Excellent over, wicket maiden. Bangladesh 31 for 1. Pakistan have managed to pick up 1 wicket. Zakir, after a long vigil, 58 deliveries for his 12, managed to nick 1 to the keeper. Shaheen to continue. Nicely clipped off his legs for 1. It's worth another look. It is worth another look. An absolute scorcher from Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. He's flashed at it and it's come off the flashing blade and he's taken it right in front of Babar Azam. He's flown horizontal and it's perfectly stuck in the web. Well, he is a class act. And they've called him Superman as well. Sometimes he's not taken the gloves in the PSL or domestic cricket and has flung himself around. Keepers generally Absolutely brilliant, and the game's lived up to the reputation of good catching so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial. Got to catch your catches behind the stumps. Any good test team will tell you that. Some of the great test teams over the years have had some of the great slip catches. Takes a lot of practice and a little bit of instinct too, but that is one good way to start, that's for sure. Huge boost to morale. Hot day ahead, and got bowlers really busting a gut to extract something out of this wicket. It's been a good start from the two Pakistan seamers, it has to be said. A quick two, that's good running from Bangladesh. Yep, need more of that, that's for sure.
Bangladesh's batting woes at the opening pair continue. You just feel, again, a little bit of anxiousness creeping up. Flashed at something which you probably shouldn't have, with the width and the angle away. It's the 16th pair, opening pair in the last 5 years for Bangladesh. And they sit on the bottom of the table with their openers' averages as well. Within those 16 pairs, this being the 16th one. 25 their average in the 29 games. And probably one of the reasons as well.
Yes, it's a problem. It was an unnecessary shot, wasn't it? It was a shot of a man looking to get bat on ball, somebody who had been starved of runs perhaps, and you just hope that they can get through that new ball. There we go, 29 matches, 16 opening pairs. England not far behind. They had a real problem with opening batsmen too, and that's in the last 5 years. So there's no consistency there. And we spoke at the beginning about time being a precedent, not so much runs, getting through this new ball. That's a lovely shot, cracking shot, and good boot. Deserved more, didn't he? But it is a talking point, technique in subcontinent conditions, not something that's perhaps spoken about as much as we would like. Of course, wickets do flatten out, but you have to understand that for Bangladesh to really make a big score here, they've got to get through this new ball. It goes without saying. And Naseem Shah just probed away there, didn't he? It's probably the best bit of bowling we've seen in terms of consistency and lengths.
Once again, an example of consistency in discipline, yielding rewards. Plays and misses once they found their length, and eventually the wicket. 34 for 1. It would be fair to say the session so far has gone to Pakistan. They picked up one of the Bangladeshi openers. They haven't managed to score plenty of runs at the moment. Not about runs, it's about just getting your eye in, getting through this period where Naseem and Shine have found a rhythm, and just getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander. Shadman's been out there for 44 deliveries. He's defended well. And Naseem's been brilliant in the past couple overs. Off a length across the left-hander. Has a slip chord and awaits.
Yeah, short leg as well. Just making the batsman question that full delivery. It's a nice looking shot off his legs. They'll run hard but just get one, which will bring Shanto back onto strike, the captain.
Yeah, it was a bit of a setup as well, the length, and then he pulls it short. drags it outside. Brilliant, absolutely stunning behind the stumps, but with that length slightly shorter and wider, it could have been a delivery that he could have left.
Yeah, could have left it, and of course could have played a little bit straighter. If you just look at those collection of deliveries, everything the batsman is doing is aiming towards wide, mid-off, maybe even extra cover. And we talk about angles. Naseem Shah, yes, he swung a couple back, but the batsman there has got to get his angles right. Look to hit back towards the bowler, at least defend back in that region. 3 slips. Again, probing just outside off stump.
Experience between the two Bangladesh batters, Shadman Islam 14th game, Zakir just the 8 games. Obviously new to the test arena in terms of experience. Your suggestions, or in your opinion, having played the game, what can younger test cricketers do in terms of learning? If you would have a chat with them, what would you say?
Yeah, it takes time. Nice looking shot there, good bit of fielding as well. Yeah, it takes time. There's no substitute for time in the middle, for matches under your belt. I remember making my debut and I was nervous. I was opening with the great Alistair Cook. And I remember just thinking to myself, almost working backwards, you know, if I was a young Bangladeshi coming out to bat and I was one of the opening batsmen, Zakir or Shadman, I'd be thinking about time. On one hand, Pakistan haven't played a lot of test cricket. Bowlers will not want to be out there for hours and hours bowling second and third spells. Oh, it's well bowled. It's the snorter. Where's that short leg? He's not there. So I come back to the fact that you've got to think about it in that sense. If you're Shaheen Shah or Naseem, you're thinking, I don't want to bowl my second and third spells. I haven't played test cricket for some time. My legs aren't conditioned. Yeah, don't look at that last delivery. It was very accurate, wasn't it? Played too badly in the end. It could have gone to slip, or it could have gone even higher, so he gets away with it. But I think that's the main point for me is how long can you keep them out there? And if you can keep them out there, then things will come a lot easier. And that's where I think Zakir just let himself down a little bit. There was no need to play that delivery. It wasn't threatening the stumps, it wasn't threatening the pads. But you could see there was an eagerness and there was a build-up of pressure through the brilliance of Naseem, who has found his rhythms. This Pakistan opening pair are starting to look dangerous. The bat pad comes in. He's just behind square. Still got 2 slips, or say 3 slips in. Could they get a gully in perhaps? That's another thought. They've got a man back as well for the pull shot, the top edge.
Obviously in that opening pair, the inconsistencies of changes or the inconsistency in that also doesn't help. Because if this is the 16th pair in the last 5 years, in just 29 games, no one's really allowed to be settled as well.
No, with every dismissal, you start walking off thinking, oh dear, who's coming behind me? Who's in next? And that's something that management will need to address, to give confidence to these young guys and say, look, go out there. I don't care if you fail. You're going to play the next few matches. You're going to play the next series. And that's the kind of defense we're looking for. Defending back towards the bowler. It's been a good period of play. 35 for 1.
Very good from Pakistan. Just 8 runs of their 7 overs. They've been probing away. It's been an enthralling session with the ball. Always the morning session is crucial. Bowlers are fresh. We know that it's very humid, so you want to make inroads up front straight away. And Pakistan, well, they've been able to put pressure consistently. Naseem has been brilliant. Shaheen too has held his own. No let off yet for Bangladesh. They've not been able to rotate strike or get runs on the board, so pressure's still being applied. And that's the way you have to play in Rawalpindi, being able to join the dots. And we talk about attacking bowling, it's more about defensive bowling that'll turn into attack. If you don't give the batter any room or any opportunity to score runs, you're in the game. It's been a test for the Bangladeshi batters up top.
I think Bangladesh are facing a high quality bowling attack. They did that yesterday, but the difference that I see, in my personal opinion, is the line and lengths are a little bit better than yesterday. They were a little bit wide earlier on. I'm talking about yesterday, but today they're spot on. They're on the money. They've hardly given anything away for the batters to look to score, because a batter never feels comfortable if he's there for a long time and is not rotating the strike. I like the way Naseem Shah set Zakir Hassan. Shots of catch it. Yeah, he's that couple of deliveries down the leg side, but before this over, they were spot on. Excellent work from the bowlers to ensure that, yes, we did not manage to pick a wicket, but how can we pick a wicket today? And especially early on, because the ball is still in a good condition. This is the 20th over. And remember, Pakistan bowlers have got the skills to reverse it too. So once it gets older, it might just get a little bit more difficult. So full credit to Naseem Shah and Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Slightly high. I reckon it's pace off that delivery from Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's very interested, maybe just slightly high. Shan Masood has the word with Shaheen. Shaheen is trying to convince Shan. Time's running out. No, they're not going up. Yeah. Maybe it's just slightly high. I thought that he rolled his fingers on the ball and just gripped in the surface.
Yeah, he's bending his back, and I reckon this might be a bit high. Yeah. But again, just a hint of movement. You don't want the ball to move too much. Loud shout, Babar Azam thinks they've got another one. Not the case.
Yeah, the cutter. The cutter now will come into play as well. Maybe the pitch is dried up slightly more. That last delivery, just 120 clicks. And then the bouncer. So a real test right now. That has gripped in the surface. There's a little bit of extra bounce, which is saved.
I like the field set by Shan Masood, because if you look at the slips corner, there are a couple of slips in place and a gully, but then there are two men on the onside in the catching position close to the bat, and also one a deep square leg. Nicely struck straight to the fielder. 35 for 1.
Changing his line, coming around the wicket, mate.
2 of 11. And a bit of change in angle. Naseem Shah now round the wicket. He does have the ability to get the ball to straighten from there. Short ball, and he's got a lot of bounce. There is that field situated in front of square. There's a short leg in place. So the short ball right now is quite potent. The ball is still pretty hard. It's just 20 overs old. Not a lot of runs being scored. So it is the time to actually test the batter with the short ball. As the ball gets older, maybe he'll lose that pace.
Yeah, I understand the strategy, and if you can look at the field set, that strategy is pretty plain and simple. He'll test you with few deliveries pitched up and then few short pitch deliveries. So you really don't want to take the bait. You need to make sure that if it's a short pitch delivery, you let it go to the keeper. You're not looking to score run. As a skipper, he needs to understand that, Nasmul Sanshanto. What does the team require him to do? Bangladesh don't want to lose another wicket. He's just come on to bat, he's faced 13 deliveries. You don't want to take a bowler on. If it's there, fine. If it's not, let it go to the keeper.
Still no run.
And I spoke about how the bowlers set it up. Especially that the over that he bowled. This is the over that Naseem Shah bowled to Zakir. First one was a short one. Fuller, straighter, a bit wider. Play and a miss. Bit of a doubt. And then the neck. And it's a brilliant catch. I mean, take nothing away from the catch. Sir. It is a stunning catch. So this is how he set it up. He went straighter, and just slided away just a little bit to throw the bait to the batter, and he takes it. That is lovely. That is brilliant setup. Oh, what a catch from Rizwan. What 100 and what a catch.
And Pakistan been very good this morning. Yesterday they were wide outside the off stump. Too many deliveries left alone. Didn't attack the stumps as well. Today, I mean, very impressive. They moved their lines a little straighter, attacking the stumps, making the batters play. Even the bounces are right at the batters, so it is showing not only the wicket, but just the runs column. We're into the 9th over of the session, just 8 runs scored. It's a huge squeeze. Talk about absorbing pressure, but you also need to have a rhythm to your innings. If Shanto can get through this and Shadman can get through this spell, then he also need to find a way to then start scoring runs, because that's the only way that they'll get pressure back on Pakistan. Right now, Pakistan holding all the aces. Another probing over. 35 for 1. First ball for Muhammad Ali. Back into the Pakistan chess side. He had a wonderful season with the ball, domestic cricket, and also in the PSL. Plus he went with the Shaheens in the recent tour of Australia, played against Bangladesh A there. got his place back in the side. Now it'll be interesting how he bowls. He's a very consistent bowler, very consistent red ball bowler. Just bowl back of a length and make it difficult for batters to get after him. Normally in first class cricket, it's the consistency and the ability to just ball after ball, attack just the top of the stumps. Come back into the side the right way after performing in domestic cricket and performing in the Shaheens, and he's rightfully taken his place back in the side.
Yeah, a lot will depend on Nazmul Hussain Shanto. This is a Shadman Islam is still there, the opener. As once a new bowler comes into the attack, you need to watch him carefully. You mentioned about that he did had an opportunity to play against the Bangladesh A team recently in Darwin. 4-day matches, couple of matches, and he's picked up 9 wickets, including a 6-for. So he would have a pretty good idea about how the batters from Bangladesh set themselves up.
It's very interesting, Athar. We talked about the England series that was played here, and a lot of talk about Bazball and how they got 500 in the very first day, and the ability with the bat to take on the bowling unit. But the bowling strategy remains the same, even from England. Starve the opposition of runs, build pressure through dot balls. And that's where they were so good in that series. They won 3-0. Yes, their batting took all the limelight. But you talk about the England paces, what they did here on a much flatter surface. You had Anderson, Robinson, and I think Stokes bowled a bit. But the ability to starve Pakistan of runs, I think, I remember one morning session where, similar to this, they'd bowled 7 overs for something like 8 runs or something. But the strategy of bowling on such surfaces remains exactly the same, be it Australia, be it England, be it Pakistan. You need to build pressure through consistent bowling and not allow the opposition any runs at all.
If you look at all the 3 formats of the game, when you talk about the T20 version and the ODI, you talk about dot deliveries. This is today. But dot deliveries matter in the longest format of the game. This has been really good. Fishing outside the off stump, could have left it alone. Some awkward bounce, some movement of the surface, and some sharpness, the quick. Pakistan seamers today just to be on the shorter side, but they've been much straighter. And it will create pressure no matter who you are, who you're playing against, and where you're playing. If a bowler comes and starts bowling maiden overs one after another, then you need to do something different, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Slightly back of a length today. Obviously, it's 3rd day. The pitch will not offer a lot when you pitch it up. There's not a lot of seam movement. But just to be at the batter, you need to hit the top of the stumps, and that is probably the length that's hitting the top of the stumps. First day, you probably needed to bowl fuller with the grass and a little bit of moisture. Now you just drag your length back. I think it's been very good in their lengths and their tactics. Decent over to start off with is 37 for 1.
अब जीत पाकिस्तान के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए आप सबकी।
Friday, and it's different session. The Friday prayers break of an hour and lunch break, and then the second session 2 p.m. to 3:30, and then the final session 3:50 to 5:50. A double change. Khurram Shahzad gets his opportunity for the first time today. That's his opportunity from the pavilion end, or only from the media center end yesterday. Looking at the field, it's almost similar to what Naseem Shah was bowling with. There's men out for the hook shot, a short leg in place, and 3 slips. The inside edge. What Khurram Shahzad will do well is get the ball just to nip away from the left-hander.
Yeah, Bangladesh batter will also need to realize the fact that because of this hot and humid conditions, a bowler will not probably have more than 4 or maximum 5 overs on the trot. Inside edge. So if a bowler does start to bowl and gets his rhythm back and bowls in good line and length, that should respect him. You don't want to do anything funny here. Ample time to score runs. All you have to be is patient and show that you're solid in defense. You will get opportunities to score runs, and that is the challenge for both the batters in the middle.
Nice length. Again, Khurram Shahzad very consistent. He's also a very consistent length bowler. When there's anything on offer, he will get the ball to seam around. But the one thing that Muhammad Ali and Khurram Shahzad have in common, that their reputation in red ball cricket is that they can bowl consistently for a longer period of time, and that's why they're so successful. Khurram Shahzad played that test match in Australia, very impressed there, got injured but bowled really well. Muhammad Ali, which hasn't had a great start to test match cricket, played a couple of test matches. That's the one, the wide one, the challenge to go out and fetch it and drive. So it almost becomes an opportunity for a wicket, because there's not a lot of runs being scored. So the batter sort of looks at that wide one and thinks, this is the opportunity.
Look how wide that is. He's flirting with danger here. Nazmul Hussain Shanto. And you can understand as a batter that you want to look, you're always looking to score runs, but you've got to pick the right one.
Oh, lovely. Just the angle across, but again, the length track black, and this is the natural delivery to the left-hander that Khurram Shahzad will bowl.
It's a lovely delivery. He's asking questions. It's on a shorter side, but then have a look at that movement after it pitches. It just moves away. And the skills to do that, very impressive.
And that's another way. Try and get off strike. Try and rotate strike. Now, Pakistani batters did that really well. Saud Shakil especially being able to drop and run. So you need to find a way. Yes, it is testing. Yes, the bowlers are on top, but there'll come a time where it just will get easier. But to get to that time, you also just need to get rhythm into your innings. Maybe just a drop and run, maybe just an opportunity to dink it leg side, get off strike. Don't let the pressure build. Exactly like that. That is good. Into the offside, gets a single. 38 for 1. Mohammad Ali into his second over. It's 11 runs scored of the 11 overs that have been bowled today. Shanto, 4 of 24. And that's the length, that's the natural length that Mohammad Ali will bowl. Just back of a length, he'll hit the wicket pretty hard. And after building that, he'll set the batter up by hitting the wicket pretty hard, just around there. And then the wicket ball will be the one that is fuller. That's the way that he operates.
Yeah, he's a smooth operator. Well, Bangladesh's skipper will need to come back in some sort of form. The last 3 test matches that he played, couple of test matches against Sri Lanka and New Zealand, and not much with the bat. But before those last 3 test matches, he played 2 more. If you're talking about the last 5 test matches, against New Zealand, he got scores of 37 and 105. And against Afghanistan, he picked up 100 in each innings of the test match, 146 and 124. So in the last 5 test matches that he has played, he's picked up 3 test 100. So he's the one that Bangladesh will be hoping that he gets in, gets set, get your eye in, and then flourish with the bat. There's still testing times for the batters. Bowling a really good line and length.
It's been very consistent from Pakistan, and it's almost been like the new stronger Pepsi Kamal hai. Yes. Pakistan's opening spell with the bowling also maybe an ad for Pepsi. Very good again. The line's very tight. So far, this partnership just 7 of 41. Into the 24th over. So still trailing by 410. That is a long, long way away. Right now, the thinking would be just to get through this first spell of Mohammad Ali and Khurram Shahzad. Make them come back for a second spell. They've got through Naseem Shah and Shaheen Shah Afridi with a blemish, just one. We need to just get through this hour and the next hour, and then maybe build on that. That'll help, just being able to share the pressure. Crossover. Now it's Shadman's turn. We can get that going, that'll add rhythm to the innings.
If you look at what Bangladesh bowlers did, they bowled really well on the first session. But at times you could realize that they had bowled in a kind of length where they allowed the batters to free their arms, the number of boundaries to release the pressure. That's not the case here. They've hardly given anything away. 100 deliveries since the last boundary for Bangladesh, which is fine. What it does is also it creates a little bit of pressure on the back of the batter's mind. What am I doing wrong? Am I doing anything that I shouldn't be doing, or shall I go and try to look to attack?
Over, drinks.
End of the over. 39 for 1.
First hour ends and it's time for drinks.
Bangladesh trail by 409 at this stage after the first hour of play on day 3 here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. And Pakistan have managed to grab 1 wicket in the 12 overs that they bowled. Let's have a look at some good bowling lines from Pakistan bowlers.
Yeah, in these steamy conditions, these batters. And the captain is quite pleased with the effort of the bowlers. Yeah, they have experimented. Tested the batters with the short pitch deliveries. Now they have to keep on doing that. They have to. It's very easy in conditions like these to lose your focus. So far, so good for Pakistan.
Saw that map, 16% of fuller deliveries, 43 in the good length areas, and of course the remainder 19 in the shorter side. Especially the express fast bowlers like Naseem can cause trouble. We saw one of those deliveries just rising sharply, putting the batter in an odd position. What we saw in Pakistan's batting was the short ball was tried against them, but the venom was missing slightly.
See, what was really enjoyable about Naseem's bowling, yes, there was not a lot of deviation of the surface. What he was looking to do was to create those angles. Like that. I kept on taking the ball away from the left-handers and eventually had the batsman poking at one. Most of the times as a bowler on a surface like this, you have to bowl back of the length and then every now and then just push the ball up to the batsman and slightly wider of the off stump, and that's where you have the chances of picking up wickets.
It's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, so he's got to be careful where the ball is pitching.
It didn't look like that the ball bent back to the stumps to the left-hander. Most probably the ball has pitched outside the leg stump, but they have referred it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay, ball is close to the batter. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge when available, please? Okay, yeah, rolling through all the way to the pad. Yeah, we have a flat line as the ball passes the bat. So ball tracking when available, please. Adrian, just waiting for ball tracking. Original decision is not out, and the ball was pitching outside leg, so stay with your original decision of not out, Adrian. I'll let you know when you're on screen. On screen, you can signal now.
Yeah, end of story. When the ball pitches outside leg, you've got to be careful. Bowling over the wicket right arm to a left-hander. Got to be dead straight and hope that ball straightens up enough to end up in the stumps. So not only the decision goes or stays against you, you also lost the review.
And he's using the return crease, Khurram Shahzad, and bowl wide of the crease, looking to create that angle. That's authentic. Very confidently played. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, that's a good response from the batter on that occasion. Slightly fuller and he goes through with the drive. Shanto gets one to his name. First boundary, as you mentioned, of the day. They've seen the first hour off. Now they need to get on with a bit of scoring. They're moving at 1.76 runs and over. They've added only 16 since the start of play. gone through that slip cordon or the gully-ish area. Still, that outfield just doesn't really support the value for your shots. It's not there 100%.
Yeah, review wasted. Look at from where he delivered that ball. Unless or until he's bringing the ball back to the left-hander, that's where he had the chance. Well, the best seat in the house is for Rizwan. He should have asked the captain not to go for it.
Quick run taken, that's the important part. You've been emphasizing on the fact of taking singles if you're not getting anything bigger than that. Because we were talking about first hour and a half is going to be a little testing. After that, you've got to make sure, like Saud Shakil's interview will just take you back. Yes, each one to his own, how you approach your innings. But my best defense is my aggression. Just take the fight to the opposition to a certain extent.
And he clearly mentioned he attacked the bowlers when he starts the innings to upset the bowlers. And after that, he just milks them. But at the moment, Bangladeshi batsmen are cautious. End of the over, it's 46 for 1. Yeah, at the moment this innings is meandering. Hasn't seen any batter batting with authority or freedom. Just been cautious. But one thing has been very impressive about these left-handers, apart from one mistake from Zakir, every time they have looked to play the ball through offside, they have aimed for mid-off rather than extra cover. And in the process, they were beaten quite a few times, but they shrugged their shoulders and got ready for the next one. Putting up a lot of fight, these Bangladeshi batters.
Yeah, a while ago we did see that footage, that particular over, how his wicket was built up. We'll have a look at that, and then that endorses your point. How he was playing the ball which was closer to that off stump and then a little wider and fuller, and he went after it. And sometimes you feel it's almost like muscle memory for the batter. Similar thing happened to Saim Ayub. Saw a fuller length and he said he'll go through with the drive. But you're not really, of course, covering the line of that because it's angled across you. And you falter.
Yeah, when you feeling a lot of pressure, at times you get mentally drained. And if you see a ball wide of the off stump, you think, oh yes, here's my opportunity to get a boundary. But you forget one thing, moving your feet. That's how he was set up. He was good there. Here it all started. Look, there was no footwork at all. Just hung his bat, and what a take behind the stumps from Rizwan. After a long innings of 171, no stiffness.
Got to give it to Naseem Shah for the persistence of that channel, just outside the off stump. Kept poking in there at that area.
And he was angling the ball away, asking questions from the left-hander. And finally, it was Naseem who got the answer.
Yeah, it's so important as a bowler in this format that you got to keep your patience intact as well. You got to keep bowling one particular channel and wait for that batter to make a mistake or set him up in a particular way. If you mix way too much, then you're also putting your captain in a bit of a jeopardy how to put the field. What is your game plan? So Naseem was 100 out of 100 in that.
Yeah, they say a game of cricket is all about inches. And look at those adjustments from the bowlers. Couple of inches towards the off stump and away from the off stump. And that has worked quite well for the Pakistani bowlers. And Naseem Shah has been looking to angle the ball in towards the stumps. Both complemented each other quite well. Resulted in a wicket for Pakistan.
It will also be important how we discussed in the build-up to the day on our show, how Shan Masood manages his four bowlers in this heat out there, because he doesn't have well, frontline or specialist spinners, so small and shorter bursts from the four fast bowlers, because longer first session, 3 hours. Because you also want to keep an eye, we just look at a couple of deliveries, the bowler's average speed then starts dropping.
He likes bowling into the pitch, Muhammad Ali. Another thing, Shan Masood has to decide which bowler is going to bowl 2 spells in a session and which one is going to be used for 1. These are the calls captain has to make. And these are the revised session timings. It's Friday. And that's why this adjustment has been made for Friday prayers.
Yeah, quick single was taken, and a shy at the non-strikers. Probably end up hitting the batter. But he was quick enough to bring that glove in just to avoid. Many a times you just feel that you're watching the ball and you're worried the ball is going to hit you, and then you just not really focusing on how far away are you from that safe zone.
Initially, he started to bowl over the stumps. That tactic didn't really work for Muhammad Ali. Decided and opting to bowl round the stumps, still aiming just outside the off stump. Just the question, will he be able to take the ball away from that line, from the left-hander?
He's got a short leg, and Afridi is now at short mid-wicket. 2 men in catching positions. Driven nicely. Slightly fuller, and he's played it through the line. Shan Masood and Naseem in the chase. 2 more added to the total.
Yeah, Shadman looks very organized. Plays within himself. Has a solid defense, and whenever he gets an scoring opportunity, he's there. Doesn't look to overhit the ball, doesn't play shots out of anger, just times the ball quite well. Has survived for 60 deliveries, doing a very good job for his side.
Yeah, that's the one. The 2 men have been placed on that onside for the catch. Something around a little in the rib cage. This was still easier to handle.
Yeah, wasn't able to get steep bounce on that occasion, although he tucked the ball really hard into the pitch. A bit of extra bounce will do the trick for the right-arm fast bowler Muhammad Ali, playing his second test match.
It's 49 for 1. This partnership now 18, it's not about the numbers, it's about how they're going to survive this period and also keep the team in the game, in the test match. We are almost halfway through, 2.5 days into the game.
Yeah, it's all about running the ballers ragged and also the fielders. That is the job of these two batters. Runs will come. Such a true wicket this.
Yeah, good game awareness.
Those shots told you that he put a lot of price on his wicket, Shadman. Very alert. Well, they're feeling very comfortable facing the fast bowler from that angle. Just looking to play the ball late. I think one of the fast bowlers have to go over the stumps to be able to create that angle which takes the ball away from the left-handers. That has more potential to work in their favor. Now, having said that, you never know.
Yeah, he's angling it into the left-hander earlier over the wicket. Pakistan lost that review. He was getting the ball to pitch a little outside leg. But yeah, I get your point. You're talking about those slips. Unless you really have some sideways movement, you square the batter up completely and he nicks one. At the moment, it just seems from this distance that that angle is not really worrying the batters. In fact, they seem to be a little more comfortable playing the ball which is coming into the stumps rather than something angling across. Nice shot. The sound of the ball on bat. You know it, it's a boundary. Also brings the 50 for Bangladesh with that 4.
Signature left-handed batter's stroke. A bit of bottom hand. Unable Shanto, the captain, to farm that gap through extra. Have a look. Under the eyes. Good stride in. Is able to hit the ball on the up. This stroke will give him a lot of confidence. Yeah, furthering that point that he has to come over the stumps. Under Russell, there is a lot of grass available on the surface, which is enabling the ball to seam about, or the ball is reversing. Then you will be able to take the ball away from the left-hander, or be able to get the ball holds its line. So far, easy for both the batters.
He's gone right through the defenses. Khurram Shehzad, it has worked round the wicket. And Bangladesh have lost their captain.
Oh, there was plenty of movement from round the stumps. Surprised everybody, and also the left-hander. Have a look. Shape to play the ball through extra cover. Left a bit of gap between bat and pad. And he has breached the defenses of the captain of Bangladesh, Najmul Hassan Shanto, who started to look very good. A timely wicket for Pakistan. It's 53 for 2.
.53 for 2 in the 27 overs ball, and it's a big wicket of Shanto. Khurram Shehzad hitting timber on that occasion, and it's a good ball. Just surprised, and as you mentioned, just the gap between the defense, bat and pad. Mominul Haq, 32 years of age, he's experienced, and I'm just told that he's got the maximum number of hundreds by a Bangladesh batter, so that's the crown he wears. 12 hundreds to his name, along with those 18 50s.
Yeah, he's diminutive in structure, but a very talented batsman. Mominul Haq did captain Bangladeshi side as well in Test match cricket. He's got a job to do.
Mohammad Ali. So Pakistan fast bowlers have decided they will prefer going round the wicket to the left-handers. 5 left-handers in this lineup.
And that deterred Pakistani think tank not to play abroad the leg spinner. But good bowling. Very good bowling from Khurram Shehzad. Went wide on the crease. A bit of angle. The batter left a bit of gap between bat and pad, was looking to play the ball with the open face, and went through the defenses. Off some knocked back.
You just get a feeling Shanto had it covered. It's that deviation that surprised him and that left that gap. We'll try and have a look at that again. So he's got that ball covered if it was continuing with that blue line.
Yeah, he was better served if he had played the ball, looked to play the ball back to the bowler. Angle bat really worked in the favor of the bowler on that occasion. Like it was aforementioned, looks a very organized, very well organized player, showing the awareness of off stump. It was a brave leap, wasn't it? A bowler bowling round the stumps and still have the confidence to leave the ball.
And considering what he just saw from the non-striker's end, how Shanto got out. Yes, a different bowler. But yeah, that would be in the category of a brave leave. Yeah, width. Found the fielder was there to be hit.
Yeah, almost a perfect stroke from Shadman. The only thing lacking was the placement. Managed to hit the ball straight to the fielder. And these are the opportunities you must take as a batsman. It was outcry, wasn't it, with that delivery? Hit me. Make use of it. Well, he did. Make use of every loose delivery. Right behind the line of that delivery.
And as a batter, you just feel, you know, you've middled it, and you feel that you've missed out on some scoring opportunity. You'd love to see that ball crossing the boundary line, especially when you're moving at 1.9 and over. The confidence level just goes 5 stories up if you get a boundary. Bangladesh trail by 395. It's 53 for 2.
Centre. Touch away, not much. That's off stump.
26 for 2 of 16 overs. Pakistan having Bangladesh exactly where they want.
Next time, that way.
The session that Bangladesh wanted. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets, but also the fact that there's been consistent pressure. There's not been a situation where they've been able to break free. There's the run rate, as you look at the run rate, they've not gone anywhere with their innings so far. Yes, they're trying to get through a to a situation where they can get runs, but there's no actual rhythm to the innings. We talked about how they've been very good with the bowling Pakistan have, but at the moment Bangladesh haven't got much to come back with. Pakistan will test you, but bottom line is that you also need to find a way to score, don't you, Nick?
Good morning, Buzzard. It's been an enthralling first session this morning. Outstanding cricket from Pakistan. Loud appeal might just be a little bit high. Not sure they'll review that. They're going to have a chat, but yeah, I think they're going to pass this one by. Yeah, it's been an enthralling day's cricket, hasn't it, so far? Pakistan have really upped the ante. They've been really spot on with their lines and lengths. And have a look at this replay. Yeah, just maybe a little bit high, perhaps going down with the angle. Karam Shahzad's been very accurate, hasn't he? It's been good to watch this morning. Competition between bat and ball, these two openers, the 2 wickets that have fallen, been under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, nice. The opportunity just to drive through the offside. That's the single. But the probing length, Nick, you talked about, they were apparent in both these dismissals. Sort of length, trying to get some bat on it, and was set up was brilliant. This one, well, just nips back through the gate.
Yeah, the second was an outstanding ball, wasn't it? It went sharply, it went quickly. Not a huge amount that Shanto did wrong. I think both batsmen, I guess if you wanted to be hypercritical, would be trying to defend that a little bit straighter. Zakir will probably be ruining that shot, thinking about it in the changing room. Did he need to play at it? Probably not. The build-up of pressure, and you can see there just run rate just above one run. It's a good shot there. Nice little clip off the legs. They'll pick up 2, maybe 3 if they push hard. And settle for 2. But as you say, runs have been hard to come by. There's not been a huge amount of rhythm to the play, and I think maybe more good bowling from Pakistan than perhaps bad batting from Bangladesh. Here we go. We just look at the build-up of that over. You can still see off stump there. I'd like the batsman to get further over, cover that off stump. And there's the wicket-taking ball. And look at the deviation. 1.9 degree deviation. So outstanding setup from the big quick. Job done. Still 8 wickets to go. 2 slips, a gully. Fielder in.
Yeah, the only thing you can say is that there's not been anything from the Bangladesh batters to counter the good bowling. It's not been somebody like Saud Shakil who sort of stepped down the track or sat deep in his crease and found opportunities to score runs. Pakistan have bowled really well. Don't get me wrong, they bowled extremely well in this heat to be able to hit those consistent lengths, but they've also been allowed to do that because there's no pressure coming from the Bangladesh batters towards them at all. .56 for 2. Wicket for Naseem Shah, wicket for Shehzad. All 4 fast bowlers on display have been very good. Mohammad Ali now into his 5th over. He's gone for 5 runs and he's probing away back of a length. Bowls that heavy ball just back of a length. He's a very consistent bowler. Speeds up 141, almost 141 clicks. Likes bowling Rawalpindi. Obviously first class cricket, different pitches, more live grass to them and a lot more happening, but has a terrific record at this particular ground in first class cricket. He's got 50 wickets in 13 matches, including a 10-fer, 4-5-fer, so knows the length that he has to bowl on a pitch that offers a little bit, and that's why he's now switched to round the wicket. But thing to note is that his length is consistently the same.
Yeah, impressive performances coming at both ends. No let up for Bangladesh, and Muhammad Ali's got runs in. He's got a strong action, hasn't he? Strong shoulders, gets a lot of generates his pace from there. Hits the deck hard. Bangladesh have yet to come up with a counter plan, how they're going to work around this round the wicket ploy that Pakistan seem to be consistently deploying. They've found something, and batsmen have to come up with something. Again, just takes the outside half of the bat. This might go down for a well-needed boundary, and it does. So that'll be nice for Moinul Haq, who gets himself going. 60 for 2, and he's a man that they're going to really have to depend on, because he's their main man right now. Yeah, plays that quite nicely, just allows it to run off the face, so don't push too hard at it. That was the key. They talk about this round the wicket ploy and how they're going to negate it. You just think back yesterday, the difference in the pressure that's been applied by Pakistan. Bangladesh tried a similar thing, but couldn't get enough balls in the right area consistently to build any pressure. You've got two men on the leg side there in catching areas. You've got two men behind the wickets and a gully. Yeah, they need a bit more of that. Maybe use the crease. You spoke about that earlier, Buzzard, about Shakil did that very well, didn't he? Particularly early on in his innings, just to create a bit of doubt in the bowler to try and get through that period. And once he did, it was kind of plain sailing from him, wasn't it?
Absolutely. The ability to also to rotate strike, that sort of goes unnoticed. Shakil does it beautifully. South Shakil be able to just drop and run and go to the other end. Very difficult once you're stuck on one particular end and facing a particular ball who can build just pressure on you, ball after ball. Short ball, he takes it on. Oh, just lands softly. No control on that, so the surprise short ball has reduced the false shot. There's been quite a period of play when Pakistan have two men back. This time around there was just that fine leg. I don't think it would have carried to a deep square leg, but that is a good delivery.
Yeah, that element of surprise is a good thing. He didn't go after it too hard, as otherwise it might have carried. So survives another delivery. Nice finish to the over. Another good one from Muhammad Ali, 62 for 2.
Nicely turned away leg side. So a couple of runs. Pakistan cruising through. You can cruise through the Tapal Tea Lounge as well to have a Tapal tea moment. Hot cups of tea served in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Nicely played.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, haven't we? Nice looking shots, but not yielding perhaps the outcome that the batsman would like. We saw when Pakistan were batting, those half volleys were getting pushed into gaps, so they were yielding runs, and that's where maybe Shadman and predecessors haven't quite got hold of that bad delivery, those long half volleys. And that's a lot to do with the way Pakistan have bowled. They have been very good, but you've got to get the pressure back on, particularly when they're over pitch.
Short ball, he tries it again. There is a deep square leg in place, but there's absolutely no connection, so it just trickles to him. Pakistan have used the short ball. It's been a tactic that they've used throughout this innings. Testing the top of off and then the short ball in play. They always set the field for the short ball too. And then pitch which is, I wouldn't say too consistent or very pacey. Short ball becomes a weapon because the batter is difficult to get underneath it and difficult to play the short ball too, because you're still guessing the pace that it's going to come at. Some skid through and come at you quickly, and some sort of don't arrive. So if you've got pace and the ability to bowl short, it is a potent weapon even on a slow pitch.
Yeah, it's just choosing when to bowl it, making sure you're not too predictable. Bangladesh were a little bit predictable at times with the short pitch ploy. I think Shahzad and Muhammad Ali and all the bowlers have used this pretty well, and I think as a batsman it's not easy when you know one's coming. You always get asked, how do you play the short ball? Well, I think the best way is to look to play it. I think when you get into a muddle is when you start to be a little bit defensive and think, how can I evade the short ball? You've got to look to play it, and then I think at the last second you can decide to duck under or drop the hands. Oh, it's another one. Pushes him back, and then there's the full one. And gets away with it. Could have so easily gone back onto the stumps. So anxiously, Shadman survives another one, and it's, well, he's still there.
And that's a delivery from round the wicket, ball seaming back in. Inside edge. Just a little bit of nip off the surface that Khurram Shahzad gets time and time again. Almost through, yep. Almost. Better turn into the leg side, quick single, rotate the strike, get to the other end. 67 for 2. Only Khurram Shahzad going above 3 and over. That's very, very miserly. That's been the theme of the day, especially today. Today it's been very attritional, very challenging for Bangladesh especially. Very good bowling from Pakistan, but at the moment they've got exactly where they want Bangladesh to be. Muhammad Ali is into his 6th over. Has the ability to bowl long spells, but these are very testing. The fluids being drained from your body. No ball check, and yeah, it's a no ball. Overstepping Muhammad Ali from round the wicket. The first no ball of the innings. Get it through. Inverex, well, they've thought of you, Inverex Solar Energy. Now you can charge your mobile phones or tablets through Inverex Solar Energy while watching the game, so your battery will never get drained. Like tinker with the field. now a cover in place. There's a deep square leg and a short mid wicket. There's also protection offside. So 2 deliveries that probably Muhammad Ali will tend to bowl is short of length into the stumps. Now again a little change. The helmet's back on. So maybe a more concerted effort trying to bowl the short ball. Short square leg, a short leg and a deep square. So the field set for Muhammad Ali to challenge the batter with the bounces.
Yeah, a lot of questions being asked of the young opener. 2 young openers entrusted with the job in this test match. Shadman's still there, 26. He's fighting hard, showing a bit of character and a bit of courage. He's had a bit of luck, you need that. But they're going to try and pepper him with a few short ones. Let's see how he plays it. Is he up to the task? There's he'll be thinking about how can he get off strike, how can he control it. But of course, in the back of his mind, he's thinking about the danger ball, and of course, that's the one that's going to be honed in at that little stump, the nip backer. So he's got to be ready for that. Yeah, it's well played. They've got a short leg in, so got a smile on his face. You got to enjoy these moments. It's Test cricket. It's great to be back out here and plying a trade, and he's done well. 80 deliveries, so learning all the time.
Really hitting the wicket hard is Muhammad Ali. That's why there's a bit of variable bounce now creeping in as well. If there's anything in the surface in terms of up and down bounce, it will be enhanced by Muhammad Ali because he hits back of a length really hard. Slightly fuller there. The one thing that's stark difference through the bowling attacks has been, which is apparent straight away, is that with Bangladesh, their opening bowlers bowl really well. Hassan Mahmood and Sharaful bowled really well. Once the change bowlers came on, runs started to flow. With Pakistan, all 4 bowlers have been able to exert that pressure and consistently test the batters. There's no let-off as yet. We've not seen any bowler go for boundaries or runs where the pressure is released. It's been all 4 hunting as a pack.
Yeah, and Sean Masood will be enjoying this very much. It's always nice as a captain when you have 4 seamers who are right on the spot. Makes life very easy, setting fields. It's been a pretty standard effort so far, hasn't it, to put anyone out or constantly thinking about where they can take the next wicket, knowing that this is a partnership they'll want to break. It's a 3-hour session. Blazing hot sun. Batsman being tested. Another short one. Manages to fend that off. Pick up a single. That'll end the over. 69 for 2.
Today being a Friday, different timings for the sessions. First session, 3-hour session, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then lunch and the Friday prayer break for an hour. And the second session, 2 p.m. to 3:30, followed by tea in the third session. And the final session, 3:50 to 5:50. We can go to 6:20 with the addition of an added half an hour. With the 4 fast bowlers in place, it's now first look at spin for Pakistan. Salman Ali Agha, all-rounder but very handy with the ball. The off-spinner played because of dominant left-handers in the Bangladesh side. The modern trend of matchups, the off-spinner will play a big role against left-handers. That's what modern trend or data suggests. Salman Ali Agha.
Well, the big question is, can he extract any spin out of this wicket? There's a couple of little cracks that opened up, but nothing alarming, nothing that comes to mind. Useful bowler, useful batter as well. Didn't get amongst the runs in the first innings, but he's got a job to do today in the searing heat 3-hour session. See if he can just get one to turn. Cast a little bit of doubt, and it's kind of a modern word these days, isn't it? The right arm off spin against the left-hander, and I suppose it makes sense with the ball drifting away or turning. But you've got to turn it, and you've got to be a good one at that. So a lot of questions will be asked of Salman. Can he perform the role as the utility spinner? Nice looking shot there. Oh, a bit of a misfield, a rare one. They'll scamper through for a single.
From Shahzad bowled 5 overs today, so probably just let that through. The spin, the dreaded spin. It's an interesting situation here for Bangladesh. When the spinner was introduced against Pakistani batters, they made a conscious effort on attacking him and making sure that he wasn't allowed to bowl and get the fast bowlers back in the attack. If it's a big if, because at the moment they're feeling the heat, Bangladesh. If Bangladesh can attack Salman Ali Agha, then Shan has to switch back. And it is testing conditions for the fast bowlers. You don't want to over bowl them. 71 for 2. Pakistan with 21 overs bowled today. Almost 2 hours. Probably the last over before drinks, so 11 overs to the hour. If they bowl 22, you'd expect that because they've got 4 fast bowlers, but Shaheen Shah Afridi brought back into the attack. Yeah, Nick, so how does Bangladesh approach the spinner? There's one option is that you try and take him on and make sure that he's not allowed to bowl. Then Shan has to switch back to his fast bowlers and he has to bowl them in this humid weather. You wouldn't want the fast bowlers to bowl too much workload. And the other option is just sit on him, which they're very comfortable with, but maybe just get out of their comfort zone and try and exert themselves with the spinner and make things easier as the day goes on.
Yeah, I think you've answered your own question there. I think they only have one option really, and that is to be proactive against the spin. We talk about the four seamers, the fact that they haven't played a lot of Test cricket as well, so they'll start to feel this. Shaheen, Naseem, Shahzad, they wouldn't have had the volume in their legs, and it'll start to tell, particularly come the second and third sessions. And that's why I said at the beginning that if Bangladesh can get these bowlers into their third and fourth spells, then I think they've got a real opportunity. And against Salman Aliaga, who's only a part-timer really. That's a nice looking shot. Just drifts onto the pad, so Momin ul Haq, probably his best shot of the morning. Yeah, I think they're going to have to be proactive. I think if you looked at the field, they kept the two men up, so they're enticing the batsman to do something. I think that might be the best option at this stage, to come down the wicket, look to hit straight with not a lot of turn, and get these fast bowlers back into their second and third spells and see where that takes them. That's, I think, their best option. But it is a cat and mouse, isn't it? And Pakistan are doing a good job at the moment of just keeping them at bay.
He's driving on the up. And Shaheen Shah Afridi is not afraid to bowl that little cutter as a change of pace. But, at the moment, just back of a length. Khan Masood just straightened mid-wicket up, and now he himself has gone to a catching cover, catching mid-off and a catching cover. So he spotted something that Momin is trying to push at just short of length deliveries on the up. This time it's full and he paces the gap. And those two catching fielders the opportunity to come back for two. So Momin moves on to 12. Bangladesh, after a couple of hours of play, have gone to 75 for two, and it's time for the players to have a well-earned drink.
$75 for 2. They've lost Zakir and Shanto this morning. It's been slow moving in terms of scores, but they've done well to see the first hour off. Yes, they lost Shadman to a good ball from Khurram Shahzad. We'll have a look at the two dismisses along with Athar Ali Khan here in the combox.
Yeah, terrific catch, but I thought perhaps Zakir Hassan could have left it alone because it was wide. Yeah, had to reach out for it. The bait was thrown at him and he took it. What a lovely catch that was. And then this was a beauty. Just enough to go through the gate. Coming back in. It zipped through, nipped back and hits the timber.
The match summary is in front of you. 373 is what Bangladesh trail by. Just a few stats that have been shared with us. 2.21 is Bangladesh's scoring rate at the moment, which is the slowest by a visiting team in Pakistan since 2019. Well, when not much is happening, we pick a few things out which might be of interest to certain people. Shadman on 28, and the last time a Bangladesh opener scored a 50 or more in an innings versus Pakistan was back in April 2015. Since then, the two teams, Pakistan and Bangladesh, have played 5 test matches. Love to get Athar Ali Khan into the conversation on spin in operation. Beg your pardon, spin in operation.
Well, that's the only option for Pakistan at the moment. Going with 4 frontline seamers is not a bad option, because if you look at the number of players from Bangladesh are left-handers. In the middle at the moment, 2 left-handers. Wants to go settle in good line and lens, because it's also important to give a little bit of a breathing space for the seamers. Yes, they have 4, but kind of hot and humid conditions. Oh, sharp turn! That's the reason why I felt earlier that maybe they've missed a trick here by not picking up a frontline bowler. But what a delivery! Turn, bounce. That one turned square.
There's always going to be a spinner, whether part-time or special, is going to be in operation. Whether you call it resting your fast bowlers or just the fact that you've got 5 left-handers, you've got to bring in even a part-timer. Mehdi started bowling with that newish ball to the left-handers that Pakistan had, the 3 top order batters. And yeah, it went wicketless, but he was economical. Once the bowler's rough started coming in, he started getting grip and bounce. And that's how he got rid of Saud Shakil. End of the over, we'll come back to that. 76 for 2. That's the progress. 6 boundaries in the 76 runs. 35 overs that Bangladesh have played. It's the key of the rotation of strike. 29 singles, that's the important part. You're looking to survive the sessions and also just keep an eye on that scoreboard. Keep it moving along with you. Nicely driven. That's a beautiful shot. That's going to go to the boundary no matter how heavy the outfield would be.
He picks up his 3rd boundary. He's been patient. He's been very patient. Shadman Islami knows his role. Oh, lovely drive through the offside. very easy to the eye. Nice stride and good follow through and the gap. He's playing a good role with the bat. And still a lot of hard work to be done because now he looks set, so he cannot throw it away. I was just wondering if the one that really turned square in the previous over from Salman Ali Agha, because I did have a closer look at the surface early on and there were a few cracks, and I wonder whether it's one of the cracks. That's the first one. So there, as a bowler, you would also be looking at the cracks opening up. Not only for the spinners but also for the seamers. We spoke about it earlier in the just before the start of the match on the show that you know, if it does hit one of the cracks, because the cracks are expected to open up as the day progresses. This is day 3, day 4, maybe a little bit more. It might be a little bit more purchase, but credit to Shadman Islam, who's doing a pretty decent job with the bat as an opener. Now have a look at this. There's a little bit of cracks you can see, but it's a nice surface. A lot of grass, which is from green is going to brown because it's day 3. A lot of sun baking down. Still a decent pitch to bat on. It's all about shot selection. Which one to play, which one to leave.
Yes, a full toss had to be put away. So important to get those run-getting opportunities in your favor. And it's the second time in the over that they've managed to cross the boundary line. Both occasions it's Shadman.
Yeah, trying to hit it straight, it's important, because what does that mean is they're trying to present the full face of the bat. It's a low full toss, easy pickings, but he's not tried to flick it away to the mid-wicket area or try to open the face of the bat and then trying to play on the offside. So it's really good from Shadman Islam.
It's 84 for 2.
Oh yes.
Yeah, once you see that delivery, that one turned, we saw it from a different angle. It looked like it turned a little bit more, but yes, there is a bit of a purchase on a shorter side. Mumin-ul Haq, the former captain, was that started his career with a bang in Test cricket. Will need to produce an special innings here. He's batting with Shadman Islam. Both these two batters have now added 32 of 57. Really good to see if the non-striker Mumin-ul Haq comes back in some sort of form here. Bangladesh in search of a good and a big partnership here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the minute you get fuller, then in the comfort zone, you'll get to be put away just like that. Trying to get more air, but he's really landed up right underneath that bat. It's quickly going through the over, so just gets to the top of the mark and starts bowling fast and quick.
Yeah, he started to grow in confidence, couple of boundaries in the previous over. And then a lovely cover drive. Again, a good looking shot, will only be a single, so it's a good batting from Shadman Islam. 90 for 2.
Rawalpindi, when you numbers, and since 2019, you're making a point in Shaheen's previous over about those cracks that you saw, and you probably feel that something different would happen. We saw a grip and bounce. The lowest is day 3 in terms of average runs per wicket. We'll just come back to that after the delivery. Beats the fielder there once again. Now runs are coming in, especially with Shadman looking to score. Gets a couple. He's coming back for the third. That's very well run. It's just that those 2019 to now has been a different time of the year. It's mostly the latter part of the year, early part of a brand new year. This time we're in halfway through the year and it's hotter. The things might be different in terms of numbers and how the pitch would be on day 4 and 5. And then your point comes in where spinner you feel might be more handy. And maybe Pakistan missed a trick. Because since day 1 we've been bluffed with the colour before the start of the play. And that probably just made Pakistan make that decision that we want to go with 4 seamers with surface like that. It has always been a batter's paradise as the days pass by.
I think one also needs to understand the fact that it was a delayed start. So just thinking whether it would have started on time, then the bowlers would have better opportunities because of the conditions, because of that green tinge that we saw on top of the surface. It was certainly a big surprise for me not to see a frontline spinner picked in the 11 for Pakistan. Well, this time it's Momin Ul Haq. He's creamed that through the cover for a boundary.
Yeah, 2 men in that catching position, short cover, but the reaction time has to be absolutely lightning. You can't really expect to dive and stop that once it's a little away from you, and that's been bisected perfectly. There you go, between Shan Masood and his partner. I do like the idea of the captain just to have a couple of fielders in the eye line of the batter, but look at that shot.
All of a sudden both the batters are looking positive. 21 runs scored in the last 15 deliveries. Something to think about for the skipper of Pakistan, Shan Masood. Beg your pardon, Shan Masood. He's let it go to the keeper. He's got the experience. He averages nearly 40, Momin Ul Haq. Hasn't been in form, if I might say so. It was a high expectation. Momin Ul Haq to be he picked up 100. That was against Afghanistan, 121 unbeaten, but he's got a couple of 50s, 87 unbeaten, 87, 50 not out in last innings. Couple of innings that he played against Sri Lanka. Flicked away. Yeah, once he does get set, then he always look to convert those starts into a big one. And that's one of the reasons why thinks that he's missed out on good opportunities here. He's got a bit of a start here, Momin Ul Haq, 18 of 24. You have to go for a good one.
Eight of the over is 98 for 2. It's Friday, it's a long first session, 3 hours, 10 to 1. We'll have a 1 hour lunch break to Friday prayers. And today we can play up to 20 minutes past 6 if light permits, otherwise official would be 5:50.
Yeah, I spoke about because there's so much expectation from someone like Momin Ul Haq. He's got a few starts in the last 5 test matches. I already spoke about the 100 that he got against Afghanistan.
Oh yeah.
And in the next test match, he had scores of 37-40. So he had starts, but he could not convert those starts to a big one. Then the next test match after Afghanistan was against New Zealand. The scores of 37 and 40. Then scores of 5 and 10. Did not get the start, got out early, but in the last 2 test matches that he played, it was against Sri Lanka. He scores of 5 and an unbeaten 87, and then finished off with 33 and 50 in the last test, which was against Sri Lanka. He likes to convert those starts to big one, and he'll be thinking in that direction, that whether he can just hang on and just keep on batting, because if he does that, and he can surely produce the goods.
ये जगह जरा साइम के हाथ में जाने वाली जगह ये Oh yes.
With that single, and at the end of the over, Bangladesh moves to 99 for 2.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. If you look at the number of times that he's been dismissed between 10 and 39, 41. He's the leading in terms of hundreds. He's got the most for Bangladesh, 12. Interesting stat about the non-striker Shadman Islam. Recently, Bangladesh A team toured Australia, and they were up against Pakistan A team, Shaheens, as they're called, and Shadman Islam played a good role with the bat in one of the matches where he scored 88 against the likes of Muhammad Ali and Khurram Shahzad, who are the part of this bowling attack here. So he would know a thing or two about how they bowl. against nicely played. And it's important for even for Shadman Islam, once you have the kind of start that he already has, he's moved on to 45, but more impressive, the number of deliveries that he has faced, the time that he spent in the middle, should stand him in good stead. 105 deliveries for 45. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how long does he go on, but he looks set. He's shown good temperament. This approach has been pretty good. Runs are coming pretty easily. Number of boundaries, and then the singles picking up the gaps. With that single, 100 on the board for Bangladesh.
Yeah, you've got to visit the place once it's up and ready. Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city, Blue World City. We're very eagerly waiting for that. Nicely pulled away on that occasion. There's a bit of a chase there. Long boundary. You just feel a bit of pace has come down for Shaheen. He's been a touch wavered as well. You mentioned about runs coming in. He's been hit on both sides of the park in that previous over, and a couple of occasions he's been way too full, maybe trying to look for something that would bring the ball in. And at times he's just been a leg stumpish line, so yeah, probably we'll see that change warming up Naseem Shah. 49 this partnership now.
Yeah, Shadman Islam also has one test match 100. That came against Zimbabwe in Harare in the year 2021. And he's missed out. We already mentioned that the last time he played a test was way back in 2022. But he had a wonderful first-class season in 2023 when he smashed more than 1,000 runs, 1,035 to be exact, in 18 innings with an average of just above 60 with 2 double hundreds. Probably drifting down the leg side, pretty optimistic. With that single 50 partnership on board, Bangladesh 103 for 2.
There's been pockets of crowd at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium throughout the 2.5 days or so. 50 partnership. 28 the contribution from Shadman, 20 from Momin. He's looked really good since he's come in. And Shadman on 47, his individual score. Bangladesh 103 for 2.
Yeah, it has been a dogged innings from Shadman. Batting with the right temperament, making use of those loose deliveries. Now he has started to maneuver. That's not a good sign for the Pakistani bowlers. Started to ooze in confidence. Have a look. He started to move well as well in the crease. Initially he was looking to play everything off the front foot. Now he's rocking back. Found the rhythm, Shadman.
Yeah, just to back that up, his first 90 balls, 28 runs, strike rate of 31, getting his eye in, playing through the tough patch, especially the start of the DSP today. Naseem Shah in particular bowled some really good channels. Also saw his opening partner head back to the dugout. Last 17 balls, 19 runs. Just confirms the point you're making, Amir.
Yeah, one feels it's time for Shaheen Shah to operate, because he was bowling quite well to the left-handers. He was creating those angles, he was pushing the ball outside the off stump, managed a nick as well. Looking very comfortable against the off spinner. Yes, he was able to beat a couple of deliveries where he got some turn from the surface. Other than that, hasn't been able to make the impression, the off spinner Salman Ali Agha.
Just the way the game's panned out, you reckon he will be rolling his arm over for a bulk of the over, Salman?
I just want to correct. It's time for Naseem Shah. Shaheen is already operating.
Yep. Nicely driven straight to the fielder. 105 for 2. Yeah, he's been pick of the bowlers so far. Naseem Shah in his 10 overs. He's bowled brilliantly, especially this morning. Just the 9 runs. And the 1 wicket as well to show for. Another wicket by Khurram Shahzad to clean up the Bangladesh skipper. And as you rightly called, Amir, he's got the ball in hand. Naseem Shah.
Let's hope he does the job for his captain. Barring the injuries and all that, he's a much improved bowler. Now he bowls with control, bowls with a purpose, commits fully behind every delivery, just back of the length. Ideal length for a batter who is diminutive in figure. They like to play the ball off the back foot. Just a mere push, and he picked up 2 runs.
Yeah, he's looked good, Mominal, since he's come in. Hasn't shied away from playing the ball as well. Playing his shots and getting good value for them. Naseem Shah, for me, in my personal opinion, I think he's one of the most evolved Pakistani bowlers. Broke onto the scene at a very young age of 16, and I think he's improved in leaps and bounds. Even when you talk to him, he's assured of himself as a person, willing to learn. And I think promising prospect for sure. But personally, I think he's grown in value and stature as well. In the 2-pronged pace attack, he's right up there with Shaheen.
Yeah, when he burst on the scene, he was a tear-away fast bowler. He used to bend his back with every delivery. If you look at the speeds in this over, 130, 135, 132, it tells me he's experienced. Now he knows how to set up a batsman. He'll bowl a couple of deliveries quicker in this over just to surprise the batsman. And that's good to see. That's very encouraging.
talk about the setup, a brilliant setup to Zakir earlier on as well. Consistent forward deliveries at a good length, just at the channel across the left-hander, and then one slightly shorter. Zakir could have done with leaving it, considering it was short and wide, but brilliantly taken. But Naseem Shah, I think, control as well. Can hammer a good length for prolonged periods of time, gets the ball to shape away.
Not a bad ploy from Naseem. You have to use a heavy ball, even on a surface like this, just to keep the batters honest. And another thing, which is quite evident about Naseem Shah's bowling, he has learned how to use the return crease. He doesn't bowl from one spot, gets closer to the stumps to be able to angle the ball away from the right-hander. He goes wide of the crease, and on that occasion went wide on the crease, tried to bring the ball back into the left-hander. That's good bowling, good thinking. 108 for 2.
Sun's been beating down. Oh, brilliant. Excellent backward point. So Shakil, the vice captain.
Yeah, that's what you have to do as a fielder. Support the bowlers. It's a flat track. Yeah, nice loop. But the line is questionable there. The last delivery he bowled in the previous over, he was flighted outside the off stump, and we saw Mehdi Miraj gaining a lot by bowling that length, and I think he should be looking to bowl outside the off stump. He's got the fielders placed. Short extra cover is there, deep covers, wicket to wicket. There aren't many rough marks. There are few available outside the off stump. If that one turned, there was a chance for him to pick up a wicket. This is the line he should be bowling most of the times.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, you see the batter middling the ball, but like you're saying, Amir, when and if it does bite and turn, especially if you give it a little bit of air, it also dragging the batsman out. And if it turns, it can take the outside edge. There's a chance for stumping, exactly how Saud Shakil, the dismissal you refer to, just dragged himself forward because of that enticing line, drivable line. Shadman remains on 48, Bangladesh 109 for 2. Good session in terms of number of overs. Scoring rate from Bangladesh slightly subdued. You can understand that. Especially this morning, they've been challenged in particular by Naseem Shah. 2 slips and a gully await. A nice nicely punched again. Just pure timing off the back foot to yield him to.
The position Bangladesh are in at the moment, they can relax and have a cuppa. Pakistan's favourite, Tapalti.
Yeah, our colleague Nick Compton wanted to enjoy that experience as well. Maybe next time around we visit that lounge, he'll be there.
You have to escort him there. He needs some assistance.
He's a big boy, I think he can manage. Baz can give him company. This is good. Former captain advising the current captain just of tactics, maybe positioning off that short leg. Saim under the lid, very close to the bat for that bat and pad. You can just see Babar there. Square leg. Again, adjusting the fielder behind him. Shan's now has got some of his arms moving just to make sure all the fielders exactly where they want. Good line.
Almost a double bluff, wasn't it? Removing fielders from offside. Telling the batter, I'm going to bring the ball back into the stumps. Went otherwise. And nicely negotiated by Mominal.
Also the way the field set up, just on the left of your screen, you almost feel the surprise change-up body line where the batter is just forced to play. A short pitch delivery. Oh, that one angles in.
Yeah, the idea was right, but not the execution. Missed the line on that occasion. He was looking to bring the ball back into the left-hander. Yeah, you have to try out different angles on a pitch like this, which is offering nothing. No deviation of the surface. Only the angle is working at the moment. Nicely behind the line of that delivery.
Conditions at the moment, signs of patience in this game, where the skill and the quality of the bowlers, which bowler or which group can outsmart the other, because as we mentioned, there's not much in the surface or through the air. It becomes an interesting waiting game of tactics. There's a change of angle. Naseem Shah around the stumps now. One slip and the gully. Short leg near the bat, mid-wicket as well, close in. There's fielders for the short pitch delivery on the leg side as well. Oh, we saw that similar angle for Khurram Shahzad work, where it just dipped in with the angle as well off the surface. One of those that actually did move off the surface.
Yeah, it's hard to get some deviation of the surface. On that occasion, he managed to do so, just because he created that angle. Yeah, of late, he hasn't been able to produce a big innings. Mominal, here's the opportunity. He's got a start. He got the mire of the pitch. He got his bearing right. He has to go back. Here's that delivery. Arooj.
Yeah, the one with the angle, but also deviation off the surface. Controlled well in the end. Overdone, 1-1, 2 for 2. Bangladesh, they still trail by 336 runs, but they've done well. 112 for 2. Pakistan's a frontline bowler in the terms of spin department. Salman Ali Agha will continue. Shout of catches just away Saud Shakil. It was the air and the drag forward that caused the ball to go up in the air.
Here was that line. Here was that line. It can be threatening. There are rough areas around there. Oh, that was in the air. Almost a wicket for Salman Ali Agha. He should persist there, Salman Ali Agha.
Oh yes, mate.
He spoke about it. Not just giving the ball air and driving the batter forward, but outside the off stump.
Yeah, Aruj, I remember I spoke to one of the greats of the game from India, Bishan Singh Bedi. What a left-arm spinner he was. And I asked him, how do you go about bowling on a very flat track? And that's what he said. You have to flight the ball and you have to pitch the ball outside the off stump, having the batsman driving the ball through extra cover. That will give you a chance to pick up a wicket. And from there, if you can bowl that arm delivery, you can pose a lot of problems. Now have a look at that delivery once again. That line, a bit of loop and a bit of turn.
Just because of that turn and that line, the batter doing something different. As the arm ball with the angle continues within and in line within the left-handed batter. I just see you see periods of a couple of good deliveries and it automatically and almost immediately gets into the batter's mind.
Yeah, it's unsettling, isn't it? Have a look. He's edgy now. He's kind of nervy. Nevertheless, a very good over from Salman Ali Agha. Had the batsman in spot of bother. It's 115 for 2.
Day by day summary. The first day shows 41 overs because due to a wet outfield we did lose the first session. However, it brought about the most amount of runs. The run rate just drying up slightly. Last 8 overs, 48 balls. Shadman's scored 14. Mominul corrections faced 14 out of them. Mominul has faced 34, so the bulk of the strike has remained with Mominul. Can also be slightly unsettling because Shadman's on 48, looking for a milestone. It'll be his third 15 Test cricket if he is to get there.
Let me tell you, he'll be the happier staying on non-striker end because he has done the hard yards. He's absorbed a lot of pressure, faced 118 deliveries, and from here on, if they don't lose wicket and go back to the dressing room at lunch, they'll feel they have done a fantastic job and they are in this test match. They can still have a positive result.
I was just going to ask you, being in similar positions so many times, would you rather have the strike while you're closer to the milestone just so that you can get over the line and then carry on, because, or would you rather be, which of the two were you?
Well, it varied according to the situation, and especially against the quality of bowling. You know, if you felt the pitch is through and you have chance to score quick runs, you went for it. But if the situation demanded that you have to stay focused and you have to survive, you did. But let me tell you, it does make you nervous.
The waiting game. The last 50 balls, Shadman's now only faced 14. And it's been stuck on 48 for a while. I like this field from Naseem Shah. He's got a close man either side of the bat, under the helmet, a slip and gully. Mid-wicket close in as well. That's brilliant. He's watched the ball to the very end, played it late, and almost 180 degrees from where the ball started from Naseem's hand.
It's all about staying positive. Here's the answer for you, Aruj. He did well. Yeah, just pulling his weight towards the leg stump to be able to work that gap. Nicely done.
He was always looking to play it. Probably not as fine as it eventually ended up. Almost got the toe end of the bat. But you can see the ploy. Cramped the left-hander for room. The surprise delivery, the short one. There are two men on the boundary who wait for the mistimed hook or pull and a floater in between. And third is just fallen very fine to the boundary. It doesn't matter. He's gone short and he's given it a real spank in front of square.
It seemed like he knew where the ball is going to land. That was a peculiar way of executing that stroke. Have a look. He was already in a position, even the ball was delivered, before the ball was delivered. And he wrenched that one in that vacant area for yet another boundary.
Suddenly, Bangladesh have picked up back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, definite ploy. If you look at the field here, the slip that was there has fallen back to the very fine third. And 10 yards in from the boundary. Fine on the boundary as well. Deep backward square, about a good 15 yards in front of square. There is a floater. Babar behind square, in between those two men, and there's three men around the bat for the ball either getting slashed to gully or lobbing up to those fielders. He does well. .123 for 2.
You know, we saw a Momin ul-Haq going after Shaheen Shah Afridi. He was looking for scoring opportunities. But Shadman is a sort of a player who will be reminding himself, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes I have to survive. But here he got the opportunity to drive the ball. Gets closer to a milestone.
It does move to 49 now. It'll be interesting the way we saw Salman flight the ball, get a little bit of turn from the line outside the off stump. There was one They were slightly in the air. And then every now and then he'll fire the arm ball in his to cramp the left-hander.
That is the second time he had played that arm delivery of the back foot. Now rocks back. He's an efficient batter. That's good effort, very good effort from South Shakil. He's a committed cricketer.
He's been kept busy in that area. With the left-hander, ball turning away. Balls traveled to him a lot. He's done well. And I think well enough. We're happy. That doesn't matter. The umpires need to be happy as well. Shadman now on 49.
Oh yeah.
Will stay on 49. Bangladesh 127 for 2. As the match stands at the moment, Pakistan 448 for 6 declared. Bangladesh in reply in their first innings are 127 for 2, coming along quite steadily. And they trail by 321. And Naseem Shah to continue. It should be the last over before lunch. He's changed the angle. He's gone back over the wicket now. Shouts of catch it, but further wide of that very fine third. Oh, pick up another couple of runs, Mominul. He's got most of the strike. He's been scoring runs and he's now reached 44. He might just overtake Shadman to his half century.
Yeah, he's been proactive. He's been thinking of runs in this difficult situation. Like it was aforementioned, he's an efficient batter.
Well, Premier detergent powder, Super Saf. Cleans like a dream.
You must have a full supply of this Super Saf.
Yeah, I think the teams have it too in their shiny whites, doing a good job. Another thing Pakistan have to be careful of is overrates and points deduction, especially in this World Test Championship cycle. They should have bowled 45 overs in this 3-hour session, and they'll only finish with 36 overs. Remember, England has already been docked 19 points. Had they not, they would have currently been third on that chart. So as important as winning runs are, remember there are penalties. You want to be right up there. You want to win your home games, and you don't want to be docked any points.
Not where he intended to play that stroke, Mominul. He wouldn't mind the result. He's off the strike. Last over before lunch. And gets who? Gets the strike? Shadman on 49.
Surely you're one of those who wants that one run before going off to a break. There we are, confirmation. It'll be the last 2 balls. He's on 49.
Is in no rush. is in no rush. Is there to bat longest for his side.
Yeah, his partners also just walked up to him and just probably settled if there were any nerves. He's done well so far. And you rightly mentioned, no rush. Doesn't need to be in any rush either. But just the way the human mind works. You just want to get over to the milestone before the break. Enjoy lunch. Well, as long as he stays not out, he'll enjoy lunch anyways. Last ball before lunch on day 3. Nicely timed stroke. Nicely timed stroke to bring up his 50. It's his third 50 in Test career. He'll raise the bat to the gallery. Also becomes the first Bangladeshi opener to score a half century versus Pakistan since 2015. Well played, Shadman Islam.
Yeah, that's where he made the difference. Yes, he's been ultra cautious, but every time he got the opportunity to hit the ball over the boundary line, was able to do so 6 times already in this innings. Innings of highest caliber. Now you have to like everything about that innings. He absorbed a lot of pressure. He defended very well and took the opportunities to score boundaries. And the session belonged to Bangladesh.
Yeah, a true surface with plenty of runs on it. As long as you put the hard yards in, there is reward for batters. It's been a hard toil for Pakistan. They do have 2 wickets to show for it. 2 important wickets as well. They picked up Zakir courtesy a brilliant stunner behind the stumps from Rizwan. And the skipper only managed 16 before Shahzad cleaned them up. Since then, it's been an 81-run partnership between Shadman, who's brought up his 3rd Test 50. Mominul has raced to 45 from 66. Bangladesh, 134 for 2.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, as a bowler, you have to produce something special to be able to pick up wickets. And we saw a couple of good deliveries from Shahzad and Naseem Shah to dismiss a couple of batters in this innings so far.
Highlights from the first session, an extended session of 3 hours. The Pakistan bowlers came out and bowled with some rhythm and bowled in excellent channels. And the setup in particular from Naseem Shah was brilliant. Have a look at that from Mohammad Rizwan, one of the poster images will be talked about for a very long time. And tried the short ball ploy as well. Bangladesh batters, they stayed strong out there in the middle. Drove everything that was there. Drove with authority till Khurram Shahzad got one to nip back in off the surface to clean up Shanto.
And it was all about 2 left-handers out there in the middle for Bangladesh. Played really well, and it was a painstaking innings from the left-handed opener. Shadman looks a decent talent, and Momino employing his experience and his talent, looking for runs, looking for boundaries, was able to get few. Featured in a partnership of 81 from just 127 deliveries. That's good going.
The match looks like the summary shows so far 448 versus 6, being chased by 134 for 2 from Bangladesh. They trail by 314 runs. We will be back after the lunch break.
This is बोतल स्टिक नहीं है सर गाल पी इस आगे जी बोतल सारी पी जो मेरे से को इस आगे मैं नहीं पी मैं नहीं बोल गाल छुड़ी मैं खुद निजाम है ना इन्हें कसूरी ना उसका कसूरी जरा उसका ऑपरेशन है लीडर जरा है ना 2 बारी बंदा मेरे सामने 2 दिन ही कल आए थे वो एक शाह था एक और कल आई उसको पैंट डाला एक शाह डाला शाह नहीं हो ड्रामे शामिल करना वो इनका जरा थोड़े थोड़े करीब वो देखो वो पैंट डाला देखो नहीं टिक काट के टिक कोई नहीं किया बीनो और का मैं जो भाई करना पैसे That's one hour, 2 hours, छोले रोज 10 छोले बनाई देना 10 काटो आज आखिरी गए सादे चावल तो छोले भी गए ब्लड प्रेशर लो होना चाहिए गलत खा दे मटन आला असा खाता रहेल तर मैं मटन आला ये हमने कुछ किया हुआ ये सारी ब्रेना ऊपर सबसे ऊपर कोशिश करते हैं आपको ठीक है जो हो यार निका अपना जो दी बॉलिंग करना रहता है वो नेक्स्ट स्पिनर वही हो ना अरशाद के साथ जो बॉलिंग कर रहा था वो निका ना बोले गल्ला नहीं ना रही मेरे कचरा कोई पटाखे मारनी कचरा पाचा बस कोई पटाखे मारनी थोड़ा चेंज होने वाला ज़्यादा कितने बच्चे साढ़े 4
Asad, I hope to get in duty.
Welcome back to Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It is the Bankalphala presents Brew World City Test Series. First test, day 3 live from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Pakistan started off really well with the ball, couple of wickets, but the partnership now between Omanul and Shadman. 81 of 127 deliveries. Shadman's been very good, leaving the ball outside off stump, very competent in defence. And just off late, he's been able to pierce the offside. And the drive working really well. He got to his 50 just before lunch. And a nice little swivel pull. And he scored mainly through the offside with those cover drives and back foot punches, but he's been able to collect runs rolling his wrists towards the leg side, but most importantly he's been able to defend that off stump, and the partnership is going well. Mominul has been the aggressor, so the mix in that partnership has been good. Pakistan, well, Naseem Shah, Shahzad, Muhammad Ali, even Shaheen Shah Afridi looking very threatening at the start of the day's play, but Bangladesh have survived and now just looking to build further. Still trailed by 314, but this partnership is looking pretty solid. Khan Masood will be pretty happy with the way that his seamers have bowled. We'll just want a couple of breakthroughs now just to put more pressure on Bangladesh and try and make sure that they don't have a long day in the field. I mean, by quite humid and it'll sap the energy of the bowlers once they come back for their third and fourth spell. And if they come back tomorrow, then they'll really test the Pakistani bowling.
Yeah, you're right, but you have to give credit to Shan Masood, captain of Pakistan team. He has utilized his resources in a proper manner, in an apt manner. And that's why the faster bowlers, they haven't lost the steam. We saw the second spell of Naseem Shah. He was bending his back. He was getting the ball to zip through. But you have to give a lot of credit to Bangladeshi batters for putting up a lot of resistance. Approached the situation very well, played with the right ideas. They know they have to bat long in this innings to be able to get a positive result. And when I say positive result, even a draw is a positive result for them.
Straight away, it's Salman Ali Agha. I reckon he'll be in for a long spell. Might be the case that if he settles in, he can hold one end up with the seamers rotating from the other end. Right, start of session 2. Tries it through the offside beautifully. That has been caressed to the fence.
Oh, it was comfort food for a batter who's been there for 67 deliveries. Yes, it was the first delivery after lunch break, but it was a half volley. Full stride in, made sure there was a roll of wrist for the ball to go all along the ground for a boundary.
He's been aggressive throughout the innings. He's been looking at ways to score runs, and that has worked well. It's almost a situation where Bangladesh weren't getting the impetus in the innings. Bit of a confusion in the offside. Looking for that single to get to his 50 is Mominal. Very proficient against spin is Mominal, but handled the paces exceedingly well. And able to pick up deliveries that he could get boundaries off. Strike rate of 70.
You're talking about a Mominal. He had his struggles, but ever since he got his last 50 in the last innings, the confidence is back, and the belief is there. Batting nicely, 138 for 2.
As it's Friday, it's slightly different sessions. First session was 3 hours. This is a shorter session, an hour and a half. And then we get tea and then another 2-hour session, which can be extended by 30 minutes. Pakistan having bowled just 36 overs so far, or 37 overs. It seems as if that extra half an hour is absolutely necessary. Khurram Shahzad comes from the media center and starts off round the wicket after lunch.
I've been very impressed with Shadman's defensive technique. He plays the ball very late. He's a confident young batsman. Believes in his ability. Never looked flustered. From the very go, he was looking good out there in the middle.
Drifts down leg. Will that be leg bars? Yes, he's gone to the fence, but no 50 yet for Mominal. Very rarely has Khurram Shahzad drifted down there, but the angle from round the wicket, the ball just darting back in, he's missing his line slightly.
Yeah, he bowled a perfect delivery ball and round the stumps to the captain Shanto, where he dismissed him. Breached the defences. That ball was pitched outside the off stump and jagged back. He should be looking to ball that line and hoping for the ball to bend back. That's where he has the chance. Better.
Inside edge, that'll do. Goes down to fine leg, but it's Mominal's 50. His 19th 50 in Test match cricket. And he's just made sure that the runs have come for Bangladesh. He's been aggressive in his shot making, and the rhythm to the innings been very good. Just look at the conversion rate. 1200s in those 1950s now, so almost a very big chance of him, once he gets to 50, that he makes it count and converts it to the 100. So halfway there.
Yeah, looked authoritative from the word go. Mominal. It's all about establishing superiority, and that's what he did. Mominal came out with a positive mindset, looking for runs, played few delightful strokes to get to his 50. The job is half done. He has to carry on.
A little bit of drift back in, just a single towards Steve Square. It's 145 for 2. $50 overs bowled. And Salman Ali Agha about to start his 10th over. This will be a lot of bowling from the faster men now. The workload now will have to be managed. Oh, beautiful delivery. That has turned and turned pretty sharply. Babar at first lay, but I don't think that it carried.
An extra bit of bounce for Salman Ali Agha on that occasion. It was a bit bothersome. Good thing the left-hander played the ball with the softer hands. That's why it didn't carry to the slips fielder, Babar Azam.
Salman Ali Agha will have to do a lot of bowling. I just reckon that maybe Shan Masood's thinking that one end, just block one end up with spin. and then he can rotate the faster man from the other end. Now it's the situation where the ball's got slightly soft and old. It's 50 overs, not as hard as it was before. And obviously you're looking forward also, you're looking at the second new ball, because it looks as if it's not going to be an easy way through this Bangladesh batting lineup.
Yes. It's after 30 overs, isn't it? The second new ball. But at the moment, the Pakistani bowlers, they have to look for a bit of reverse swing. See if the ball responds to them. The wicket is very dry and there is every possibility the ball is going to scruff up.
And nicely bowled. There is a little bit of offering for Salman Agha. 147 for 2. Still trailed by 301, but so far so good from Bangladesh. From Shahzad, persisting with that round the wicket angle. Beautiful delivery, knocks him over. In drift, net back, Khurram Shahzad gets timber again.
What a delivery, once again going wide of the crease. Had the batsman looking to play the ball through extra cover. Again, a bit of gap between bat and pad, and that was more than enough for the fast bowler to prevail. Excellent work, excellent work. Pakistan was looking desperately for this breakthrough, and it's the man, Shahzad, who has done it again for his captain. It's Mominul, who's been dismissed on 50. It was looking good. It's 147 for 3.
Pakistan with success. Khurram Shahzad round the wicket to the left-hander. It's top of off. Mushfiqur Rahman walks in. Mushfiqur Rahim walks in. 10 hundreds, 27 50s. 89 test match. Most capped Bangladesh player in test match cricket. He has a job to do now. Pakistan suddenly on the attack. But it is a terrific piece of bowling from Khurram Shahzad yet again. Round the wicket with the angle. Bit of seam movement back in. Top of the stumps now. Khan was proactive with the field changes. Couple of slips in place. A gully, a short cover. Maybe there's a hint of reverse swing. Now from over the wicket, he'll also have the ball getting back into the right-hander. That is his natural delivery, the ball seaming back in.
Yeah, definitely with this breakthrough. And the fast bowler Shahzad will have his dander up. Every time he's been given the ball, he looks dialed in, looking to respond to the captain's call. to the right-hander for the first time in this innings.
Oh, nicely done. That's what he's angling in for. The LBW from round the wicket to the left-hander. He gets the ball to seam back in. It is terrific.
It seems like there was an angle and then the ball held its line, and that's why it surprised the batsman. And left a lot of gap between bat and pad. And isn't he jubilant? Isn't he pumped up? Big wicket, big breakthrough for Pakistan.
A bit of movement away, so there is something to work with. And we're talking about Mominal, who's got a fantastic conversion rate. It was very important to knock him over. He's almost the one Bangladesh batter who was quite comfortable in taking runs off the bowling. Now it's up to Mushfiqur, firstly to settle in and then to make sure that the innings carries forward. At the moment, Shahzad is just getting the ball to talk just slightly, but that's enough. That's what he's aiming for, that front pad.
That was a confident stride in from Mushfiqur Rahim. He's only young at the crease, has faced 3 deliveries, but already showing the confidence.
Attacking the stumps. This is good bowling. Khuram Shahzad to the left-handers. The couple of wickets that he's produced, he's knocked them over with the angle and the ball seaming back in. That came back in appreciably. This one just subtly coming back in, but both top of off stump. You want a bowler to hit those stumps, you want the bowler to hit the top of off stump, and he's done absolutely that. Just with the wicket, the chirp is back in the Pakistan squad. Oh, seems back in. It's a good lead, but that is a terrific over. Wicket maiden, Bangladesh 147 for 3. And now it's a responsibility of Salman to just keep the pressure exerted. Doesn't want to give any sort of freebies. Make sure that he bowls tightly. Right about there. Right about there. Maybe the drive, maybe the forward defense, if nothing else.
The line he's bowling at the moment, he needs a short extra cover in a catching position. And the batter is looking to hit the ball through extra cover. If the ball holds in the surface, there's every opportunity for the bowler to pick up a wicket here.
That's nice. This is good. The length is good as well. This is a job that Mana Liaga probably will have to do throughout the session. Just keep probing.
Oh, yes.
Back-to-back maidens is 147 for 3. Pakistan, after having lost 3 early wickets, came back with a bang. Rizwan 171, Saud Shakil 141. And just as Bangladesh starting to look settled, from Shehzad strikes again. He's got 2 for 31, 147 for 3. Still the trail is 301 runs, so still plenty of runs to work with. Nicely bowled. Beautiful bowling. Shehzad very comfortable. Bowling from over the wicket, all round the wicket. Started off bowling over the wicket to the left-handers. With the angle, just sort of going away from the left-hander. Attacking the outside edge, and he thought, no, maybe I should attack the stumps. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he kept on beating the edge of the bat and then decided to go around the stumps. Honestly, I was not convinced with that angle. But not only he surprised the batters, but he surprised me as well. A big shout, a big shout. The reaction from Salman Ali Agha, he suggested that the impact might have been outside the off stump. Still conferring, and he's gone with the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay, bat is close to the ball. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge when available, please? Okay, it's clearly pad first, so ball tracking when available, please. Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impact is outside the line, Richard, so stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now, Richard.
The excitement of the ball hitting the pad first. There was a lot of discussion on if it hit the pad first or the pad first. Rizwan was adamant that it hit the pad first. He was correct. But Salman Ali Agha was also correct because the impact was outside off. So Pakistan lose their second review, so they've got just one remaining now.
Yeah, it was Rizwan's call once again. Not working for Pakistan on both the occasions. Salman Ali Agha, placed in the first slips, was right. He straight away gestured that it was outside the off stump. There is no point. Beg your pardon, second slip. He's placed at.
It's lovely. The length is very good, and also the fact that it's just hinting to swing in and just go away too. So there's a little bit of reverse, I reckon.
Isn't it a breather for the Pakistani team? They are getting something from the surf, and also kind of a stuffed ball. Batters, they need to be watchful.
lovely. It's not giving Mushfiqur anything to work with. 9 deliveries, and it's all been either forward defensives or just leaving them alone. This is good pressure being applied from Khurram Shahzad. Consistent bowling.
Yeah, he's regarded as a workhorse in first-class cricket. Bowls longer spells, but here, showing his skills. Variating the lines and the lengths. Asking questions all the times. Picked up 2 wickets already.
Still no run for Mushfiq. 10 deliveries go by. That one just starting back in. A couple of just held their own and carried on, so it's a good mix. Another maiden. So Pakistan with the squeeze on. It's 147 for 3. Three maidens from Pakistan. The wicket as well, so that one, there's a huge appeal, huge, gone, given. Salman Aliaga gets his man.
Looks like an arm delivery from the off-spinner Salman Aliaga, and it's been referred.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the place from the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge when available, please? Rolling through, please. Yeah, rolling all the way through. Yeah, we've got a flat line. Ball hits it the pad. So no bat involved. Ball tracking when available, please. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and it's missing the wickets, Adrian. I recommend you change your decision from out to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen signal now.
Shadman with a terrific review. The arm ball just slipping down leg. He asked Mushfiq whether to go upstairs, but he was always willing to go upstairs. It's a good delivery by Salman. The impact looked very in front, but with the angle it just slips down.
Yeah, he was absolutely sure that there was too much of an angle with that delivery. He confirmed it with his partner and then reviewed it.
This is good from Pakistan, good from Salman Aliaga. "26 deliveries now and counting without a run, so there's a lot of pressure being applied. This has been a little passage of play where Pakistan have totally come back into the game. Something has to give.
Is that pressure being felt by the batter? He's been ultra patient, But now, just to break the shackle, he looked to attack the off spinner. They started to look nervy. And these Bangladeshi batters.
Both batters stuck at their end. So Mushfiq stuck with Khurram Shehzad, Salman Ali Agha to Shadman. Shadman this time drives away, wants a single. And he gets one. So just a single of that over. Very probing over yet again from Salman. It's 148 for 3.
For 3. We had a couple of shouts. Pakistan lost one more review, and then one on umpire's call is retained. So things are now like shaping up. A few questions being asked. The trail is over 300. Yeah, that's the one. Khurram Shehzad round the wicket to left-hander as he's getting that ball to shape in. Especially after pitching, just zips through. Seen it on 2 occasions. First Shanto and then Momino. Once again, just passing through that bat and pad gap and keeping a touch low than the batter was expecting.
Yeah, settled into a nice line and length here as Shehzadi's looked potent after the lunch break. Done exactly what his captain would have wanted. That tough lunch session, it's never easy. He's done well. He's got a little area there that he's been pounding away at. One just coming in, just subtle variation, and dare I say, a little bit of up and down as well. So hard work for the left-hander Shadman, who's worked tirelessly all day. Nice looking shot. Just eases it through the covers. 150 up. It's been a battle of attrition. Just under 3 runs and over, so they are going through the gears. That was close, wasn't it? You can see why they got excited. At just that angle, you felt that it was umpire's decision at best. Yeah, going on with the arm, so.
Nicely controlled shot. The short delivery a little above his eye line, and sometimes it gets difficult to control it. But keeping it down, and it's well done by Shadman on that occasion. You go back to that replay where the leg before shout was there, and the umpire taking his time. Now, lots of things umpires may be taking into consideration. One of them is the keeper's movement, and you hardly notice Rizwan moving towards the leg side or down the leg side, which would suggest to the umpire that, yeah, maybe it's going down. He doesn't really move much. That just probably have its influence on the decision, a little delayed decision. Just have a look at that appeal again. Rather not the appeal. Just focus on Rizwan behind the stumps. He's not going down the leg side with the line of the ball as it suggests it's missing.
Yeah, he holds his position there, doesn't he? Also perhaps a learnt behaviour as well. Keepers know that any indication that they might be moving down the leg side, the ball might do the same. Bangladesh trail by 296 runs. It's been slow work, but a lot of credit to Shadman, who's stood firm, showed a lot of character, courage, been watchful. Over up, 152 for 3.
Lots of batting to come. Shakib Al Hasan, lots of experience there. Liton Das and then Mahdi, who's got a test 100. So they bat deep. It's a long way if Pakistan wants to dismiss Bangladesh, because you'll have to get through a lot of batting. Don't forget the man on your screen, Mushfiqur Rahim. Again, very experienced and super fit, keeping himself up with the game. He's swept that from in front of the stumps.
Highest run getter for Bangladesh is Mushfiqur Rahim, in excess of 5,000 runs. Salman Ali Agha getting a little bit more turn than his opposite spinners, Mehdi and Shakib, who didn't quite extract enough out of the wicket. Might have something to do with the fact that we're 3 days into the game. Yeah, it's a key partnership, this Mushfiqur Rahim, very experienced man. And he'll be a good guy to come in at this stage. Shadman, who's been there for a long time, mentally just might be tiring a little bit. Taken a lot of concentration against that new ball, would have taken a lot out of him. So Mushfiqur can keep him going, keep talking to him at the other end. Nice looking shot. I think that's quite important. Talk about the value of partnerships, and Mushfiqur Rahim and Shakib Al Hasan actually have a very good partnership together. They've played a lot together, but they'll want to try and build something here. Short leg, slip, 2 men back for the sweep. Yeah, a little bit of turn. Takunda ruining the decision maybe not to play a specialist spinner. Maybe not yet.
Slightly top part of that bat, and he's gone fine enough to go to the boundary. Was in the air for a moment, so half a catch it shout. 57 overs have been bowled, 158 for 3. Partnerships. There's a good Shadman Mominul affair, 94, has helped them get that platform to keep themselves in that run of the 290 trail that they are looking at.
I wanted to ask you the question about the specialist spinner, and something I wanted to bring up just in terms of the fact that Pakistan haven't gone with one, and whether that's the right decision on these conditions or not will be yet to be seen. But of course, there's got a long year ahead, a long year of Test cricket. And they're going to need to call on someone at some point. Who is that man? Is it Abrar? And are they going to give him the opportunities to develop and to get himself into a position where A, he's comfortable in the team, A, he's got some confidence, and A, he feels the captain and the selectors are backing him. You look at England, for example, they've gone with Shoaib Bashir, who's really played a first-class game down at Somerset. He's actually their second choice spinner, Jack Leach being preferred to him, but they've brought him in because they've seen something.
Yeah, see, you're asking a question, who's that man? Well, that man is like around, what, 9 kilometers away from this ground. He's playing against Bangladesh. That's a straight and forward answer, because since Saeed Ajmal's retirement, Yasir Shah not in the test arena anymore, I can't think of anyone to fill those big shoes, and Abrar is the one who's been coming up the ranks. I'm talking about off spinners or leg spinners, not the left arms. You do have Noman Ali. You had Sajid Shah coming in, but out of all those, Pakistan have been carrying Abrar with them across formats, but he hasn't really had a fair run to be a part of that 11. There he is. That's his debut, and he was given the cap against England. He took 11 wickets in that game, 7 in the first innings, and then 4 in the second, and he completely bamboozled. He's like Ben Stokes reaction. You can see it, and he can turn the ball both ways. He's a mystery spinner. Whether he's a mystery anymore or not, but he can still make you think. There will be a debate, what would he get out of this surface? But then again, a specialist is a specialist. If you really are going to make Salman bowl 13 overs, then why not have him? But then yes, there is a question that he is a bat. Probably that's the reason why Mehdi is also in the 11, because he can bat.
It isn't the more important question about the fact that they're going to have to call on a spinner at some stage to come and do the job that a spinner is going to need to do around the world, whether that be here or England or anywhere else. They've got some big series coming up, and they're going to need a spinner who's going to stick his hand up and take 11 for. And you look at his first-class career, 22 matches, 100. I mean, that's a healthy average. Had a good striker, 9 fifers, so he's a man who takes wickets, and when he does, he takes a lot of them, and he proved that against England. So okay, he's not played today, but should he be playing?
Well, in the previous season he played 5 games, 40 wickets, 5 fifers in that. If you can't make it into 11 with that, seriously something wrong. But then if you take him as a leg spinner, the debate might be from the captain, I'm bowling at 6 left-handers, 5 top order. But then we get into the debate of matchups. But the simple answer to that is that he is really having good control of moving the ball, turning the ball both ways.
Yeah, I don't like that word matchups. Maybe in T20 cricket or the shorter format, but in Test cricket, a good bowler should know how to bowl at left-hand, right-hand batters. And well, it's something to think about, particularly for the selectors. Abrar Ahmed, he's playing in the A side, taking one for 80 odd, so keeping himself match fit. All about Mushfiqur Rahim at the moment. It's been a tough 15 deliveries for him. He bowled really well, giving him absolutely nothing. A nervous LBW call against him. But he's got plenty of experience. He'll know how to weather the storm, and he'll also understand that precedent on getting himself in, however many balls that may take. Yes, he wants to look for the singles, pick up the runs where he can, but if he can invest a little bit more time to just get used to this wicket, particularly that Shahzad is in a good spell here. He's bowled impressively, and you can feel that. 2 slips, perhaps a fly, 4th slip, and then a gully as well, so they're all waiting.
Out of the paces, Shahzad has been the one who's been asking questions. He's getting that ball to come into the right and left-hander off the surface, and he's done that consistently. earlier Shanto and Mominul's wicket. It was just class. 159 for 3. And it is also the time to take a break. It's strength. Back after the drinks break. 289 is the trail, and this is what the game looks like halfway through day 3 of this first test match. Pakistan managed to get 2 wickets in the first session, 1 in the second today.
Good bit of bowling from Naseem Shah, but what a catch. It was an exceptional catch, a bit of a loose shot, and that was probably the ball of the day. Shahzadi's been toiling away around the wicket, almost a carbon copy of that first wicket for him. And he's been outstanding. There he is, Naseem Shah. He got the first. One from, you'd say, lackluster batting, and the other were 2 excellent deliveries that moved sharply off the seam. Right, drinks break is over. Hopefully the nicely fueled 3-hour first session, which was very long indeed. Salman Ali Agha to continue with his right arm off spin. A bit of turn, purchase here and there. They've got a man just under the city mid-off there. Whoa! Interesting position. Extra cover, they've got a catcher, so maybe he'll just slow his pace down a bit. Hope that one holds and just pops a little bit.
Gives the charge. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but it's going to get him the result. Thought for a moment he's trying to loft him over for a maximum, but he's got it along the carpet. So use of legs there.
Yeah, big gap, wasn't there? A big gap which they might have to plug. Almost seems too easy just to come down and push it through there. So well played from Shadman. He's just inching his way up, isn't he? He's played nicely.
Yeah, he's noticed Salman is trying to slow it down and give it more air, so he's just allowed him to, you know, dance down and get to the pitch of the ball. Oh, this time he's just pulled that half striker. Suddenly he's just put Salman off his line and length. Back-to-back boundaries. Exactly what has happened. He's come down the wicket on the previous ball. Salman pulls the length back a little bit and almost ends up with a maximum. There's another boundary there. Again, more runs. Just trying to save energy. Could have been 3, but they just run 2.
So back to the subject of spin and Abrar Ahmed. If not Abrar, who else have Pakistan got to call upon?
If not Abrar, then the next name I can think of, you're talking about leg spinner, Zahid Mahmood. He's a specialist leg spinner. And then you go further into spinners. Sajid Khan was with the team, as I mentioned earlier. Kashif Bhatti has played a lot of first class left arm spinner. And the leading wicket taker also in 2023 season. 169 for 3. Yeah, coming back to the question you were asking about if not Abrar, who, then I mentioned a few leading wicket takers. If you go to them, year 2023 Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, you have Kashif Bhatti, left arm spinner, Noman Ali, another left arm spinner, and then Zahid Mahmood, as I mentioned, the leg spinner, and Sajid Khan, the off spinner. I guess the best choice, if you're talking about leg spinners, would be only one, Zahid Mahmood, if not Abrar. But then it's not about Abrar not performing that we're looking for other options. It's about the team doesn't need the spinner. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the second test match, which is on the same ground, they'll have one. If they're brave enough to sacrifice a bat. Who would that be? Who would leave? It's got to be a fast bowler, for sure. I don't see that happening, really.
They bowled well at Mushfiqur Rahim. Faced 19 deliveries, just 5 to his name, and he's been watchful. You know how good he is square of the wicket, particularly severe, like most wicket keepers. Anything short or marginally short, he's got that open stance, so it allows him to cut balls that others might leave alone or defend into the offside. Diminutive in stance and character. He's a gutsy little man. That's a nice looking shot. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Should get 3, and they do. It's good running. First shot of any real substance from him first opportunity he's had. They haven't bowled much to him. This one just angling down the leg side, and meat and drink for a player of his class.
It's been good. 9 deliveries. They've got 13 runs, Bangladesh. Especially Shadman, who, if you really ask me, in that previous over created those 2 boundaries. One coming down the wicket and making his own length, which suits him, and then forcing Salman to pull it back and then plays it off the back foot. Interesting thing that Uruj pointed out, it's always standing on my head, is about the use of fast bowlers. And if Mohammad Ali's only bowling his 7th and your spinner has bowled already, what, 14 overs, that means that you're looking for a proper spinner, or you're looking for a spin bowling option. Why not have a proper one? Unless from here on he keeps bowling a marathon spell, Mohammad Ali.
Yeah, you just feel that this is where not playing enough Test cricket or first-class cricket starts to take its toll. 3rd day, been out there for 4 hours, and it becomes hard work. We spoke about Bangladesh keeping the Pakistan bowlers out there, really making them come back for 2nd and 3rd spells, and that's exactly what, well, that's what they've tried to do, largely thanks to Shadman, who's built that foundation. Yes, it hasn't perhaps been at the pace or the strike rate that some would ask for, but he's done his job, and the benefits are showing now. Nicely played, nicely tucked away again. He's done that with consummate ease throughout his innings. Another good one for Bangladesh, 173 for 3.
Partnership now 26. Shadman has made his way to 75. Spin from Salman is going into his 15th over now. He's getting mid-off to come back up into the ring. You just feel out here Bangladesh batters becoming more comfortable at the crease, the ball coming on nicely, starting to play their shots and getting good value for it as well.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be happy and pleased to say how Shadman Islam has batted in this test match. And he's played some glorious shots just like that. That is a lovely hit through the covers. He's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, growing in confidence from what we've seen earlier on. And that's the role of an opener. Get set, see the new ball off, and then any opportunity, you grab it with both hands. Lovely drive, lovely cover drive.
Yeah, it's been a trademark of the innings that he's played so far. Every time he's hit the ball, his timing His balance, it's been really good to watch. And he's picked the gap to an absolute perfection once again. After lunch, Bangladesh have come out with an improved intent, and Shadman's leading the way on that front.
Well, that's what happens when you don't go in with the frontline spinner. Nicely driven, forces the bowler to bowl short and thumps it away on the onside. Yes, a lot to think about, not just for Salman Ali Agha, but also the skipper, Shan Masood. Who does he go to now?
I have to credit the way Shadman's playing. He hasn't tried to overhit the ball, but every time there's been a boundary ball, he's taken the opportunity. The outfield's quickened up as well. And the sun beating down, value for shots is there. Fires one down the leg side to end the over. Another big over for Bangladesh. 10 off it. It's 183 for 3. The scoring rate has definitely gone upward. 3.77 in this session in the 13 overs. They did lose the 1 wicket. Still trailed by 265 Bangladesh. You must have picked up the appreciation on my mic by my co-commentator. That is a shot and a half from Mushfiqur Rahim.
Simply gorgeous. Yep, just the width allows the batter to free his arms, and he doesn't disappoint. He's been there for a very, very long time. Mushfiqur Rahim made his debut for Bangladesh, would you believe it, in the year 2005.
That shot also a testament of the surface. Is the surface still very, very good to bat on? And once again, the Bangladeshi batter does not try and overhit, just leans into that over-pitched delivery and times the ball. Most runs for in Test cricket for Bangladesh. He's the leading run getter in the white. 5,688 runs for a career that spans over 19 years. Brilliant. Brilliant comeback from Muhammad Ali. Well, there seems to be a certain individual to my left who had something to do in identifying Mushfiqur Rahim and selecting him back in the day. Athar Ali Khan, you were part of that selection committee. What impressed you then in terms of his qualities, his demeanor? It certainly paid off.
Yeah, there was a couple of test matches in England, and in England playing some warm-up matches, we were struggling with the bat. But there was a A-team going on, and there was one batter who was scoring right, left and center. But he was very, very young. And that's the gentleman right in front of the screen, Mushfiqur Rahim. And my chief selector, Farooq Ahmed, I straight away called him. I said, we got to get him in. We've got to get him in. And thankfully, he is there, and just look at the numbers. Just look at the numbers. I think you got to take your hat off for what he has done for his team, and it also shows that the longevity of his career, the amount of fitness level that he has developed throughout. It's simply amazing. 2005 against England, just 19 years of age, he was thrown in front of Flintoff and company. And I also remember David Lloyd in the combox, watching him bat a couple of deliveries. He didn't score runs, not too many, you know. He said, "You found yourself a player." I still remember that. There you go. He's been prolific, especially in the 2017 when he got on to score 766 runs with an average of over 50. 187 for 3.
$187 for 3 in 62 overs, Bangladesh. Run rate just over 3. Partnership now 40 of 65 between Mushfiqur Rahim and Shadman. It's been thoroughly impressive, Shadman, in his approach. He's played a very compact innings, very consolidated. Seems to be well organized at the crease. And he's eyeing 3 figures here. He will have to contend with Naseem Shah, who has been the pick of the quicks, along with Khurram Shahzad. Has 1 wicket to show for. He's been very miserly with the runs. He's got a beautiful angle going in his earlier spells against the left-hander. Occasionally pitched the ball up and got to shape inside as well.
As a youngster, when you go and talk to your coaches for a batter, and especially when you're thinking about test match cricket, the longest format of the game, you're told over and over again, bat long. Forget about the runs. Runs will come, and that's exactly what he is saying. He's setting a really good example here. Shadman Islam. And remember, he played his last test match in the year 2022. So he had to come prove a point here. And he's letting the bat to talk. Might be off the pads here. Nope, bat. The 4 more.
Well, the runs and the time put in at the first class level pays off. You mentioned this yesterday as well, that he's come off a prolific 2023 first class career, over 1,000 runs there. And it's paying dividends. He's now on 89. Pakistan have to work hard for this next wicket. Where is it coming from? Every time they've been disciplined for longer periods of time, the quicks have been rewarded. They've got a set batter in Shadman at the moment, holding fort for Bangladesh. Oh, it cleans like a dream. Super Saf. It's been a super Saf innings from Shadman as well so far. 11 fours. He's timed the ball well. Slashes hard and picks up another boundary. Was in the air for a while, away from the fielders.
A bit of a risk there, a risky option from Shadman Islam, who's looked to solid. It's a little bit wide and it's a little bit full, and it really launched him to play that shot. He's lucky that he's gone past that fielder in the gully. Was it aerial? You know, there was reaction, says it all, from Naseem Shah. He moves to the 90s now, Shadman Islam. Yeah, a couple of double hundreds in that first class 2023 when he scored more than 1,000 runs. 7 away from a milestone.
Well, I think most of the dismissals have come to deliveries outside off stump, and the ones that have continued to shape away, Abdullah Shafiq, Saim Ayub, and the rare slash outside the off stump similar. It seems to be the choice of attack, and the batters have actually gone after it as well, which has created the chances. And lucky for Shadman that didn't go to hand. Back to solid defense. 195 for 3. Overs in the day so far. 3 wickets, 3 Bangladesh wickets have fallen. The average scoring rate across the 3 days has been around 3.4. Bangladesh will be happy. I think the dugout will be relatively happy with the way things have proceeded. 195 for 3, partnership of 48. A set batter who came out to open. He's on 93, and experienced Mushfiqur Rahim in the middle as well.
Well, we spoke about how well he's worked on his fitness level to be able to play for such a long time. And would you believe it? He's now got the longest career in Test amongst active cricketers. Mushfiqur Rahim. That is after James Anderson retired. Incredible, isn't it? The love for the game. Youngster watching it. Look towards Mushfiqur Rahim. If you work hard, it will pay off. And he's still working hard, I can tell you that, Uruj. First one to come in the field, last one to leave.
He can be very proud of himself and his achievements. What a stalwart for international cricket representing Bangladesh. The length of career we're talking about is 19 years. It is a ridiculously long time. Jimmy Anderson, 21 years. I think you talk about the fitness. Let's not forget the other aspect is he's behind the gloves. So there's not a moment that he can actually rest as you could in the outfield. So when he doesn't have the bat in hand, when they do come out to field, he's got the gloves again for that length of 19 years as well.
In Test cricket now, Litton Kumar Das has taken over. This much recently, but yes, spot on one more time, Aruj. 113 dismissals as a wicketkeeper. 15 stumpings and 98 catches. Not only letting the bat to talk behind the stumps, very good. He's got 10 hundreds in Test cricket, Mushfiqur Rahim. He's got 3 double hundreds. Couple of them against Zimbabwe, one against Sri Lanka.
It only gets better. Those are the numbers: 10 hundreds, 27 50s, 3 double hundreds in that, 89 test matches. And once again, 5,688 runs. Just as you speak, deep backward squares fallen to midway through the boundary. A gentle 130s from Muhammad Ali, looking for their angle into the right-hander, hoping for an error from Mushfiqur Rahim. Hasn't found any movement as Khurram Shahzad did.
Yeah, Salman Ali Agha was the 5th option. Gone for none for 53 in the 15 overs that he has bowled. I know this is a last over, a last ball, beg your pardon, before this over ends. And my question to you is, do they have any other option? Probably in the next over, it will be comfortable for you to let everybody know.
That was the ploy. The short delivery is well negated by Mushfiqur Rahim. Overdone, we'll come back to that. 196 for 3.
Thank you guys, this is very good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very good.
Yeah, welcome back. Bangladesh trailing by 252. 49 the partnership. They've driven themselves into a comfortable position. And while we are on the chapter of one of the greats of the game from Bangladesh, Mushfiqur Rahim, in the 3 double hundreds, 2 double hundreds as a wicket-keeper batter, the only one to do so in Test cricket history. That is a feather in the cap, along with so many other laurels that he has for Bangladesh and for Test cricket. It's good to see him out there, still fighting, up to the challenge, and giving the youngster some very good support in this partnership of 49.
He still looks hungry for runs. The hunger's still there.
Arthur, you asked me a question prior to this over. Who else can the captain turn to? Well, there are plenty of options. Pretty much everyone can roll their arm over. He can come to Saud Shakil, bowl a bit of left arm spin, Saim Ayub. And those are the numbers, just confirmation. 3 double hundreds. 2 of them with gloves in hand behind as well. Tell you what, even Babar Azam can roll his arm over. He's got 1 test wicket as well. So if you ask me for options, pretty much everyone can bowl, but that's not the point. Again, I was trying to make the point that in the 64 overs, if your spinner, which is obviously not your frontline spinner, but is having to do the bulk of the bowling, 15 overs, is gone for 53. Seamers are bowling short spells. Khurram Shahzad was off the field for a while as well. Haven't played the longer version in a very long time. Again, we had this discussion earlier on as well. It's not about whether the 4-prong attack and pace works or not. It's about having a complete option for combinations. Question could be, where does Abrar Ahmed fit in, or where does the specialist spinner fit in? Case in point, he'd probably make his way for one of the seamers. Muhammad Ali was picked according to Shan Masood because they were looking for someone to replace Amir Jamal, who bowled similar. Abrar could have played in place of him. But yeah, in terms of your question, plenty of options going around who can roll their arm. Or Saim Ayub played for Peshawar Zalmi, bowled with the new ball. Shortest version, of course. Saim Ayub, Saud Shakil as well. So there are the options.
He's been rock solid. Shadman Islam in the crease for 337 minutes. Yep, you heard that right. Immense concentration. Great grit and determination.
Yeah, well watched and well left. Just to put into context, that is 5 hours and 37 minutes for Shadman out with the bat. 197 for 3. Now, a couple of small partnerships for the first and second wicket, but the third wicket partnership, Shadman and Mominul, 94, and it's been followed by another good one. It's 50 of 83 between the two. Shadman nearing his second Test century, 93 of 180, 12 boundaries to his name. Mushfiqur Rahim has just joined him, has stroked a couple of drives as well. And he'll take now strike to Muhammad Ali. I think we need a break after. 5 minutes away from tea, and the best place to take a break and enjoy live action. Oh, look who's made it to the Tapal Tea Lounge. Our very own Mr. Nick Compton. The Tapal Tea Lounge brings out the finest.
Is that lounge close to the commentary box?
Oh, not at all. It's right next to the Pakistan dugout, in fact. If we can try and show it in terms of a broader span where it is. Why do you ask? As to the location of the Tapal Tea Lounge, if our director can show exactly where it's positioned.
Well, I was looking at the roster and it's up next, so I was just wondering whether it's close by, but it seems that he's quite far away, isn't he?
Yeah, right across. Right across. I think he just needs a break. He's been doing a lot of talking, both on and off the field. He's been up and around Islamabad and its surroundings as well. And enjoying another experience with Tapal. It's not a happy hunting ground for Muhammad Ali. Yes, it's a happy hunting ground for the Pacers. Yes, they pick up more than 62% of the wickets. Last time he was here, it was against England. He bowled 34 overs. Yes, picked up wickets, but went for 188 runs.
Yeah, as a batter, you still have to concentrate really hard. You don't want to let your guard down. Important, because couple of wickets, then Pakistan comes back into the test match. So it's important these two bat sensibly. First thing first, yeah, stay unbeaten at the end of this session. And then come and start all over again. That is crucial. That is of mighty importance for Bangladesh. They've only lost a wicket in this session, and the run rate is very good. Just above 3.5 runs in an over. So these are good batting conditions, and as a batter, and the ones who get themselves set right in the middle, just like these two, will need to take advantage.
Yeah, another reason why that is so important, that your set batters are out there. Come the next session, the new ball will become available as well. We're 14 overs away from it after this ball. I reckon we get one more here before we break for tea. So hugely important that when Shaheen and Naseem come back with that new ball, Pakistan effective with the new ball on most occasions. You want your set batters out there, and that will be the plan. Play this session out. Just there. Umpires got his hands horizontal. We'll have to re-bowl that. A couple of them back to back. Umpire says, please, let's have that one again. And just there as well, I mean, they tried the short ball. Shadman more than happy to just duck under, get out of the way.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been good leaving the ball, ducking underneath it, swinging away. And that has been the feature of his batting.
He's knocked him over on 93. And all that hype and build-up comes to an end for Shadman. It's Muhammad Ali with the breakthrough.
Well, would you believe it? The last three batters have been dismissed in the exactly similar fashion. What a time to pick up a wicket. What a moment. Shadman Islam looked very good, but he has to go. Bowled by Muhammad Ali for 93. Bangladesh 199 for 4 at tea. Pakistan will be happy to see the back of Shadman Islam. Well-deserved applause from the fans in the stands. It has been a good knock, but Pakistan will surely be happy and will have a bit of a smile on the face to go and have some well-deserved tea.
Certainly. What a difference one wicket can make at the time it's come. Is so often we've seen on either side of a break. Hence why Jason Gillespie stands and applauds, because that one wicket has suddenly turned the game, or at least the session. Pakistan will be the happier team walking off, because it brought an end to wickets tumbling, the middle stump being disturbed by Muhammad Ali to Shadman Islam, who played a very, very well-constructed knock of 93 of 183. Mushfiqur Rahim remains out there for 15. It's 199 for 4 in 66 overs for Bangladesh. Now the latest in the wickets column, Muhammad Ali. Last ball before we took a break. Khurram Shehzad with two brilliant balls to dismiss. Two Bangladeshi batters. Naseem Shah with the first wicket of the day. Yeah, highlights saw the ship being steadily stirred before Khurram Shehzad got one to nip back in to the left-hander. After which there were a few DRS calls. Umpire gave it not out. We had a look upstairs. It was confirmed there was sliding down leg stump. Pakistan lost 2 reviews in the session. Mushfiqur Rahim came out and played his shots. Shadman Islam, he continued. He picked up the short ball well. Both of them timed the ball really well, which is a special feature of Shadman's innings. Salman Ali Agha, he put in 15 overs.
pace as well. Every time they lent well into the full pitch deliveries. There was one rare slash outside off stump from Shadman before that ended the session. Absolute peach to dismiss the middle stump of Shadman. Match as it stands so far, 199 for 4 means Bangladesh still trail by 249 as we head into tea on day 3. And we'll be back shortly with the final session.
आपके साथ भी शो करेंगे। Are you ready? एक साथ भी शो करेंगे साहब। माइक की आवाज बंद करें। माइक की आवाज बंद करें। Are you ready? सब एक साथ भी करें। Are you
Bankalfala presents Blue World City Test Series. Day 3 final session from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Just before the end of the previous session, Shadman getting bowled from Muhammad Ali. Missed out on his 193, batted beautifully, but Muhammad Ali, just as Pakistan go into the break, gives Pakistan a lot of hope. Couple of wickets for Khurram Shahzad, wicket each for Muhammad Ali and Naseem Shah. The fast bowler's been probing. Salman Ali Agha, well, he's bowled pretty well as the lone spinner. First one to go, Zakir Hassan edged away Rizwan with a terrific catch left-handed end. It was Khurram Shahzad from round the wicket hitting top of off. Almost a repeat dismissal, ball nipping back in, only out for exactly 50. Last ball of the session, it meant, and the ball nipping back in was Muhammad Ali striking the timber yet again. Bangladesh trail by 249. They still have batting to come, but just as they went into tea, they lost a set batter in Shadman. So the opening for Pakistan, the seamers doing the business. 4 seamers that Pakistan have played. Friday's been different with the sessions as well. 3 hours in the morning, then an hour and a half. This session will be a couple of hours and 30 minutes added on, because still there is still 44 overs of play remaining. Saqib Al Hassan walks in at number 6. Two most experienced players, two most experienced batters for Bangladesh, with a job to do. Bangladesh trail by 249, but it's the first innings that will define the game. Saqib very experienced, 68 games, an average of 38.84, and right now the most senior players with a big job to do. Saqib obviously take the bowlers on slightly more because he likes to attack, and with him Mushfiqur Rahim, who's already been out there for a while, 38 deliveries he's played. Not been a free-flowing first innings for Bangladesh, but you want to back time, also make sure that they get as close as possible to Pakistan's mammoth first innings total, 448. Straight away a little bit of a problem with the foot marks. Bowlers landing, they want it just bound together a little bit more. Over their front foot slipping. It's just a small little hammer. Maybe it's the wrong hammer. He's jogging back. A lot of discussion in front of that particular area. Yeah, foot landing so important. That hammer has been rejected, I reckon. It's been taken back. Shah Afridi. Maybe he'll be able to bowl these 6 deliveries and then the hammer appearing right now. There's a bit of a delay. But just before the break, where we thought that Bangladesh had done their work and were going to go very settled into the break, they lose their set batter, Shadman, who batted beautifully within striking distance of 100. Shah Afridi will start off proceedings. He'll start off over the wicket to Mushfiq. Into the offside, starts off with the full toss and is just bunted through cover. So a couple of runs for Mushfiq also brings up Bangladesh's 200. 201 for 4. Start of a session, Nick. Every session we talk about this session being very important, but this is crucial for Bangladesh. Bangladesh need to build a partnership and hopefully have a big partnership, because they're still trailing by quite some number of runs.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the loss of Shadman was a big loss, you have to say. He worked so hard, tirelessly through those challenging periods. Pakistan bowled well. They've started the sessions well. That's what they've managed to do. But he stuck in there, didn't he? It was a real blow for him. Had to feel for him. He deserved 100, you felt. Well, this was the last over before tea, and it was a good one. Came around the wicket, as he has done for most of the day, as most of the Pakistan bowlers have done to the left-hander, and that was it. That was the one that broke the shackles straight through the defences of Shadman, who, I have to say, played a brilliant innings. Nice looking shot.
get Mushfiqur going. Just talking about this partnership, Mushfiqur and Shakib have played 61 tests together. So two of the more experienced campaigners, and they average 43 together. So that's a positive if you're a Bangladesh fan. And if you're sitting up there having gone into the tea break, there would have been a chat about regrouping. Play the long game. It's a long, long day. It's an even longer day if you're in the field, I can tell you. It's sweltering out there. Shaheen hasn't bowled too much, so he should have a little bit left in his legs.
He's changed his angle, he's gone round the wicket. Just one delivery from over the wicket, now round the wicket. And on a surface where the ball's not really carrying through that much, you want to attack the stumps as best possible, and most Pakistani seamers have used the option of round the wicket, bringing the ball back into the stumps. And just with these slowish wickets, you think the wicket-taking option is more or less bowled in LBW. Getting one to go to slip is a rarity. One to carry to slip, or even get the edge and have enough slip off the surface right now on the third day with a softer ball is maybe a less percentage wicket than the one that nips back into the stumps.
Yeah, it's one of those wickets where just when you think nothing's happening, there's just been a couple that have just zipped it at a sharp pace. You mentioned Kuram Shahzad and now Muhammad Ali getting in the act. It's been a probing day, hasn't it? A probing day where not much has happened and you just got to stick in there. Shan Masood has done that well. He's rotated the bowlers well, I think, on a hot day. Again, Mushfiqur is right behind it. A nice defence, hasn't he? I always like the way he plays. I think technically gets right behind it. Ends the over, 201 for 4.
A slow burner, this test match. Now early to continue. He really bowled from round the wicket. The setup that he produced with Shadman was quite a few short balls and then the ball pitched up. Now it's Saqib ul Hasan. Nobody back deep square, so probably try and attack top of off. A different way that Saqib will play. Saqib likes bat on ball, likes to get the scoreboard moving. Also, he'll make sure that there's not a situation where they are allowed to bowl at him, so very experienced in that regard. Mushfiq is very workmanlike, very good with his defense. He'll build his innings. Raqib will play slightly differently, but the mix works.
Yeah, that's the one to worry about. He'd have been sitting on that balcony watching the last few hours. And it's that little ball that just nips back ever so slightly. It only has to do a little bit, an inch or two, and that is enough to get through, and has been enough to get through the defences. So you're going to have to be watchful little shimmy forward, and yeah, just takes the inside half. That's the danger ball. He knows it. And I think the batsman knows it as well. I think the importance, if you are a left-hander, particularly with the bowler coming around the wicket, is to try as hard as you can to cover those stumps. Make sure that when you're defending, you're not defending towards extra cover or mid-off. You want to almost get over and cover the stumps and come back towards the bowler, that you don't leave that gap between bat and pad. That'll be the thinking.
Goes full, just turned away leg side. Looking for that front pad was Muhammad Ali. A couple of runs for Saqib-ul Hasan. We talked about the importance of this partnership. They've got the most runs as a pair playing for Bangladesh. Obviously played a lot together. We've got 517 50 partnerships. And Bangladesh will want more of the same. They want to be able to firstly bat long, but also get close to that Pakistani total. And for that to happen, Saqib will have to play a few more of those. That's a lovely cover drive on the up. Don't think he'll get to the fence, but the timing was very good. And they'll come back for three. So Saqib, as always, looking to impose himself on the game.
Yeah, a nice looking shot. Key was the balance there, wasn't it? And try and overhit it. Just stood tall. Yeah, you're right. The combination of the two does work well. Shakib and Mushfiqur, they know each other's game inside out as well. So in terms of working together, building a partnership and understanding one another, that'll be key. That's a nice looking shot. Straight to the man, unfortunately, for Mushfiqur. He's faced 44 deliveries. He's looked good, 45 should I say. Anchoring the innings, a bit of a rebuilding phase now, having lost that wicket just before tea. So it's been a good wicket though. It's held together nicely and you'd expect it to do that. Well, 242 runs behind. Look at the smiles. Glad to see them still enjoying it. I hope they found some shade. He's got some interesting stats away from home. Mushfiqur Rahim, over 2,000 runs at 36, and Shakib 1,500 at 37. So, yeah, not bad averages those, you have to say. They like batting outside Bangladesh. Enjoy and relish the challenge.
Two 6 for 4. Proper hammer. Smashed down. Obviously that mini hammer that was brought out before, that was dismissed, disregarded. The two most experienced players for Bangladesh, and obviously Mushfiq at the top of the pile, most runs for Bangladesh in Test match cricket, and Shakib at number 3. So the onus right now on these two to be able to not take Bangladesh out of the hole, but make sure that They press along. Shaheen Shah Afridi now comes over the wicket. The footmarks have been repaired enough. In the air, it's on the up. Shakib, as always, looking to score runs. Just single that time around, but you can see the way that Shakib will play. He had a drive in the last over through the covers. This time wasn't a half volley as such, but he's just gone through with the stroke. Gets a single only.
Yeah, not quite at his best, you'd say. Shaheen back in the test fold, trying to find his rhythms. Not easy to just come straight in and hit your straps, is it? He's done a pretty good job. That one slide down the leg side, but for 39 or 13 overs. Buzzard, what do you make of his first run out for a while?
Yeah, you said hasn't played this longer format for a while, and it's just maybe showing he's not at top form. And normally when Shaheen Shah Afridi plays a couple of games, he then becomes the bowler that we expect him to do, but he needs overs under his belt. He can get through this test match. I think it'll be better for it next test match too. It's beautifully driven, but still to the fielder. And to get to your best, you need tea every so often. This is the Tapal Tea Lounge, and fans are given hot cups of tea, and it's a very pleasant experience, very calming, and Nick will give us testimony towards that.
Lovely cup of tea. Some of the best I've ever had. A little bit too much sugar, I think, in my one. Just a tad too much sugar. Gets me through the afternoon session.
And just to keep that energy level high. And I reckon they put extra sugar for you. It was what special treatment because a superstar had come to their lounge, so they pumped up the sugar.
Well, they were listening to me commentate and thought, this guy needs a bit of sugar.
Well, all of us need a lot of sugar. Now, Shaheen Shah Afridi, he changes his line of attack, goes over the wicket now. Field changes as well. Protection in the covers. There's a slip in a gully. Now the angle across will probably be the one that he works with. And we also want the ball just to come back in. Now the old ball into almost the 69th over. You'll have enough juice in it to be just reversing back into those pads. Doesn't time that inside edge into the pitch. The end of the 69th over, 207 for 4. Day 3, 4 wickets, 57 overs. Pakistan have controlled the run rate 3.16. short ball. He's used that with good effect. And the setup with Shadman was with the short ball. And the short ball, again back of a length, again a short ball, just pushing him, trying to push him back, and then the sucker delivery, the one that just snips back in. There's a change in tactic, and it worked beautifully from Muhammad Ali.
Just a little bit late on it, perhaps, only marginally. But you're right, it was good bowling, excellent bowling.
Edge and go through first slip and the keeper. I don't think it would have carried, but back of a length, beautiful delivery. Almost turns Shakibul Hasan squaring up.
Yeah, good ball, just didn't do a huge amount. Just a little gap there. Would it carried? That's the question. It might have carried, you know. I never like it when one becomes two or two becomes one. They try and makeshift that first slip and push him a bit wider. You can't win, can you?
Just snipping back in, so just troubling Shakib with that particular length, back of a length. Very difficult standing in the slips on pitches like this where the ball's not carrying consistently. You know, also you want to try and come up, but then the batter flashes and then you've got no chance because it comes so quickly. Still we look at Rizwan, but it is dying and it's quite wide on his left. And it's difficult to plug. There it is, that short ball. This is an impressive spell from Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, he's putting in a good shift for his team, that's for sure. He's a strong man, isn't he? Hits that deck. Puts every ounce of effort. And that's what you want on long days like this. You just got to keep it coming. Somehow, yes, there's a lot to fight for, isn't there? There's places to fight for. A long test summer coming up. A lot of competition. One thing's for sure, though. Buckle up with Shakib. You know that runs are going to be scored. Tends to strike at 62, so he goes a fair lick. Yeah, it's well bowled again. And well defended. That's the danger ball, isn't it? The short one before and then full in straight, trying to just sneak through the defences of well, the left-handers, as they have done successfully on 3 occasions now. All 3 being dismissed in a very similar fashion. All 3 left-handers, should I say.
Back behind that, it's 211 for 4. Still batting to come. Litton Das, Mahdi, very good all-rounder, Litton Das. Khan Masood said that he's his favourite Bangladeshi batter to watch. Round the wicket. Obviously Pakistan want a wicket here, but also there'd be a little thought from Shan Masood about the second new ball. Now Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling right now, and I'm guessing that probably Shan Masood wants Shaheen Shah Afridi to bowl with the new ball, so maybe an over, max an over more. And then Naseem Shah obviously isn't bowling right now. The top edge, will it carry? No, it won't. That short ball, this one Mushfiq takes it on. Almost with a wicket for Shaheen.
Not in complete control. Just bounced a little bit more. Weight was probably a bit further back than he would like. Yeah, just one of those touch and go moments. Mushfiq survives. Hasn't really found his rhythm, has he? He's hanging in there. Is the keeper. Not in this test match, but he's kept for many, many years, and he's been such a prolific player for Bangladesh in all conditions. We need his fighting qualities. Two slips in the gully for Shakib.
Wants a single, will get the single. And yeah, you're talking about how well Shan Masood has been able to rotate his bowlers. Now, another little tactic in the mix. Yes, there is a little bit of movement, a little bit of reverse. But who do you take out of the attack? Who do you rest to make sure that they're fresh when they bowl with that second new ball? Now there's a little bit of tinkering with that deep fielder for the short ball.
Yeah, I suppose the big question is who's been your pick of the bowlers? You look down that list. Shaheen, of course, is on now. Naseem Shah, Karam Shahzad, Muhammad Ali, they've all bowled pretty well. But for me, the one that's made the ball talk a little bit more is probably Karam Shahzad. Do you give him the new ball?
Yeah, absolutely. He's been the most impressive of the four, is Karam Shahzad. Now, Shan Masood think that he's the guy with the new ball. An interesting one. Off pace. And that's a decision that Shan Masood has to take. Does he go with the bowler who has been most impressive throughout this innings, or does he go with normal new ball bowlers? It was given to Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah. Let's do that again. And there's still 9 overs, 9.1 overs to that new ball, and a wicket or two might change the scenario again. Short ball this time, it's confidently pulled away. Much better control. It's a single. 71 done. It's 214 for 4. With the humidity, Bangladeshi fans, they want Shakib and Mushfiq to carry on. There's a change in bowling. Karam Shahzad has been given the ball. 2 for 36 in his 13 overs. Challenged both the inside and outside edges of the batters, has been probing away. I just mentioned, Nick said that he's been the most impressive, and I do agree, he's been the most impressive of the 4 seamers that Pakistan have played in this test match. Go over the wicket and try and get the ball to nip back into Mushfiq. There you go, the one that just angles back.
Yeah, on a slow wicket, there's not been a huge amount happening. We've talked about the run fest yesterday, only 2 wickets fell, 317 runs, 2 fine centuries scored, but today it has been a bit of a Karam Shahzad show, in the sense that he's been the one bowler that's managed to gain a little bit of pace off the wicket. As we said before, it looks like not a lot's happening, but he's just managed to hit that seam and hit it sharply. It's deviated quickly, and that's been his key. Well left again by Mushfiq, who again has been very watchful. I like just analysing the way he's played. And when you look at techniques and you look at batsmen getting themselves in, he's a good man to watch. He's obviously small in stature, but he plays the ball very late. Very rarely goes out of his bubble. Yes, he might not be timing it the way you'd like to. You almost feel like on this pitch you have to really crunch it to get it through the covers or get full value for shots. It's not a particularly fast outfield.
Just the way that he bats, it's also the way that he prepares for a test match. He's very particular in the way that he prepares his batting coming into a test match. So very professional in that regard. Lots of throwdowns, making sure that everything's in order, and very proficient that way. Shakib with a lot more flair. He'll prepare for a test match differently. He'll actually want to hit the ball hard, preparing for a test match. So different ways to preparing for a test match with different techniques. But at the ground, there's only one way within Inverex solar energy to charge your phones and make sure that that battery stays up. Great facility for the fans.
I think we need one of those in the commentary box. The amount of times that as commentators are using our phone. Need our own personal one.
Absolutely. Nobody looks up in that green room. Everybody looking in their phones. There's no scintillating conversation going around off comms either. So just everybody looking at their phone, scrolling. So important part. There is an important part, charging. The one conversation that we do have is somebody asking, some commentator asking the other commentator, do you have a charger?
Sign of the modern times. That's because all the conversation's happening in here. This is where the action is going on. Good. Right behind it. Look at that. The stone wall. The Bangladesh wall. 72 done. It's 214 for 4.
James.
214 for 4. 72 overs have been bowled by Pakistan. They've got the most experienced Bangladesh duo with bat, ambidextrous bowler. You asked me for options, Athar Ali Khan. There's one of them. And pleasantly greeted to the crease with the boundary, Saim Ayub, off the bat of Shakib Al Hasan.
Yeah, he picks up his first boundary, Loosener. Easy pickings for someone like Shakib Al Hasan. Short and wide. It was all about the placement. Nicely done. Look how wide that is.
After exhausting his options, Shahan Masood, he's turned to sixth bowling option. Important for Shakib and Mushfiqur Rahim to keep concentration. Sometimes you eye the part-timer and try and get on top of him. As I said, just on cue. A gentle lob in the air of the bat of Shakib Al Rahim straight to Shahan Masood. As Shakib Al Hasan falls, Bangladesh now lose their sixth.
What a change. Yeah, just went a little bit on the offside and trying to stretch out, and in the end the ball was not there. The first test wicket, and it's a big one, of Shakib Al Hasan for Saim Ayub. Shakib Al Hasan goes for 15, and the change works for Pakistan. Bangladesh 2-1-8 for 5.
Liton Das now out at number 7 for Bangladesh. 29 years of age, 42 test matches, 3 big hundreds to his name. 35 average, and suddenly Bangladesh now have their work cut out. 199 saw the loss of the 4th wicket, 218 saw the loss of Shakib Al Hasan, the 5th Bangladesh wicket to fall. In a bit of a loose, very loose shot. Saim Ayub, who now has his first test wicket and his very first over in test cricket as well. Inspired change, you can call it now. Forced change would be the true reality. But it's played off. They have the wicket. Can one bring 2? That's what he's been bowling in the PSL as well. He has that finger, takes it out of the hand that goes the other way. It's picked up by Liton Das. Excellent over. A wicket for Saim on his bowling debut. It's 2-1-8 for 5. 2-1-8 for 5, Bangladesh. Liton Das has faced a couple of deliveries. Mushfiqur Rahim still out there, battling hard for his 19.
Really interesting over from Saim Ayub, bowling for the very first time in Test cricket. Now this is how he picked up Shakib Al Hasan, soft dismissal, trying to drive, it goes aerial and he finds the man at cover. Khan Masood. Yeah. Who thought he'll be disappointed. Part-timer, very first over. It's straight to the cover. It was also interesting to see what he did when the right-hander came in. Because he was bowling off spin to the left-hander, Shakib Al Hasan. And when Liton Kumar Das came in to bat the last 2 balls, he bowled 2 leg spins. Tried to bowl leg spin. Interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, he's captain in the Pakistan Super League, Peshawar Zalmi Babar Azam, and he used him quite a lot with the new ball. Bowled in the power play. There he's emerged as an option. You could tell by Shan Masood's reaction, he was surprised. He was almost taken by surprise as well. The way Shakib Al Hasan, as you mentioned, Athar, in a very, very loose way to get out, hangs his bat out. Just strengthening the slip cordon now. The man from the leg side joins Rizwan behind the stumps. There's 2 men await. Khurram Shahzadi's got the ball too. Every now and then just nip into the left-hander off the surface. 2 very, very similar dismissals. His almost carbon copy as he picked up both left-handers. Misfield will get Liton Das 2 runs. He's off the mark.
A bit sloppy. The ball going through. Pakistan would be hoping to see the back of Liton Kumar Das as quickly as possible. He's more than capable of scoring runs. He's been pretty good with the bat. In and out of form, but we all know the kind of class that Liton Kumar Das possesses. He should enjoy batting in these conditions. Never easy when a batter comes on to bat because he's thinking to survive rather than to score. So this is the time where the opposition will be looking for a false shot. Trying to play square on the offside, inside edge. But this goes over the top of the stumps. 221 for 5.
Absolutely no surprises in terms of Saim continuing. Brilliant over. If you look at the numbers to show for 4 runs and the wicket of Shakib Al Hasan. It's a leg spinner again to the right-hander. He's got a couple of variations in his armory. We've already seen them.
This was the off spin, short and wide, which was put away. Again, a hint of turn off spin. Again off spin, and the 4th one he picked up a wicket, but straight away he bowled a leg spin to Litun Kumar Das. Again, have a look at that. Look at that turn and bounce.
And they're not afraid to give it a little bit of air as well. Slightly slower through the air. His nip, turn, a little bit of bite off the surface. Carefully watch. He's persisting with the leg spinner to the right-hander. There are the 2 deliveries. The leg spinner. He bowled the first one to Litun Das. He did pick it up because he communicated back to Mushfiqur Rahim. And he's bowling the leg spinner. This time drops it short and pays the price. Litun Das picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, that's one of the problems that Pakistan will need to deal with, because if you have a part-time spinner on, yes, he's picked up a wicket, but it's also danger of leaking some runs. It's important for Shan Masood. How long do you want him to continue to bowl? Half tracker put away for a boundary.
Overdone, 2-2-6 for 5. Always a brilliant sight to see young boys and girls in the crowd enjoying the event. And the adjuncts attached to it. French fries, ice cream, and the cricket. Oh, the cricket hangs in a very good balance at the moment. Just here, Bangladesh, well, they'll have a little bit of rebuilding to do. 2 very accomplished batters at the crease, and they will hope to put up a big partnership in order to close that 222-run deficit that still is there. On the other hand, Pakistan will feel if they can pick up another wicket here, they can really make strong inroads into that tail for Bangladesh. Remember, the new ball also available in just 4.5 overs, and we spoke about this. In fact, you and me were on earlier when we were alluding to the fact that they'd like their 2 set men in post tee. And just as we made that comment, it was Shadman Islam who lost his middle stump prior to tee, and they've lost Shakib Al Hasan since as well. So an interesting passage of play, in particular for Bangladesh.
Yeah, once again, it's the rebuilding phase for Bangladesh, and I think it started to go wrong when they lost the wicket of Shadman Islam at the stroke of tee. Had he been around, it would have been a different story, but as he's not around. Important for these 2, especially Litun Kumar Das, who's just come into bat, to stay around. Nicely played. And you pick up a couple runs here. Mushfiqur Rahim, he looks set now. 68 deliveries, and the kind of experience for Mushfiqur Rahim will certainly give a little bit of more hope in the Bangladesh dressing room as long as he stays. But I can tell you one thing, they would like to, or they would love to see Liton Kumar Das also playing a good role with the bat. That's what's needed. Yeah, new ball will ask questions.
Nicely driven again. Now what they'll hope for, that they keep taking the scoreboard along. A strong defense every time there's runs on offer, run hard between the wickets and keep taking the scoreboard, ones and twos. 4.2 overs is when the new ball is due. 220 runs is the deficit. We play on for another extra half an hour. Play can go up to 6:20 p.m. So still a lot of play left in the day. Last time we broke for a break, saw Bangladesh wicket fall. Well, we break for drinks after this delivery. It was the same bowler, Mohammad Ali. Can he repeat the dose? Overs done. Players will take drinks. 76 overs have been bowled. It's 228 for 5. Back to Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Bangladesh 228 for 5 as action will resume after the drinks break. The latest wicket to fall, Shakib Al Hassam, becomes the first scalp in Test cricket history for Saim Ayub. His very first over whites. Happened all in very soft fashion. He couldn't believe his luck. Saim, nor could the skipper Shan Masood, as he's the one who took the catch. Brought the 5th dismissal for Bangladesh. You just feel a spring in the step of the Pakistan squad. It's been a hard day. A couple of variations as we picked up to the left of your screen, the off spinner that he preferred bowling to the left-hander. Leg spinner, carom ball as he flicks it out of his hand, uses that finger, pushes it forward. But if you look at the seam revolving towards first slip, hence why it's got that turn towards the slip cord, and he's bowled that one to the right-hander. Good control to have.
Good skills, really good skills. And to see Saim Ayub bowling this off spinner to the left-hander and the carom ball, at times a leg break also to the right-hander, it's really good because he wants the ball to move away from the batters.
And so far with good control as well. For, if anything, the widest delivery he bowled was the one that picked up Shakib's wicket. That's the one that turns away. He's asking questions. He's asking questions. He's getting ball to turn.
Yeah, Liton Kumar Das will be also thinking just to bat on, but just bat along. Not to get out at this stage of the game. Because Bangladesh needs a partnership to steady the ship. They're still 220 runs behind. They trail by 220 runs after this 33 overs to be bowled. Still a long way to go. That's the reason why Bangladesh dressing room will be feeling that yes, this partnership is crucial. As well bowled again.
Another good over from Saim comes to end. 228 for 5. And the scoring rate has just dropped because that wicket as well. 11 overs. We've still got a lot of time in this test match, even in today's play. Pace from Mohammad Ali. 13 overs, 35 for 1. Picked up the big wicket. Shadman Islam on 93 just before tea. We've been talking about his variations. Once again, understanding the game. This one lobbing it just outside. Shakib hangs it back to that. He bowls the off spinners to the left-hander. Bowls that carom ball which turns away from the right hand. It's a good control. He's got a cheeky smile on his face. I'm sure he's picked it up on the big screen. Well left in the end.
Yeah, the new ball due after a couple of overs. This is the 78th over, so 2 more overs. So perhaps maybe 1 more over from Saim Ayub and an over from Muhammad Ali, because we haven't seen yet Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah. Look out for them whether they're warming up, because it looks like that they might just take the new ball straight away. New ball due in 2.4 overs. There you go. Stretching out, warming up. Knows that they will probably be needed to come straight away and take the new ball.
Yeah, the wicket came off Saim's first over. But with the quality that is available in terms of Naseem and Shaheen, especially how effective they are with the new ball. Still an early partnership, 11 runs. Liton Das still fairly fresh to the crease. Mushfiqur Rahim has been there for a 74 delivery, so you just imagine Shan Masood, he'd look to pick up another one with that new ball right away. A few times that's happened.
Yeah, Pakistan gave the new ball to Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah. Among them, only a wicket that went to Naseem. Khurram Shahzad has picked up 2 for. He's taken the new ball in domestic cricket in Pakistan. Would you want to see the same new ball bowlers when the second ball is due?
It's a good shout. And why I say that is because Khurram Shahzad is the only one who managed to extract some sort of deviation off the surface. With an angle around the off stump into the left-hander, albeit both batters at the moment being right-handers. Might just be the reason why Shan will persist with Shaheen Shah Afridi, as he gets that natural swing into the right-hander. And Naseem Shah, well, he was good with the new ball. So, yes, the option is available, but just given because the 2 right-handers are out there in the middle, I just feel Shan will go with Shaheen and Naseem. Well, we will find out in 2 overs when the new ball is due. At the moment, it's 2:29 for 5.
It's turning out to be a golden arm, Saim Ayub. He was used in PSL, picked few wickets, bowled in the power plays, and he got some confidence from there. And in this test match, wicket off the first over. What a start. Has been a very good test match for Saim Ayub. New ball is going to be available after 1.5 overs. And before finishing his stint, he asked the question, who should take the new ball? There is an option for the captain, and I think he has to use Khurram Shahzad, because he looked like hurrying the batsman and he got plenty of deviation of the surface. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use him.
I'm with you. Him and Naseem Shah.
Yeah, Shaheen looked off the ball, didn't he? He was used for few spells. I wasn't able to bring any impression on the batters. So if the option is there, as a captain, you have to mull over.
Oh!
Nicely done. Played it late. The outfield won't do justice, but we'll still get a couple.
Yeah, when you talk about Bangladeshi batsmen, they are brought up on those turning wickets. They know how to play spin. Here was the deft touch from Litton Das. Delayed the stroke. And was able to place the ball into the gap. And again. Couple of runs to end the over. The 79th. New ball only 1 over away. 236 for 5.
So just an over away when the second new ball will be available to Shan Masood. Bit of a discussion there amongst the bowlers, along with the captain. We'll probably get to know who's warming up in place of Saim if they're to take that new ball after this over.
I saw Naseem Shah limbering up. Nice. Easy as you like. Elegant drive on the up from a very talented batter, Mushfiqur.
Yeah, it's just that as a batter, you know it when you make connection, no matter how slow the outfield is. This one is going for sure. And it's just, he stood his ground, just a couple of steps forward, and he just knows it.
Yeah, got on top of that bounce and used the pace. Just caress the ball through covers. And play that stroke with consummate ease.
Nicely controlled shot. He'll get some runs for it. Good stop there by Khurram Shahzad. Must be having tired legs, but making sure he cuts that off. It had some timing in that one. Another couple added.
Almost a perfect pull shot. Now you have to meet the ball at the arm length. Yeah. Intentionally played the ball all along the ground. He's enjoying his time out there in the middle. The right-hander, Mushfiqur.
New stronger Pepsi. You got to try it because it's Kamal hai.
Seems like you need one.
Yeah, the weather, surely.
You certainly look dehydrated.
Last ball before tea, they lost the set batter. And no matter what you've done in that session, it's just that you walk into the dressing room feeling you won it because you've got a batter on 90 plus out back in the dugout.
Yeah, but he really played well. He was an epitome of calm out there in the middle. The left-handed batsman Shadman impressed many. Last ball. After this, the second new ball is going to be available for the Pakistani bowlers. Left alone. 80 overs done. New ball available. It's 2:40 for 5.
So now they have the second new ball available, but Saim is going to continue. He's still with the fourth umpire and he's offering it to the on-field umpire. They usually get it in the field and they keep it in their pocket once it's available.
Yeah, it must be a surprise for many why the new ball is not taken by the captain. If I think of any reason, there is only one reason which has deterred the Pakistani captain not to opt for the second new ball. They are way behind in that over rate. Maybe that is the reason.
Slog, it's in the air, but there is nobody in that region. He'll go to the boundary, and probably that's the reason why he's taken that chance. Liton Das wasn't much of a control of that shot, but yeah, he could play it freely because that area is not being patrolled by anyone.
Yeah, only 2 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. And that was the challenge for the Bangladeshi team in this test match while batting. They have won this battle. He's looking to go after Saim Ayub, Liton Das.
Still trailing by 201. The point you're making about Pakistan lagging behind in the over rate, but is that a good enough reason not to take that opportunity of that new ball? Yes, we've surely been told they'll be quite way behind. But they're still not operating two spinners.
I think the Pakistani captain should think about taking the second new ball. If it's available, he's got the resources who could actually invigorate the batsman. At the moment, they're dealing quite easily with the spin of Saim Ayub and the fast bowling of Muhammad Ali. This partnership is brewing, and they have to break this partnership as quickly as possible. And the new ball is way to go. At the moment, he's being deterred, like I mentioned before, because they are lagging behind in that over rate.
It's 249 for 5. Umpire Rashid Riaz now hands it over to the on-field umpire, who rightly puts it in his pocket. And Pakistan will now get Naseem Shah. So yeah, the signs are that they will go for it. But surely, let's wait and see who's going to bowl from the other end. Khurram Shahzad, that's what you and I have voted for. Let's see if he can convince, or the captain is already convinced. Let Shaheen allow his teammate to have the new ball.
Yeah, judging by a couple of spells from Shaheen Shah Afridi, he lacked that venom. And he was not rushing the batters. And if that was the case, I think if there is an other option available as a captain, you have to go for it. It's going to be a tough call, let me tell you.
Well, that'll be the captain's decision. Does he go for what is needed, or does he go with reputations?
.250 on the board with that single. Well, if the new ball is taken, there is a good news for Bangladesh, because Liton Kumar Das has opened the innings for Bangladesh on many occasions.
Yeah, this might just see an increase in the scoring rate because of that new ball. Oh, lucky there. Just hanging his bat a little away from the body, taking that inside part of that bat.
Yeah, that little indecision might have cost him big. Didn't know whether to play at it. Tried to bail out at the last moment. That inside edge could have gone anywhere. Very lucky 4 runs for him. He knows. Mistake was committed. Wasn't harmful. New ball taken. The second new ball.
This will be an interesting half an hour.
A bit of movement in the air for Naseem Shah. He's renowned to swing the ball in the air, and also he gets deviation of the surface with the new ball. Naseem Shah, much more improved bowler.
Oh yeah, full length, he's asking for it. Nobody else but Shaheen, rather Naseem. Yeah, no, Babar, Rizwan, both of them are like, what are you asking for? I think the bat has hit the turf.
Good spot, very good spot, Sikandar. Looks like that was the case, and that's why the umpire was unmoved. And you didn't see the batter actually looking towards the wicketkeeper. Often is the case, when you nick the ball, you follow the ball. It wasn't the case.
Yeah, you see that slight puff of dust as the bat goes brushing the turf. This will give you a better picture there.
But it's encouraging. It's encouraging for Naseem Shah. There's a bit of swing in the air for him.
Well, Shaheen feels this bad first. Rishad Kettleborough is just being tested a bit there. This time everyone was with Naseem Shah.
Great thinking from Naseem Shah. After moving the ball away from the right-hander on a couple of occasions with the new ball, he tried to bend the ball back into the stumps. Extra bounce on that occasion for Naseem Shah. Good decision from the umpire.
He's gone all over the place. He's been forced to give it a wide. That's probably gone outside the pitch. It's a no ball. He's going to change the signal. If it goes outside the pitch, then it's got to be a no ball. Oh, that's the front foot. So it's take your pick, whichever you want. Quick look at the leg before shout a couple of deliveries ago. Not a bad shout though. Where's this? Yeah, there you go. That's what I said. Naseem Shah thought it was bad first.
And like aforementioned, the ball was bouncing a lot. That was a wide-ish delivery, and he went for it. Controlled the stroke. A boundary to end the over. It's 2:59 for 5.
A lot of Bangladesh support. Trailed by 189 runs with that new ball that has been taken in the previous over. So you're going for reputations, the captain, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's been given the new ball to shape, and not Khurram Shahzad.
He's got the opportunity to redeem himself for the second new ball. He has bowled without any luck. Two slips in place, along with the gully.
Take you back in time. A while ago you mentioned Liton Das might be an advantage for Bangladesh because he's played the new ball. Back in your time, in the nets during the test matches, apart from the regular openers, who else played the new ball in the middle order?
Number 3, number 4 batters.
Talking about somewhere maybe 5, 6 and 7 who would be facing that second new ball?
It wasn't the trend. People realized that number 7 batsman might be asked to face the second new ball, and then you decided who should be the number 7 batsman, who's got the ability to face the faster bowlers. You know, Salim Yusuf comes to your mind, one of the greats of Pakistan, very efficient wicketkeeper batsman. He always had a floating number. He opened the innings for Pakistan and he started to bat at number 7, and he was very effective against the second new ball.
So you saying the nets, the number 6 or 7 never faced a new ball?
Not in the nets.
That's been the case we've been talking about. He's been a little all over the place. He feels that there is a feather touch, but don't think anyone else is convinced. Pakistan has only one review left. Better be careful, and the time's gone.
Yeah, he suggested nobody heard anything. Let's get on with the job.
Again, probably the case where the bat is brushing the toe end.
Yeah, looks like Shaheen Shah Afridi is bowling out of desperation. Somebody has to go and speak to him. Just tell him, don't worry about the wickets. Just try and bowl in the right areas. Wickets will come. Better, much better.
Just a while ago I was checking about the average speeds of the Pakistan fast bowlers across sessions. Shahin's speeds haven't really varied much, only in that second session in the heat of the afternoon. That's the opportunity of a run out. Well, he's firstly hovering around 132. Only in that second session he went to 131 average speed, otherwise he's back to 132. But his pace has gone down a little bit in recent times. But this is again average we're talking about. There could be deliveries which are much quicker.
I don't know why there is so much of hue and cry that Shaheen Shah Afridi is not bowling up to 140. Yes, his pace has come down, but has anybody spoken to him? Hey, your ability to trance the batsman is to swing the ball. Don't worry about your pace dropping. Just focus on your lines and lengths. And it'll start to work. Remember when James Anderson started his career? He used to bowl with brisk pace, but it came down. But with experience, he knew how to pick up wickets. So that's where he has to up his game, Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, totally agree with you. It's just his reputation of bowling that full Yorker and with the speed that doesn't allow the batter to bring the bat down in time. With that new ball, of course.
See, at times he's guilty of trying to bowl too fast, Shaheen Shah Afridi, because it's been rife in the media that he has lost pace. But what he should be asked, maintains good lines and lengths. Learn how to set up a batsman. Learn the art of picking out wickets.
Which is why we were discussing the, well, prospect of having Khurram Shahzad, who can get the ball to move in and away. And he's done that with the slightly oldish ball. There was no harm in experimenting that with the second new ball.
Yeah, with you. I'm totally with you. if I was out there in the middle, I would have chosen to go with Khurram Shahzad for sure.
Yeah, that's the one that goes and stays straight with the angle. It's 260 for 5.
Some good comparisons there. Naseem, Shaheen, all above 140. Shahzad and Muhammad Ali. So excellent consistency from the quicks. Beautiful shot. One of the best.
Shot of the day so far for me. There's been a few drives that have been timed really nicely to the boundary. This one right up there. Leans nicely, holds his shape and doesn't try and overhit. Beautifully timed. He moves on to 22 of 33. Partnership now 46. 64 was a moment where the experienced campaigners were called on to bring about a partnership. So far they've done it well. Getting the ball to shape as he does naturally away from the right-hander.
Yeah, the ball just 2 overs old, so trying to give it an opportunity to swing, as both teams have tried throughout the test match. That's where the wickets have been taken. Full. Naseem Shah. I want to try and find a good rhythm here with the second new ball. Got a lovely action, hasn't he? I've always been an admirer of his. That sort of Richard Hadley look about him. He was a fine bowler, wasn't he? Yeah, it's been a good partnership. Lytton Das coming in the fall of Shakib Al Hasan. Some would say he could have perhaps come up the order a little bit more. Is he batting too low? Who knows? But he's on 22 and he's made a fine start.
Sound of the bat again, very promising. It also brings up the 50 partnership and in quick time, just with the 67 deliveries. Lytton Das has picked up another boundary in the over.
Yeah, 2, you would say, tired deliveries from the opener. Shah, a floaty half volley and one off the back foot. So nice gifts for Das just to get his score up there. 26 now, going at a good rate, isn't he? Yeah, 50 and done in pretty quick time. They'll need to double that. And this one's pulled. Has he found the gap? No, straight to the man. Yeah, it'll be tough for the big quicks, won't it? And when you consider the amount of test cricket that's been played, or the lack of, suddenly they've been asked to come back at this stage of the day and legs will be feeling heavy. And I'll just be wanting to get through tonight and get that massage and ice bath or whatever they're going to do. Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of Test cricket, and they've got quite a bit coming up. So this will be a good challenge for them, a good start. As I say, that point just moves back a little bit, not fully on the boundary. He's kind of in a off-cock area where he'll be looking for a catch.
.269 for 5. Scoring rate just picking up, 3.89 in the 18 overs. The one wicket that fell down in the third session was that of Shakib Ul Hasan. Shaheen now with the new ball to slip Sanagali. Looking for that full length delivery, looking for that Yorker with the shape into the right-hander. He bowled well when he was bowling across the right-hander in the previous over. He seems to be in a better rhythm in comparison to what he was yesterday at a similar time when they declared and came out to bowl. He bowled just the 4 overs.
Yeah, still finding his feet. Not fully at Shaheen Shah, we know. Not fully at his best. Yeah, that's the one. Just goes slightly wider of the crease, doesn't he, and pushes it across. Got the ability to swing it back. Litton Das up to the equation as well. Yeah, look at these average speeds. They've been pretty good, haven't they? You might want to move. And 33, 35. Yeah, so very consistent. Particularly when they bowled that short delivery.
Slashed hard and through the offside. Well, when the new ball doesn't land in the right area, most often than not, it leaks for runs. Litton Das picks up another boundary.
Yeah, width on offer, meat and drink for a player of his class. Just got to get a bit of bat on it and let the speed of the ball do the rest. I don't think he minded really where that went. So not a great start from the two opening bowlers, Shaheen and Naseem. They've leaked a few runs, and again that point goes back onto that sort of in between area just behind point for that shot.
Because the fuller delivery that swings into the right hand has yielded so much success for Shaheen Shafidi, in particular with the new ball across formats. Every now and then when he gets into a good rhythm, that's the wicket delivery for him. So far it hasn't really landed in the correct area, hasn't swung as much as well. On the fuller side, every time he's heard, he's gone for runs. The angle that has worked, however, is the one where he uses the crease, comes wider and pushes the ball across the right-hander. Litton Das and Mushfiqur Rahim have now done the hard yards in rebuilding partnership and they look a little more confident, not afraid to play their shots, not afraid to take the aerial route. And the hard new ball coming onto the bat nicely, pings off the bat as well. 85 overs bowled, Bangladesh 273 for 5 as the players break for drinks. Welcome back after the drinks break. Bangladesh in pursuit of 448. The declaration from Pakistan at the moment are 273 in their first innings. The loss of 5 wickets. It's a good partnership between Mushfiqur Rahim, who's got 42 not out. Liton Das joined him and scored quick 31. The partnership at the moment 55 from 75 from the two experienced men.
Yeah, they've dovetailed well, haven't they? Mushfiqur has been stout, he's been stubborn, and he's fought through some tough periods. Has come in and just freed up a little bit. A few errant bits of bowling to allow them to get going. So a nice, healthy partnership this. They needed that just to get them up towards that 300 mark. Of course, still trailing Pakistan. Liton Das, you'd say, is a more attractive on the eye, isn't he? He's a nice-looking player, elegant. Mushfiqur, a little bit more hard-working, somebody who likes to get himself in. He's gritty and determined, runs hard. Shahzad has been brought on. Khurram Shahzad, only 1 over from Naseem, maybe 2. But the captain's decided that this is the man who's going to be entrusted to try and get a few wickets. He has been the pick of the bowlers, it has to be said. 2 for 39. He's bowled skillfully and accurately at times, and when he has got movement, it's not only moved, but it's gone quickly as well. taken those 2 wickets, which is run through the gap of 2 of the left-handers, Monamal and Shadab. Here we go. Yeah, so they've obviously decided that Naseem Shah is not going to be continued with. I think that's just a case of tactics, that Captain felt Shahzad was the man for the moment.
Yeah, seems across as exactly that. Like we've spoken about throughout the broadcast, he's the only one who extracted some sort of deviation off the surface. It was then into the left-handers, which will mean away from the right-handers if he manages that similar line. Now let's not forget Naseem Shah last played a test match. He missed the Australian series due to injury, so he last played a test match in July 2023 in Sri Lanka against Sri Lanka. And the only longer version game he's played is the A-team game prior to this game against Bangladesh, picked up 3 wickets. So it's been a long time between test matches for him. So the captain only opting for the 4 balls of the first over, where the new ball was taken after 2, and the second over for Naseem after that. Still extracting some good nip off the surface.
Yeah, these were the 2 wickets that we spoke about. This was the captain, Shanto, and that was Monamal, who got a very similar delivery. So 2 almost identical deliveries that went quickly. Yeah, no ball, Richard Kettleborough, umpire. Just overstepping. Oh, it's very marginal. Very, very marginal. Attractive looking stroke again. He's hit a number of those today, hasn't he? But he's hit them straight to extra cover. I'll give you a interesting to see how many times he's hit extra cover and that's been stopped. Missed out on a few runs there. Still trailing by 174 runs. Still a lot of work to do. This partnership is 56 now. You'd think from a Bangladesh point of view, they'd like to get that up to 100.
That's a well-directed short delivery, managed well in the end by Mushfiqur Rahim. Just on Khurram Shahzad, the new ball in his hand is not an anomaly. It's been a regular feature of late. Remember, he took the new ball against Australia in that 3-match series. Also played a lot of domestic cricket for Pakistan in Australia against the Bangladesh developmental side, and picked up wickets on that tour as well. So Shan Masood does have his options with the new ball, and obviously having played first-class games, he's, in terms of fitness, will probably not have his legs as heavy as some of the other Pakistani players who haven't played the longer version, or the breaks in between the first-class games have been quite extravagant in comparison to Shahzad. 2 brilliant deliveries we keep showing to dismiss 2 Bangladeshi batters. Yeah, well done by Saudi. He's been busy throughout the game in that area. End of the over, 275 for 5. Bangladesh trail by 173. And they'll want to tick off as many as possible. They've got another partnership going for the 6th wicket. Mushfiqur Rahim has been out there for a long time, 99 deliveries. On the other hand, Liton Das scoring just under 70. And they've played a few shots against this new ball.
Where do you think things stand currently in terms of when you analyse the day? Do you look back and think Bangladesh have had the better of the day, or Pakistan just done pretty well to get 5 wickets on, I think what we'd agree is a fairly flat wicket? There's been a huge amount in it, so yeah, interested, where are things at the moment?
I think just in terms of where the game lies at the moment, Pakistan picking up the 5 wickets will definitely be the happy camp, because the deficit still is 173 runs. However, I think Bangladesh have done well. I'm talking about the surface. It has flattened out. Gets the outside edge. Picks up a boundary. We're talking about Bangladesh. Yes, they've lost the 5 wickets, but every time they've lost a wicket, that middle order, that experienced middle order, has held the ship steady. That angle across the left hand is what's worked for Shaheen Shah Afridi. So yes, as you asked, about Pakistan picking up the 5 wickets will definitely be a positive. But if Liton Das and Mushfiqur Rahim stay unbeaten overnight, I think Bangladesh will be very happy. As when they come out, maybe if they can knock off another 30-odd runs of that deficit. In the meantime, Inverex Solar Energy, it's a great facility. You can scan the QR code, answer simple questions and win some prizes. All of this while you're watching this contest. Same question to you. And that's what I make of it. If Pakistan pick up another wicket here, they'd definitely be the happier side.
Cracking shot. Lovely. Just a little check. 50 for Mushfiqur Rahim, and he goes there in beautiful style. His 28th in 50 test matches, and yes, well applauded, as you'd be expected. It's been an innings of courage and fight. Pretty healthy average too. 5,727 now, leading Bangladeshi run scorer in test match cricket. Well done. And his 4th 50 against Pakistan too.
Yeah, another accolade to his illustrious career. Timed away beautifully. 10 centuries to the 28 50s. And he stood tall once again and dug Bangladesh out of a spot of bother. And they wanted to continue. Eight of Shaheen's over, 283 for 5. sun sets here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Scorecard in the first innings for Bangladesh: 283 for 5. Liton Das 31. Playing alongside Mushfiqur Rahim, who's just clocked up another milestone in his Test career's 28th 50. Shaheen Shah Afridi, we were talking about comparisons in pace as well. We saw a graphic earlier on. In comparison, in the 4 quicks that Pakistan has opted for in an all-pace attack, his average speed has been the slowest. His fastest delivery also 141 clicks. Also in his last over, saw every time he's tried to pitch the ball up, searching for the swing. A, the swing hasn't been as what he would have liked, and B, he's just erred too far full. It's become an over-pitch delivery. Batters have been easily driving through that length.
Yeah, perhaps a symptom of T20 cricket, of the shorter format. You get into bad habits, or maybe habits that suit you for the white ball game, but perhaps when it comes to the red ball, you just might lose your shape or your action a little bit. Doesn't allow you to swing it back in. And of course, for any left armer in the red ball game in Test cricket, bringing that ball back is where you really create the opportunities, I feel. Of course, you want to be able to push the one across, but, and I'm not a bowling coach, but just watching him bowl, it just comes to my naked eye. I just feel like he's jumping away quite a lot, which means his front arm drops quite early. Just can't get that shape coming back into the right-hander. And maybe that's a reason why he keeps pushing it across and perhaps doesn't look as potent as we know he can be. Of course, he's a world-class operator. There's no doubt about that. And it will take some time. I think maybe we're being a bit harsh judging some of these players. They haven't played much red ball cricket for some time. Haven't played Test cricket, so I'm sure in the break and in periods before some of the series, he'll get back to some of the good attributes and the action that has served him well over a period of time. But it is difficult jumping from the 2 formats. It has to be said, it's not an easy thing to do. This one just drifting down. It's a tired delivery. I don't think he got any bat on it. No. Take 4. But fielders and bowlers looking a little bit bewildered by the long sun, the long sessions they've had.
Yeah, just errs in length and line. Every time they've decided to go full, they have leaked runs. They just haven't been disciplined enough to hold that length that has worked on the surface. Spoke to Saud Shakil at the start of the day in an interview, and he said it was that length that was the most potent on the surface if you were a bowler. I found it a lot more easier when it was pitched up. 288 for 5.
Partnership 70. And it is a crucial partnership for Bangladesh. Just before the new ball was taken, Shakibul Hasan dismissed, and you felt as if there was an opening for Pakistan. The new ball was taken, and the run started to flow. 6.4 overs with the new ball, 34 runs, 8 boundaries. That's the risk you run with the new ball. This will come onto the bat quicker. Obviously the opportunity to take wickets, but also the opportunity to score runs. And Litton Das has been striking it beautifully. Like that. That is probably the shot of the innings. He's come down the track and almost launched this out of the park. He's gone for a boundary.
The first delivery of this over, and he goes a shimmy down the wicket, and it's straight as an arrow. You know, we'd often see the batters do this to the spinners. He's done that to Naseem Shah. That is a lovely hit from Litton Kumar Das.
Short ball, cries of catch it, but that's been smoked. That has been hit very powerfully. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, he was anticipating that. The shot that he played before this one, Litton Kumar Das on his back foot and pulls it powerfully. There was a fielder, a deep square leg, and he's hit in front of the square. That raced to the boundary. He's looking in very good touch, Litton Kumar Das.
A change in the field now. Shan Masood just going with the fielder on the onside. Babar goes to a short square leg. There's a deep square leg in front of square and almost a deep mid wicket. And the third also goes back, so the field is just set for short pitch bowling. Litton Das played a beautiful pull shot now. Shan puts up the challenge. Naseem Shah has been asked to bowl short. Ducks underneath.
Yeah, he's been in a good nick, Litton Kumar Das, since the year 2021. He's been the leading run scorer in Test cricket for Bangladesh. He's gone across 1600 runs now, 1642 to be exact, with 300s. And he would want to continue in a similar fashion. And you know what is noticeable is that he scored his runs quickly. He's striking at 80, 40 of just 50 deliveries. And he's played some lovely shots. He's a really good play to watch on song.
Naseem Shah goes round the wicket. Goes short again, and that has been pulled in the air, but that has been hammered out of the ground. That is out of the stadium.
The field was set. There were 3 fielders trying to look to catch with the short pitch delivery. The plan was to bowl a short one. He comes round the wicket and he's hit that many a miles. That's gone out of the stadium. What a shot. Great piece of timing. Oh, wow. It disappears into the trees. There you go.
What a way to bring the 300 up for Bangladesh, but 46 of just 51. Yes, the short ball theory with Naseem Shah from round the wicket, but that is a massive hit. It is smallish stadium, but it still takes some hitting to get it out of the ground. This one down the ground, just shimmied down the track, then the short ball absolutely smoked towards mid-wicket, then round the wicket, and the pull shot, well, doesn't get better than that. And we talked about how dangerous he is. Gets his runs quickly. The most dangerous wicketkeeper batters are the ones that change the complexion of the game by scoring very quickly, and he's batting number 7. And at number 7, if somebody can score at a strike rate of 80, more often than not, it really dents the opposition. Change of ball.
Yeah, it is the second new ball. It's the 7.2 overs with the second new ball. That was a terrific hit. Well, they can't find the ball, so they'll pick up a new one here. Good to see, good to see. Spectators coming in big numbers, some fan following for Bangladesh team. They've got the Bangladesh shirts on and the flag. Yeah, proud moment for them and proud moment for Bangladesh. There comes another one. Yeah, most runs for Bangladesh in Test since 2021. Litun Kumar Das is right at the top. 39 innings. He's scored 1,648 runs, 1150s, 300s, followed by Mushfiqur Rahim. Remember, Mushfiqur Rahim and Litun Kumar Das are in the middle with a partnership of 84. Najmul Hasan Shanto, Madison Miraj yet to bat. Momin ul Haq. Really nice to see fans coming in big numbers, and they must be enjoying especially this over. First 4 deliveries have gone for 14.
And the challenge again will be with that short pitch bowling from Naseem Shah. Cross seam this time. Goes short, has pulled again. That has been happening. Nobody's seen that. It's gone so quickly that the 3 fielders on the fence, they just looked at each other. Gets to his 17th Test match 50. And it has been entertaining and it has been classy as ever.
Well, he has exploded with the bat, particularly against Naseem Shah in this over. This over is not yet finished and he's picked up 18. A boundary, once more a short pitch delivery, and he's pulled that. He's gone 1 bounce over to the fence. A nice round of applause from his teammates from the dressing room. What a shot to bring up his 17th Test match 50.
Yeah, brilliant from Litton Das again. We talked about his strike rate, but he makes very classy runs. You sit down and watch him when he bats because he's a very... This time he lets it go. 18 of that Naseem Shah over. It's 306 for 5. 4.65 in session number 3, largely due to Litton Kumar Das. The new ball, well travelling, 52 runs in 7.4 overs. Last over going for 18. So the runs flowing in this final session.
Yes, certainly travelling and travelling towards the boundary, the second new ball. Right, Khurram Sajjad, 2 for 42 and 17. Pakistan needs someone to maintain a good line and length because Naseem Shah in the previous over was aggressive because it hit him for a couple of boundaries and then tried to test him with short pitch deliveries. 18 runs, the most expensive of this test match in the previous over.
Turned away leg side. Very purposeful batting from Litton Kumar Das, and a purposeful city built just for tourism. Blue World City. So Arthur, it's been a test match for wicket-keeper batters. 171 for Rizwan. Litton Das 50 not out. And can I venture to Mushfiq as well, 52 not out.
Absolutely. And Litton Kumar Das are now gone across 2,500 runs in Test cricket. Becomes the 8th batter from Bangladesh to go and score more than 2,500 runs. And he's the 4th quickest from Bangladesh. Right, the slips comes out. Goes to a short mid-wicket.
It's been good from Litton. Yes, there has been that aggressive approach, but he's also in between being able to defend against those good length deliveries. Yes, sometimes you just get carried away when the ball's hitting the middle of the bat so often.
Yeah, good point, Bazit. You don't want to see him getting carried away. Okay, you've seen that last over. He took on Naseem Shah, 18 runs. Now go back to basics. Because for Bangladesh, they would love to see both these batters remain unbeaten at the close of the play. That is what's going to help Bangladesh fight even more. Another good partnership now. At 19, just 103 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to get to stumps without losing another wicket. Also, bigger picture, they want to get to as close or maybe cross that Pakistani total. Make sure that they give themselves every chance to stay with the game. Don't fall behind, and that will only happen if this first innings they make it count with the bat. Both batters cross 50. For Bangladesh's sake, one of them, if not both, will make this count and make it a 3-figure inning. Previous over, the first ball really started it all, because he's come down the track and launched him down the ground. No fast bowlers like that. Goes short and then was smoked leg side. And the short ball just left alone. Now he decides to go round the wicket. Has a little word, but the word comes back to bite him because he's been smoked out of the ground. Ends up with another bouncer which is played well. Once you get 18, you can always give the bowler a thumbs up. This is good. This is very good. This is what you want. Rotation of strike. Yes, there's the boundaries will always catch your eye, but Mushfiq very experienced in the way that even at this stage he's able to just drop and run.
Yeah, this partnership has been a good mix of caution and aggression. Mushfiqur Rahim has been cautioned in terms of scoring those runs. He's taken his time. 53 of 112, but he's the aggressor. 51 of 55, Litton Kumar Das.
No.
309 for 5. Bangladesh come roaring back. Mushfiq and Nitin Das, 91 of 106. This partnership going at a fair clip. Naseem Shah. Over the wicket to Mushfiq. Previous over went for 18. He's still got another over from Shan Masood. Everybody wants that little battle to continue. Everyone's Litton Das on strike. Babar having a word. Having a little word, maybe just trying to tell him that he should go faster, strike it harder. Just the almost conventional field with Mushfiq on strike over the wicket, trying to bowl as close to the stumps as possible for Naseem, but crowd and everybody just waiting for that one single to get Litton back on strike and that battle to resume again.
Well, both the batters need to understand that it's only another 14 minutes or so when then it'll be called stumps. So you need to be a little bit more defensive, because we all know that when you're getting a little bit aggressive in terms of scoring runs, the way that Litton Kumar Das batted, and particularly in that over from Naseem Shah, you give a bit of a hope to the opposition, because if you miss it, then the opposition is in business, and both are more than capable of being a little bit more defensive. He's been rock solid in defense.
Yeah, the other option that Shan Masood does have is that this situation, maybe just play on Litton Das by bowling the spinner and asking him to take the spinner on, because we've seen with the new ball, with a harder ball, that might be a little more from the surface, or maybe Salman Ali Agha. Nicely managed to the offside. It's a single now. One delivery remaining. Let's have a look at what the field's going to be set like. No, they've not gone for that short ball theory. Didn't work, so they're back to conventional bowling. There's still a couple of fielders, a deep square leg in place, but they've not gone for the third fielder on the fence. Naseem Shah. Yeah, length ball to end the over. 310 for 5. Wicket for Saim Ayub, couple of wickets from Khurram Shahzad, Muhammad Ali and Naseem Shah, the wicket apiece. Khurram Shahzad into his 19th over. The crowd have braved the humidity. Stayed till the end. It's Khurram Shahzad now with Mushfiq on strike. Again, very good, Mushfiq. Just the ability to rotate strike, to just drop and run and release any sort of pressure that builds on him.
Yeah, playing with softer hands, not pushing at the ball, letting the ball come onto the bat and just picking up the gaps. Good batting. This partnership has been good. They put up a fight, Bangladesh batters.
Short ball, just ease down to fine leg. Another single. Is very good with that short ball. We've seen so far whenever he's been presented with the opportunity, he'll take it. But controlled batting with the hook and pull shot. Around about 9 minutes remaining, so you presume maybe a couple of overs after this. Just got to that stage where batters tend to count them down. It has been a long day. It's been difficult in terms of the weather for the fast bowlers, a lot of humidity to contend with, and the 4 fast bowlers have put in a shift. Nicely deflected, just straying down leg side, and it just eased away to the fence.
Both batters set their eye well in, and they're not going to miss out any opportunity whatsoever. That's a lovely leg glance. That goes fine. Beautifully played. It's a leg by. I thought he might have just had a bit of a bat on that. Nevertheless, it's a 4 on the board.
No run there. There's a short mid-wicket in place. Yeah, it'll be interesting how every bowler now come tomorrow, how they hold up, because very early season for Pakistan, and having test match at very early season, not a lot of first-class cricket under their belt as they come to the test match, the fast bowlers especially coming back for the second and third spell, and then coming back tomorrow. Be interesting how they big in Dhaka. It's nipped back appreciably. Huge appeal. Rizwan's very confident. Rizwan asking if he's hit it or not. Shan Masudia, he'll go up.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check the placement of the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm with all clear joint available, please? Okay, right. Just take it back. I just want to confirm. It looks as though there's batting ball there. And just rolling through again, please. Yeah, and just keep rolling through. Just one more frame. Yeah. Yeah, take it back again, please. Take it back with the ball next to the bat. Yeah. Richard, the ball has hit the bat, so stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. On screen, signal now.
Pakistan lose their review, all their reviews, no more reviews left. Rizwan was asking if there was bat involved, and I think the question was correct. There was plenty of bat involved. 316 for 5. We're back, but it looks as if the umpires have just checked for light. Having a little word, but just seems as if, yeah, the lights deteriorated. So that will be that. That's the end of the day's play, and it's ended rather nicely for Bangladesh. Partnership of 98 for the 6th wicket. That means that they trail by 132 with still 5 wickets standing. It's been hard toil for Pakistan in the field. They bowled pretty well most of the day, but Bangladesh, a battle had. They've kept coming back. Mushfiq showing all his prowess as a batter. Has been very solid throughout his innings of 55. That final session with Little Kumar Das playing very fluently has meant that that overall run rate for the day has improved. Pakistan, but still work to do. It'd be a tiring session, tiring bodies with those fast bowlers, but Bangladesh have been impressive with the bat. So overall, an enthralling day's play, and it has meant that at the moment no side really in the ascendancy.
But what a lovely session, the third session, the last session has been for Bangladesh. 117 for 1 in 26 overs, which means they've scored their runs at brisk pace, 4.5. And 2 unbeaten batters, Litun Kumar Das on 52 of just 58, and the Mr. Dependable Mushfiqur Rahim 55 of 122, making sure they keep fighting. That's the scorecard. Shadman Islam right at the top of the order, missed out his 193 of 183. I thought he was impressive, and then 350s, one from Mominul Haq and the other 2 unbeaten ones from Mushfiqur Rahim and Litun Kumar Das to ensure they end up at 316 for 5.
Shaheen Shah Preeti wicketless, but Naseem Shah with the wicket. Khurram Shahzad probably the most impressive, 2 for 47. Mohammad Ali with the wicket, and Saim Ayub also chipped in with 1 for himself. 92 overs bowled and 316 Bangladesh have got. So at the end of day 3, Pakistan 448 for 6 declared, courtesy 171 from Rizwan and 141 from Saud Shakil. Bangladesh in reply 316 for 5. 93 for Shadman Mushfiq, still there with 55. Litton has lit up the final session with a 52 or 58 deliveries. Bangladesh still trail by 132 runs. The discussions going on, what could have been done, what should have been done, but it's been a tough old day for Pakistan in the field. Right, we'll be back tomorrow nice and early. We'll be live at 9:35 a.m. with Bank Alphala presents Blue World City Test Series Day 4 from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Now for Pakistani viewers, they still have a wrap-up show after this, but for all others watching, it's a goodbye from here.
Well, it's been a hard working day for the fast bowlers especially. Got some, well, celebrating moments. Pakistan, 2 wickets in that first session and then 2 in that second session. And then Bangladesh fought back. It's been hot out here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. And, well, it was expected that the fast bowlers will be made to work hard for the wickets because it's a very good batting track and Bangladesh batters did really apply themselves. Got some good partnerships going. And time again, Khurram Shadad just kept focusing his target onto the stumps and he got rewarded twice. This was a very big moment. Shadman was looking so good. Just at the stroke of tee, he was bowled. Then the partnership of Mushfiqur and Das held Bangladesh into the game. Here we are. Well, welcome to Bank Al-Falah presents Blue World City. Pakistan versus Bangladesh Test Series, and we've got lots to talk about. Let's have a look at the match summary here. Pakistan were asked to bat first, 448 for 6, and then Bangladesh in reply looked strong today, 316 for 5. They trailed by 132, but they've got 2 set batters not out there. Time for me to now introduce my guests, Uruj Mumtaz and Nick Compton to my left, and starting with Uruj. Uruj, when you win the final session, you come back very strong, you come back positive. The next morning, Bangladesh have worked hard with this partnership. As I read here, Das 52-55 for Mushfiq. I think they're in a very, very good position.
Yeah, very good position. And in fact, even from yesterday, they were probably the happier side walking away because they did not lose a wicket in the 12 overs they faced for 27. The opener stand from Shadman in particular, you say there was a game-changing moment at that point. But rebuilding, all that experience of Mushfiqur Rahim, Liton Das almost scoring almost a run a ball for his half-century. Another 98-run stand between the two. And more importantly for Pakistan, for Bangladesh, Pakistan could not break that partnership. So they come out tomorrow and they start with 2 men who are set at the crease.
When you look at Bangladesh and their run through the day, they started off with less than 2 runs and over. And at that time, we thought everything was going so slow, but they finished off with almost 5 and over in that final session. And Nick, when you look at that, it's almost like that boxer Muhammad Ali. You're tiring the opposition down, and you could clearly see it in the fast bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you haven't played for a while, you need to give yourself time. And I think the importance of technique, I think, really showed today. I think huge credit must go to Shadman. I thought he played beautifully. I thought he weathered the storm there. I thought Pakistan came hard at him. They bowled some impressive deliveries. He showed patience and he showed good technique. And I think he got the rewards in the end. I think very disappointed for him that he didn't get 100. But I thought the way he played was outstanding and allowed the likes of Mushfiqur Rahim, he also showed a lot of courage in his innings to build that platform. And I think there's so much talk at the moment in international cricket about strike rates, etc. But actually the good old-fashioned, let's build a foundation, particularly at this stage when you understand that both teams haven't played a lot of test cricket. You know, as an opening batsman, you don't want to go out there and give your wicket away. You want to build an innings because you know that, A, it's going to stand you in good stead for the next test and for the next innings, but also in the test matches to come. And there's no better way to score runs than being out in the middle.
Yeah, and when you talk about the opportunities available to the batting side, it's a good batting track, especially on a track like this. Second new ball can be an advantage to the batting side. And we got someone like Liton Das, who's also open for Bangladesh. He made full use of it, and he looked $1 million with that second new ball. Going places.
Yeah, it was just before when Shakib was still out there. We were talking about how important it will be when they go in and they come back out because Pakistan got the new ball just after tea. Important that 2 set batters are out there. That's exactly what happened. They came out, they obviously slightly sprayed it again. I thought Pakistan also was not as disciplined with the new ball. More importantly, Liton Das was more than happy to take the attack to the batters every time he played his shot. And the way he finished off the session, well, my God, some of those sixes, one of them the ball lost as well, scoring at quick runs. And I think Pakistan, like you say, the hard new ball, if it's not in the right areas, most often not leaks runs faster. And then suddenly that shift in gear, scoring at just under 5 runs and over in that final session. Bangladesh surely the happier camp.
Yeah, they did that, and not alone Liton Das, but Mushfiqur Rahim. Nick, there's no replacement for experience. I mean, he brought it to the party, and he looked, again, like, what, 55 not out and rearing to go tomorrow.
Yeah, leading Bangladesh test run scorer, and you can see why. I mean, he's a man for the time, isn't he? He's got plenty of courage. He's got a lovely little technique. He is a diminutive, small character. But he plays the ball under his eyes and so late, doesn't he? So excellent from him to get himself back into form. He missed the last series, didn't he? So he's back in, and that's exactly what his team would have wanted from him.
It wasn't just the 2 of them who were not out, but it was also Shadman who set it up for them when he came out to open. And 93, we were all feeling very sorry that he was dismissed just at the stroke of tea at 93, but he looked very strong, technically strong, mentally strong.
Yeah, thoroughly impressed because of the character he showed at the crease. Remember, he opened when Pakistan had the first new ball. You always look at numbers and the opening pairs. There's been so much chopping and changing, and they've got the worst average in terms of Bangladesh opening pairs. And what an opportunity. Remember, he comes in because Joy missed out. So he wasn't their first choice opener to go in. but my God, it'll be tough to drop him come the next test match. He deserved 100. He played well within himself, looked very, very organized at the crease and played some lovely, lovely shots.
Yeah, you must be wondering now, we talk about Pakistan bowlers. Bangladesh, when they were out bowling, we also found it very tough. So what can Pakistan do tomorrow? We'll talk about that after this break. Welcome back once again to the Pitchside Studio. Let's talk about Pakistan and their bowling and their plans for tomorrow. Now we know that they took 5 wickets today, well spread out through the day in the 3 sessions. This was the first one. Great catch, Uruj.
Yeah, brilliant. All that cramping put aside, he puts in that horizontal drive and gets one mid to it. And this was Khurram Shahzad. Duplicate dismissals back to back. There could be some debate about the fact that the Bangladesh batters did not get a big stride forward. This one beautiful. To clean up a batter at 93, Mohammad Ali just before the stroke of tea. This, well, Simon, you will have plenty to say about this one. His first test wicket, his very first over in test cricket as well. And you could see the surprise. You could see the surprise on Shan's face when he did take that catch. And it was definitely a forced change, but it did the job.
Yeah, it did the job. And when you really talk about what you can do as a bowler, Nick, on surfaces like these, about using angles, and I think Khurram Shahzad and Mohammad Ali in that one wicket did that so well, going wide of the crease and coming round the wicket, and it paid off.
Yeah, Khurram Shahzad was, for me, the bowler of the day. I mean, he toiled hard, didn't he? It was a difficult ask to come in those middle overs. But it wasn't so much about the movement, it was how quickly and sharply those balls went. I mean, you've got men that are they've been seeing the ball well, and then suddenly out of nowhere, bang. And I thought that for me was excellent from him, particularly when you consider it was batting conditions. It's been tough for the Pakistan bowlers. They perhaps, I mean, summarising it, weren't, you know, as sharp as they could be. I mean, and you can expect that. They haven't played a lot of Test cricket, but that sort of delivery there, just rushing the Bangladesh batsman straight through the gate, a perfect dismissal. You
got to really give it to the bowlers, from fast bowlers from both sides, that, you know, you're bending your back, you're trying hard, and then your expectations are from your spearheads, who are the faster bowlers, but then results come in from the bowlers who are coming in the first or second change, and then talking about how they use the angles.
I think Khurram Shahzad was rewarded for being disciplined. You saw that square as well. He was disciplined in terms of relentlessly hitting that length, and hence why there was pressure. Then there was a movement obviously from that length as well. I remember we spoke to Saud Shakil before the start of the play today, where he said it was that in-between length where you're slightly confused whether to go forward to it or back, and he got his results because he was sort of more disciplined than Shaheen and Naseem. Even with the second new ball, you saw Shaheen Shafidi every now and then go back to that full length where he gets that ball to swing. There was no swing on offer. He was more successful with plays and misses when he angled the ball off length across the right-hander. So I guess when you're asking where is the next wicket coming from, what are the bowling plans for Pakistan, probably just discipline. But that dovetails into the fact me and Nick were talking about on commentary. They haven't played a lot of first-class cricket. So tired legs, been in the field all day, but fresh minds. Hopefully the overnight rest will give them some sort of respite.
Tired legs reminds me, you guys must be tired as well.
Yes, please.
But why we'll keep you on the toes is we'll keep changing your working hours every day. So we've got fresh working hours for you lined up so that you know when you have to wake up. Now remember, 9:45 is the first ball and 9:10 is when we join you guys right here with day 4 of this test match. So it's time for you guys to, you know, hit the sack. I'm talking about the two next to me. The rest of you watching the television can, you know, do it whenever you want. But thank you, Nick. Thank you, Uruj.
Pleasure.
And we'll catch you guys in the morning. Once again, don't forget 9:10 local time is when we join you with day 4. Until then, you take care of yourself, and it's goodbye for now.
Gone. What a take by Mohammad Rizwan.
Oh, he's gone through.
Bring up his 50. It's his third 50 in Test career.
His 19th 50 in Test match cricket. Beautiful delivery. Knocks him over.
Bowled him. Bat of Shakibur Rahim straight to Shan Masood.
This is level 3, 1, 2. Audio check. This is level 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Audio check.
Okay, ठीक है, 4.
और इसका सेम DVSR +5 dB. Okay, 4 लगा रहा हूँ. Vijay sir, can you hear me? Audio check 1 2 1 2. Same place पे लगाया, विंडशील्ड लगी हुई है, +5 dB है. कैसे आप सर? खैरियत से? सैफी भाई कैसे? ये लो. Sir.